Flat Earth Clues. End of the World by Mark Sargent. Written by Mark Sargent. Narrated by Mark Sargent.
Well, we all believed in that spinning ball. Indoctrination blinded us all. From the very first day that we went to school, they put a globe in your face and that thing looked cool. The teacher explained how it all worked. Of course it sounded so berserk, but who was I to question it? Because I was just a tiny kid. It sounded crazy as could be, but teacher would never lie to me. She was real nice, she didn't know. She too was taught to believe in that globe. I don't blame her, it wasn't her fault. She was only repeating what she'd been taught. I went through life believing that lie. That spinning ball was now in my mind.
This is an audio recording by Mark Sargent for Lisa Newton out at Boogles. Flat Earth Clues. End of the World. Chapter 1. Look away. Admit it. You're curious. You've heard about it by now, and I've got about 30 seconds to hook you before you stop reading and move on. So here goes. You do not live on a tiny rock covered with water and air, flying through an impossible and ever-expanding universe at tremendous speed. You live in a stationary building with walls, floor, and a ceiling, and it is so massive that even our best and brightest did not figure it out until about 1960 while exploring Antarctica. Once the discovery was made, the governments and the powers that be decided to keep it a secret for as long as possible. Whether you believe in God or not, this information will have a profound effect on your life. And now you have to decide if you are going to look at it. My advice? Don't. If you wake up every day and think you have a good bead on things, that everything is awesome, and your life is fine just the way it is, then just look away and put this text down, because the rabbit hole that lies in front of you is different from any other you have experienced or heard about. There is a point of no return. And once you cross it, there is literally nothing to go back to. This is the perfect example of the red pill, blue pill, first introduced in the 1999 movie The Matrix. Once you take it, you cannot untake it. Think I'm kidding? I have seen our troops and done the math. We have a 99% retention rate. Higher than any other formal or informal organization ever. Once you are in, we have you until the end. You have now been officially warned, so my conscience is clear. All that being said, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Mark Sargent. I am the freshman recruiter for a fantastic place called Flat Earth University. It is all around you. And the first thing you should know about us is that we have people everywhere. Right now, there are Flat Earth members close to you. Maybe at your workplace, maybe at the bar, maybe in your immediate family. Most of them do not advertise, but will discuss the topic if approached. There is no physical campus. There are no certified professors. There is no quad where students lounge about playing frisbee golf. Almost everything about this wonderful institution is digital. If the Flat Earth concept throughout history was software, then we are Flat Earth 2.0. Social media, built on the back of high-speed internet, is the water we swim in. The 6 billion smartphones that currently saturate the population form our battlefield. I say battlefield because the Flat Earth community is both institution and army, which makes sense because every great military force has an academy behind it. My job as freshman recruiter is to give you a quick overview of the campus and hopefully get you to take a step through the door. When the mainstream media introduce themselves to the Flat Earth topic, chances are they are going to find the flat earth clues first. Let's make something very clear right now. I did not invent the flat earth concept. Just about every current and extinct culture did that thousands of years ago. I did not even invent Flat Earth 2.0, which started around 2014. What I will take credit for is creating the Flat Earth 101 book and video series called Flat Earth Clues in 2015. Were there others that were wrestling with this concept before that? Of course, and we will get to them. The problem with the handful of people before me was that they assumed the general population would fully understand second and third year books. They could not. The attention span of people is partially based on how easy the concept is to digest. There is a reason we have people look at algebra before geometry, and geometry before trigonometry, and so on. It was this logic that forced me to use my previous skills as a software trainer and create a short series of videos and text that held the hand of anyone walking the streets of the world through the flat earth theory, and it worked. If you know someone in the flat earth right now, there is a very high probability that they have watched or listened to or read my content. I have received thousands of emails and phone calls to this end. They may not recognize my face or even my name, but they know the simple yet potent words that are the Flat Earth Clues. I started releasing them in February of 2015 and never let off the gas. These rough production videos have sent me on a journey that has been epic in scale, with twists and turns that seem delusional and magical at the same time. As I write, I look at the YouTube channel that has over 80,000 subscribers, tens of millions of hits, and many more in mirrors. I have made over 1,500 videos regarding Flat Earth, been interviewed hundreds of times in the wide spectrum from junior high newspapers to international networks. I have podcasts, a book on Amazon, and a trending documentary about a topic that is completely out of my control. Even more amazing is that you probably know almost nothing about it. Let me give you a quick overview. There is something large and growing inside the internet. It travels in whispers and hushed conversations. It crosses all demographics with almost no effort and even less resistance. And I am going to give you a VIP tour of the whole thing, if that's possible. In the pages that follow, I will give you an all-access pass to the origins of Flat Earth 2.0, how the grassroots took hold, then caught fire, and how the media fanned the flames until they recently dumped jet fuel on it. I will break down the strengths and weaknesses of the concept, the reasons why it keeps spreading, and how there is nothing science can do to stop it. I will introduce you to the content creators, the meetup organizers, and the conference producers, where they came from, and how they are helping accomplish the impossible. And most important of all, I will try to answer your questions before you even ask them, because that is what I have been doing every day since 2015. I spend my days as the Flat Earth tour guide, just virtually walking through a digital campus, being followed by a never-ending stream of new recruits, always asking for directions, who then peel off to start a new life in their new world, full of excitement, wonder, and purpose. So join me, if you dare, and see how the Flat Earth theory affects you, because love it or hate it, Flat Earth cannot be ignored. Everyone will be moved by this information wave one way or the other, and the more FE information you take in, the better off you will be to fight or embrace it. And if it sounds like I'm taking both sides here, then you would be right. I will end my sales pitch with this. I wake up every day and try to shut down Flat Earth, and every day I fail. Not what you were expecting? Ask any FE member, and they will nod with a smile.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth
Chapter 2: How We Got Here. Every Flat Earth member started out hating Flat Earth, and some, including me, still do sometimes. It's true. There are, of course, a few exceptional examples of an extremely open-minded person that accepts the concept right away, but the numbers are so low they are not really worth mentioning. Spoiler alert, women tend to grasp the concept a lot faster than men. Women tend to be more open-minded in general, so no real surprise there. One example that caught my attention was during the documentary shoot at an FE meetup in Pasadena, California in 2017. I was there with about 50 hardcore FE members on a restaurant patio when a woman came up to me and shook my hand. It was obvious she was new to the team, and one of the first questions all members ask each other is, "How long have you been in?" The woman looked down at her watch and said, "What time is it now?" It turns out that she was an Uber driver in Los Angeles and was giving a ride for one of our members to the event. In the 20 minutes that the car ride took, our member had converted her. She parked at the event and did not take any more fares for the day, instead choosing to walk and talk with the enthusiastic FE members at the restaurant. To the reader, my apologies for making assumptions. I should have probably mentioned earlier that the initials FE are a thing now. Ask anyone. If you start seeing the initials in different places, you will now understand why. As I was saying, most Flat Earth members start out loathing the concept. There are many variations on the theme, but the easiest to understand is, I became a Flat Earther because I tried to disprove it. From the outside, where the globalists live, it sounds like the easiest thing ever to debunk or shoot down, and that, of course, is the bait, the trap. Metaphorically, the Flat Earth concept looks like a simple child's toy lying on a park bench. You pick it up, already convinced in your mind how childish it is, like a puzzle designed for a 6-year-old. But the more you play with it, the more complex it becomes. The puzzle plays tricks with your senses, and 5 minutes later you are now convinced that what you are awkwardly trying to manipulate in your hands is not the same object you picked up. By then, of course, you are already doomed, because the idea is now firmly stuck in your head, like a marble in a paint can, and it cannot be shaken loose. One of the more elegant quotes I use regarding how people get sucked into Flat Earth theory is by George Orwell, legendary creator of the bestseller book 1984. Keep in mind that George was not a Flat Earth member, but was instead commenting on the responsibility of science to release provable facts through the scientific method, because the public would believe almost anything that the scientific community puts on paper. And why wouldn't they? They are the intellectual authority, after all. The quote is from Tribune, December 27th, 1946. Most people, if asked to prove that the Earth is round, would not even bother to produce the rather weak arguments I've outlined above. They would start off by saying that everyone knows the Earth to be round, and if pressed further, would become angry. In a way, Shaw is right. This is a credulous age, and the burden of knowledge which we now have to carry is partly responsible. I found this interesting for several reasons. The first is that it was written in 1946, a full 12 years before NASA was even founded, and almost 30 years before the first blue marble shot was taken from space, and yet everyone knew the world was a sphere. It was already an absolute fact, a given. This fact was known to the world's population, even though no human being had ever been above the altitude of a commercial airplane. Nobody knew. They were simply told. And there is a huge difference there, which George Orwell explained. People, when asked to confirm facts that they do not fully understand, become embarrassed and angry, especially when it is something they have assumed since childhood. I was the same way, maybe even worse. My condo in Boulder, Colorado was covered in geographic maps of different shapes and sizes. I had some disposable income and collected eccentric trinkets, some of them being antique globes. I would joke with friends that if I ever woke up and suffered from amnesia, I would at the very least be able to get my bearings because there would be world maps staring at me in the face from the view of my bed. I loved the globe. As an icon, I thought it was wonderful, spinning with blue, green, and a tinge of brown or tan. The globe even felt great in my hands, and I enjoyed turning it over, viewing it from different angles. I had globe bookends, globe murals, and antique models from classrooms, both on and off the spindles. The globe felt comfortable. It felt like home. I was also a huge media fan. And a little tip to younger readers. If you never marry or have kids, you are going to have a lot of free time on your hands. I filled this large collection of hours with all things media. I went to the theater at least a few times a month, every month. There was always some series running in the background while I was on the computer. I played computer games for a living, traveled and taught proprietary software, and absorbed so much mainstream media that I now have pop culture references for just about every situation in life. Why does all this matter? Because I leaned towards science fiction and all things that were cool about space. Star Trek, Star Wars, Stargate. I am sure you see the trend. This helped fuel visions of the future and all things tech, which fueled an ever-increasing focus on the internet, which was growing exponentially right in front of my eyes. Sooner or later, the expanding metaphorical city that was the web was going to evolve, and the shiny billboards and gleaming towers would give way to the darker hidden information that is conspiracy theory. It may seem crazy now to anyone under 30, but there was a time that you could almost finish the internet like a book. I am not kidding. There just wasn't that much out there. Things picked up quickly, though, and the first conspiracy pages started popping up around 2002. We are not going to cover the reasons for the increase here, although I am sure you could guess. And since we're at it, I am also going to make an effort not to cover most of the popular conspiracies out there in the US and abroad. This is for a few reasons. The first is that since Flat Earth appeared, just about everything else is a second-tier conspiracy and just not that important by comparison. The second is that there are a number of topics that are just too hot for the mainstream media. The personal emotions they invoke start conversations that many people find anti-patriotic and or depressing. That being said, I am not shy about mentioning conspiracies that mainstream will talk about, and I will touch on a few later. I will get back to the point. Between the years 2002 and 2014, I looked into just about every conspiracy you could think of. I was probably overinformed, for lack of a better term. I had even coined a conspiracy that I am pretty sure is still not documented, that being the Panama Canal. I can hear you already. The Panama Canal is not a conspiracy. Are you sure? Consider this. The largest engineering projects usually cost some lives. It is just part of doing business. Take the Hoover Dam, for example. This was a huge undertaking that used massive amounts of cement at height, similar to a skyscraper. During its construction, it took the lives of about 70 men. This would be considered acceptable losses by any city building project manager. The Panama Canal, however, was a much simpler design with no height. It was just a giant concrete ditch that connected two oceans and a lake. Do you know how many Americans died during the construction? The number of U.S. dead totaled close to 6,000. This may seem utterly incredible until I tell you that they died of malaria and yellow fever. Most people, upon hearing the malaria part, quietly nod their head with acceptance because we all know it's deadly and things like that happen. They say that it would also be the cost of doing business. Not so fast. You see, the Americans did not start the Panama Canal. The project was already partially completed before they got there. The canal was initially started by the French, who saw the military strategic value. The French lost over 20,000 men before the Americans even thought of picking up a shovel. So many French civilians died, in fact, that the citizens of Paris started protesting the body count. And with no solution in sight, the military and engineers withdrew forever. Where is the conspiracy? The Americans knew all this, and even armed with advances in mosquito netting and repellent, were fully aware that thousands of civilian lives would be lost, and they sent them anyway, without telling them the odds. If you had a 10% chance of dying from a jungle-borne disease, would you be eager to sign up? That, by very definition, is a conspiracy. You do not tell the men how many lives are being lost each month so that the project will be finished. The Panama Canal was completed by the Americans, and in hindsight, the end justified the means. As you will read later, you absolutely can put a price on human life. We do it all the time. It was these conspiracies and many others that kept me away from Flat Earth. All of them had their interesting facets, and all of them were far easier to believe than Flat Earth. In fact, there was a point where I put Flat Earth so far down the list that I considered it more of a joke than a conspiracy. Most of the time when I saw Flat Earth appear on my screen, I would bat it away like a slow fly heading towards a sandwich, or just roll my eyes and shake my head, something I see every day in the eyes of globalists faced with this topic. I was right there with you. And then one day, during the summer of 2014, I did the unthinkable. Bored with everything else on the internet, I decided to go to my bucket list and clicked on a link that was tied to Flat Earth. It all went downhill from there. I only remember my first time because there was a physical and emotional response to just clicking on the video before anything had come up. Keep in mind, this was 2014, and I was an internet nerd. I had gone to websites that would have made a biker blush. Been there, done that. A little humor, forgive me. And that emotional response really caught me off guard. I was getting flushed by clicking on a YouTube video while living alone in a house. Later I realized how this visceral trigger happened and why so many people would post angry rants online about the topic. It was classic conditioning, and you, me, and everyone else never even knew it was there. We will get to that later. For now, understand that I was watching a German video about flight paths in the southern hemisphere and how they only worked on a flat dinner plate type world. I did not know German, but the animations seemed clear enough. The video touched on different flights going from Africa, South America, and the Australian areas, and how the flight paths did not make sense on a globe. It seemed plausible, although I did not give it an inch of credibility because we all know the world is a globe, and we have known this for at least the last 500 years, right? Good, you agree. Flat Earth is stupid and we should all go home now. Maybe I would watch just one more video and one more after that. Then I ran into one by a man named Matt Boylan. Matt was both a blessing and curse to my life. I would like to give him a lot of credit, but I can't because he fights against the current of life like he is angry with it. All the real credit should go to his girlfriend who was living with him in Montreal, Canada. The woman in question sat him down on a couch and had him tell his story about he was first exposed to the flat earth and what he knew about it. It was probably the only sober, well-composed, articulate video Matt ever made. Trust me on this, I have looked at hundreds of his other works. It was also brilliant. He did one take and almost no editing. Matt lays out a story that is, at the very least, worthy of a Twilight Zone episode or a mid-budget TV movie. With some prompting from the girlfriend, Matt spins a slow-building tale of how he was hired directly by NASA to create photorealistic paintings for various mission simulations. Where it got interesting was how it tied to Flat Earth. Anyone who watched the documentary Behind the Curve already knows how Matt's story plays out, so I'm going to do something different and give you my interpretation of what I think really happened with NASA. I take pride in finding plot holes in media, and I think I have pieced most of this together. I do not think Matt Boylan actually worked for NASA. I think he worked for a guy who worked at NASA. Allow me to explain. This story takes place in the early 2000s when Matt was fresh out of university. He was a good-looking blonde kid and a hell of a painter. Matt was also an aspiring actor and landed some small acting roles in America. During this time, I think he was asked to help creatively paint some walls and floors of a ranking NASA executive out in the Hamptons, Who knows how they met? It's just one extra degree of separation. Sometimes these projects can take a while, and since this NASA executive was also hosting parties, he invited Matt to attend one at his house during the holidays. Why not, right? Matt was a good-looking French-Canadian actor/painter. Probably a few octaves more interesting than stuffy rocket science geeks. So Matt is at the holiday event just walking around, wine in hand, soaking this party all in, and a typical winter East Coast storm knocks out the power. Now they are down to wine and candles. Everyone knows that is when the best stories come out. NASA executives start speculating on different projects, and one of them speaks of a rumor that the world GPS system does not work down in Antarctica. Another exec chimes in that they have an ops team they could send to confirm it. A third exec then steps forward and calmly states that if they send out a team that far, they won't be coming back. Insert dramatic pause here. Matt, who has no clue what is happening, asks if the GPS system doesn't work because it's too cold. The ranking executive says, no, it's because it's flat. Matt doesn't get it, and the executive proceeds to grab some chalk and start drawing on the granite floor. As the ranking executive is drawing continents, he is talking about energy and how the world system runs on temperature changes. He goes on for some time, and when he is done, Matt notices that the man has essentially drawn the UN flag on the floor. If you do not remember world politics, I recommend that you pause for a second and look up the image of the UN flag. The evening progresses, and Matt mentions that at no point did anyone at that party think that the executive drew was a joke. The concept, however, was so far above Matt's head that he would not get it for years. By that time, his communication with the NASA executives has faded away, and Matt was stuck with a large number of unanswered questions. More than special effects or acting, I love a good story. Writing is everything, and this was a tight little tale with a cool science fiction ending. I had to know more. I dedicated myself a weekend to sit down and solve the Flat Earth mystery once and for all. That weekend turned into 9 months. I joined a Flat Earth Society out of Hong Kong, whose first new member was 80s singer Thomas Dolby. Yes, I see the irony there. She blinded me with science. Every video I watched left me with more questions. Every loose end I pulled on left me with more strings. Day after day, the unanswered questions kept piling up in my head, and a pattern started to emerge. Everything pointing to the same conclusion. The world is not what we think it is. Days turned to weeks, weeks turned to months, until finally, in the early stages of 2015, I realized there was no possible way I could answer this massive riddle on my own. I finally swallowed my pride and turned to the internet hive mind, the web collective. The hive mind misses nothing. Surely they could quickly shut down what I had failed to do over the last 9 months. I created a short video series with my best arguments against the globe and treated it like a court case. To be clear, even today, I cannot with 100% accuracy prove the flat earth. I can, however, create so much reasonable doubt in the globe and solar system that the only place you have left to turn is some sort of flat earth model. If you think that reasonable doubt is not enough, I assure you it is. Reasonable doubt works in court every day and is strong enough to build an alternative science army. We will elaborate more on that in the next chapter. My internet cry for help, my web distress call, was sent out in February of 2015 in the form of a video series called Flat Earth Clues. It was accompanied by all my personal information, full name, email address, phone number, physical address, all of which are still out there to this day. This was done to make it even easier for the internet to contact me with the answers, and I fully expected them to come back with a short paragraph giving me the globe proof that would shut me and the flat earth down. I was hardly prepared for what happened next. I should probably frame the situation with a little more detail. My YouTube channel at the time was only for viewing videos and had no subscribers. This content, like a lot of people in the Flat Earth community, was the first I had ever produced and uploaded. While I was excited about the series, it was never really intended to be for the general public. While I was being forward with my personal information, I did everything else to discourage participation from the general YouTube community. I did not allow thumbs up or down, did not allow comments, and did not monetize anything, further limiting the viewing audience. And the one thing I did as an afterthought was making the videos Creative Commons license. That license came back to haunt me and lit the match to the series. For those of you who are not familiar with Creative Commons license, let me explain. You are marking your video copyright free so that others can put it on their channel without fear of getting a copyright strike. You are not signing away all your rights to the content, but when it comes to YouTube, it's the next best thing. What I did not know was that there are people in the social media world who look for interesting content that is Creative Commons licensed. They then grab it, put it on their channel, and monetize it, every viewing giving them a few coins. It adds up quickly. It was this group that really turned the Flat Earth Clues into something larger than life. It should also be noted that these channels are under no obligation to inform you that they have done this. You are giving away your video, and while a polite thank you may be nice, it is not required. I only knew about all these mirrors because of the emails I started receiving, talking about the length of my movie. At first, I thought the people contacting me were not quite clear on what the definition of a movie was. Maybe it was YouTube slang for something else. I didn't know. I was getting older after all. Eventually, random emails came in stating that they had enjoyed my 2-hour production, and I had to ask what exactly they were clicking on. Through some distracting investigation, I learned that many people were mirroring the clues, and several had combined them into a single 2-hour video. To make things more confusing, they changed the title from Flat Earth Clues to something completely different, even though the audio and video remained the same. A few examples would be, they are hiding God with the greatest lie ever. They are hiding God with the biggest lie ever. And Under the Dome full documentary. Each title tailored to a different audience, each generating millions of hits. At this point, I had far more views and subscribers from other channels than the originals ever generated. Calls came in quickly, some of the first being fringe podcasts looking for more information on the topic. Those interviews generated others, which generated larger and larger media interest. During this time, I continued to wait for the academic community to reach out, to find the flaws in my logic. Weeks went by, then months. Holding my breath, waiting for the other shoe to drop was not an option now. I was dedicated to the cause. I was officially now a flat earther, and the movement was on the rise. Below is an excerpt from the 2019 How We Got Here speech, summarizing the whirlwind that followed. Almost immediately, I was set upon by people who wanted to know more. The emails started pouring in, and the phone calls came at all hours of the night. Podcasts wanted to do interviews, students wanted details, and then there were the YouTube channels. Oh, so many new YouTube channels. A large Christian prophecy channel that was created by Rob Skiba reached out and wanted to debate me. During the podcast, you could feel his mind racing with new possibilities. After the second show, Truth Frequency Radio contacted me and asked if I would like to do a program of my own to talk about the flat earth and spread the word. And 2015 continued like that, a true grassroots year for flat earth. More channels dedicated to destroying the globe model appeared, and the entire conspiracy world took notice, because it was, and still is, the most hated and most polarizing fringe topic there is. Professionals from different walks of life began to come forward. Military instructors from all branches, pilots, engineers, surveyors, flight instructors, many going on public record, all of them singing the same tune. They had all heard about the curvature of the earth and how it spins, but none of them used it in their calculations, even when they should have. As 2015 drew to a close, the topic had started to expand with different facets, discovering new ideas almost weekly, and enthusiasm was high, even though mainstream news viewed it as just another internet flash in the pan. They couldn't have been more wrong. At the beginning of 2016, a Grammy-nominated rap artist named Bobby Ray Simmons Jr., known professionally as B.O.B., released a new single called Flatline. The song was unusual for two reasons. The first was that it included a 60-second audio clip from astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson as he described the Earth as being pear-shaped. The second was that it implied that the scientist was taking government money to hide the fact that the world was indeed flat. This is when the mainstream media first took notice, mostly because it was new news. This is something they had never seen, and even before the media could fully digest the concept, the scientist in question did the unthinkable. He fired back. For reasons that continue to remain unknown to us, the leading face of mainstream science decided to make an appearance on Comedy Central and then do a 7-minute monologue against rapper B.O.B. on why the Earth isn't flat. He used no animations or graphics, but made a point to use profanity at the end while symbolically dropping the mic on the stage and the topic. With the help of his nephew, Neil Tyson even made a response rap song. The effect it had was, well, flammable. It was, without a doubt, the most interesting story to start off the year and helped fuel the emerging flat Earth topic in social media. Between the two people involved, one in the music industry and the other in science, there was no way the average media editor could ignore it. The mainstream exposed ordinary people who had never looked at a single conspiracy to the simple words that now echo everywhere: flat Earth. In droves, the general population searched for the reason why this was a headline and were pulled into a rabbit hole which few can escape. And if you think that's the strangest thing to start off the flat Earth world in 2016, you would be sorely mistaken. Leonardo DiCaprio visited the Vatican, and guess what he brought up on camera? You would be right if you said flat Earth. Being an A-list celebrity only gets you 15 minutes with the Pope. Did he talk about climate change? A little bit. Did he bring the Pope an art book showing the world as an enclosed structure and how it represented the promise of the future? Indeed he did. After Leonardo left, the Pope left the Vatican and flew to Cuba to meet with the Orthodox Pope, the first time the two had met in 1,000 years. We don't know what they talked about, but after he left, the Orthodox Pope went straight to Antarctica, one of the hot buttons of the flat Earth community. Who else went to Antarctica in 2016? Secretary of State John Kerry, for one. And even though it might not sound strange to you, it did to me because he was there on election night, when he should have been back in the States backing his candidate, Hillary Clinton. Astronaut Buzz Aldrin was also there in 2016 and had to be emergency airlifted for health reasons. The very first Flat Earth Video Awards show was also in February of 2016. Yes, there were already so many Flat Earth videos that we were starting to give out awards. By April of 2016, Flat Earth regional meetups were appearing. The first was in Houston, then Seattle, and after that in just about every state you could imagine. And this wasn't just happening in the United States. Across the pond, Dave Murphy from the UK had already made the first Flat Earth appearance on Macedonian television. By August of 2016, I started keeping track of the numbers and the sheer volume of videos that the topic was helping create in social media. We weren't just an anomaly, we were a certified trend, and were gaining speed every month. As 2016 drew to a close, we were a cool club that had gotten some solid attention. But the future was uncertain, sometimes even precarious. Not for long. Within a month, all that would change. In 2017, like a sign from the heavens, someone had carved into a hillside in Los Angeles, Google Flat Earth. Even now, this person responsible has never come forward. That very night, basketball all-star Kyrie Irving announced during a podcast that he believed in Flat Earth, and the day after that, LeBron James, the most popular face in American basketball, supported him. I cannot overstate the shockwaves that Flat Earth was creating in the sports world. We could have raised millions of dollars and approached LeBron's agent to say those words, and probably would have been refused. Without asking, LeBron ended up saying Flat Earth on camera for free. Every sports periodical in the world covered this story immediately. Then the general media dived in. Over the next few months, it was the water cooler topic. The crossover media was surreal. There I was, reading a Rolling Stone article about Jimmy Kimmel and Dave Chappelle on late night television discussing Kyrie Irving and Flat Earth. To be honest, it only surprised me a little. And when I saw actor Chris Pratt debating Flat Earth on ESPN with a panel member, I wondered how far this could go. To add to the fire, NBA Hall of Famer Shaquille O'Neal supported Kyrie as well during a live broadcast, but only stood by it for 10 days. Turns out some of his sponsors weren't thrilled with the idea, so a hasty late-night talk show retraction was put into place. The UK program Big Brother kicked off a member for harassing someone who believed in Flat Earth. The Canadian comedy team Trailer Park Boys did a full skit on the topic, and the year was only half over. Regional meetups were popping up all over. We had events in Denver, Boston, Phoenix, Las Vegas, Florida, Hawaii, Canada, and London. Our first formal debate was in Atlanta. And secondary media explosions blew up as young American students, influenced by the Flat Earth sports figures, started pushing back against their science professors. Because of this, science journals finally started pushing back against Flat Earth. And as 2017 entered the final months, there stood the crowning achievement, the first Flat Earth conference in 500 years. It might as well have been forever, an ancient truth made new again simply by brave people believing in it. International media flew in for the unique event and were amazed by the conviction, the passion, and the sincerity of all the people involved. The largest YouTube channels in the world were now wading into the Flat Earth pool. Late-night talk shows were taking shots at us monthly. Who the hell was Freddie Flintoff? I didn't know, but apparently he was talking about Flat Earth over in London. HBO, Vice, ABC, BuzzFeed, German television, Russian television, British television, Hustler magazine, university classes, radio stations. The last day of 2017, rapper B.O.B. was preaching Flat Earth to Bill Nye the Science Guy, and I didn't care. That same week, Kyrie Irving was using Flat Earth in his shoe commercials, and still, mainstream science thought we would just go away. In 2018, we changed gears. If some is good, then more is better. We did more meetups, not just every month, but almost every week. I had to build a special playlist on my YouTube channel, and there are now hundreds of regional meetups on it. You would think at this point that nothing could surprise the media when it came to Flat Earth. They had already seen a rap battle between a Grammy nominee and the world's most popular scientist. They had watched the sports world openly debate the shape of the world. What other rabbits did Flat Earth have in its hat? Well, this, for one. Mad Mike Hughes, a California stuntman, put a giant Flat Earth sticker on the side of a homemade rocket and literally launched the topic to a new level. Did it prove Flat Earth? Not at all. Was it covered again and again in social media as the launch was delayed twice? Yes, it was. In 2018, there wasn't just one Flat Earth conference. There were 3. We had one in the US, one in Canada, and one in the UK. All of them were different, and all were fantastic. We now had dedicated venues where we could share our ideas and experiences. Just before the first Canadian conference, the first mainstream documentary on the topic defied all expectations and competed in 22 film festivals in 7 countries. So many showings that the producers could not even begin to attend them all, and started flying me out to them. And during all this, the numbers, the precious stats that I love, reached for the impossible. In June of 2018, Flat Earth, which started at a modest 50,000 search results, had hit 20.9 million. The cherry on top being that the President of the United States was sitting at 20.8 million. And somewhere along the line, the powers that be decided that we were getting a little too excited. The U.gov survey said it all. Americans were now starting to lean towards Flat Earth too quickly for their taste. Indeed, a full third of young Americans didn't believe in the globe anymore. YouTube took matters into their own hands and tore down their own scoreboard that we would stop pointing at it. Google went before the United States government and said they were doing what they could to deal with the Flat Earth problem that kept spreading, but secretly loving us because we kept people on YouTube, now the largest television network in the world. National Geographic tracked some of us down and condemned the Flat Earth movement as being a danger to medicine, a threat to technology, and had the potential of sending science back to the Dark Ages. I thought they were being a tad dramatic, but they did have a point. We weren't going away, and they knew it. Behind the scenes, they told me that it concerned them that science wasn't meeting us on the battlefield. They were hoping they could rally some of them to engage us. It didn't work. Science did everything they could do to avoid the topic, to pretend that it wasn't there and that people weren't listening. Shane Dawson, one of the largest channels on YouTube, made a single Flat Earth video in 2018. It now has 28 million hits. They talked about it on The View with Al and Alda. Shane's demographic is under 20. What is science going to do to stop that? Nothing. Because it's not a real topic, remember? It's nothing when channels like Jeranism, Globebusters, Karen B, and FE Core convince people with long-distance laser tests. It's nothing when Rob Skiba does weather balloon tests, when J. Tolan Media does daytime infrared photography. Don't worry about it as we look at boats that refuse to go over the horizon, as we turn heads with street activism. There's a group called Globe Lie who already finished a town-to-town tour in the UK, and now they're going to extend it to Europe. We're just getting started. This is the year of Flat Earth conventions. We have events in Los Angeles, New Zealand, Calgary, Stockholm, UK, Amsterdam, Mount Shasta, and Dallas, Texas. This is my message to science. What is Flat Earth? You'd better figure it out quick, because we're bringing the fight to you. We become one of the most trending topics in the world with almost no resources, and we did it in 4 years. We can break down your space videos, your images, and you'd better believe we're going after your theories, because that's what most of them are. Just theories. Now we have an army. Channel after channel rising to 6 figures in YouTube. Jeranism, Rob Skiba, Celebrate Truth, Controversy 7, Red Pill Philosophy, ODD Reality. And the 5-figure channels? I've literally lost count. Channels dedicated against NASA. Channels dedicated to experiments, channels dedicated to debates against globalists, channels dedicated to activism. So many different facets, it feels more like a school than an invasion force. But doesn't that make sense? Because every great army has an academy behind it, and we've created one from the sheer volume of our online content. The globe is dead. Long live Flat Earth. Hail Hydra. George Clooney. All hardcore flat earthers will get these references. End of speech excerpt. This was just a high-level recap following the meteoric rise of the Flat Earth 2.0 movement. To understand why a polarizing topic like this has achieved so much staying power, you'll have to first look into the visual experiments that energize the community, which range from the cheap and simple to the complex, eccentric money pits that have been replicated again and again.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth and find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe it.
Chapter 3. The Experiments. Test, Observe, Repeat. I would like to remind people at this point that I did not invent the new Flat Earth movement. There were a number of people who broached the subject for years since the advent of the internet. I will, however, take credit for certain things down the line, and one of them, inadvertently, was to coax people off their comfortable couches and do experiments. I never actually said the words, but it was heavily implied. Do not take what I say as gospel. Do your own research and ask questions. Honestly, I never thought that people would jump up from their seats and create their own globe testing experiments from scratch, and yet that is what quickly happened starting in 2015. From what I can gather, no one in the Flat Earth community had suggested such a thing until then. There were different books and videos on the subject touting different experiments from the past and a large list of proofs, but no one came out and proposed the obvious, which was to challenge the internet hive mind to actually sit down and prove the globe for themselves. I never at any point in the clues directly promoted experiments. I merely connected the dots and detailed a thought experiment on how the world could be built and hidden from us. After the clues were released, I would mention in interviews things like the Orlando Ferguson map from the 1800s that looked similar to a roulette wheel. Right away, listeners were contacting me and pointing out a few things. First was that I should not bring up a roulette wheel ever because all the numbers on the wheel add up to 666. Believe it or not, that little factoid is true, and since the conspiracy world and pretty much everyone else stays away from that number, I took that to heart. And the other was that a number of people were already starting to do experiments, and the first thing observed was that there was zero Earth curvature detected. So the Orlando Ferguson map needed to be classified as secondary reference material. Maybe it was out of boredom, maybe it was subliminal hot sex messaging, hard to say, but the challenge was accepted by the internet, and one of the first things people did was run to the beach with HD cameras and start doing long-distance photography. Let's take a look through the viewfinder. Part 1, long-distance photography. The most damaging piece of evidence against the globe model is lack of observable curvature, otherwise known as the curvature of the Earth. It was picked up on immediately by the community, and it is still today the most heavily used FE reference in the war against scientism. Simply put, long-distance photography is the easiest and most convincing argument that Flat Earth has. How it works seems a bit complicated at first, but I have a way of breaking complex and semi-complex subjects in different ways, so one of them is going to resonate with you. Mainstream science says that the curvature of the Earth is easily measurable, and that measurement is 8 inches per mile squared. I did not remember anything about high school algebra either. This little formula is not as bad as you think. 8 inches per mile squared means 8 inches times each mile per mile. A quick example is 10 miles, which is 10 times 10, which equals 100, times 8 inches, or 800 inches. So at 10 miles, the curvature in the distance should obscure around 800 inches. Not a lot, I agree, but it gets more severe as you get further out. 50 miles is 50 times 50 times 8 inches, which is around 1,670 feet. That means if you are looking at an object 50 miles away, the object should be hidden by 1,670 feet of curve. Whatever thing you are looking at has to be taller than that. To make it as easy as possible, at 50 miles, you should see nothing shorter than 1,670 feet high. Well, that is a problem because we can see everything at that distance, and some much, much further. For people over a certain age, including me, this will seem confusing because we should have run into this paradox a long time ago, especially over water. I mention water because it always lays level, hence the name water level. Water does not curve, and it is the most reliable medium for these tests. So sailors over the centuries, including those alive now, should have realized this optic issue, and they would have if they could have recorded it with any degree of resolution, which did not exist until very recently. I have to sidetrack for a minute to set the stage. There are a very small set of arguments against the flat Earth theory, and most of them have to do with one of the space programs, which you have to set aside immediately. You are required to do this because NASA did not invent the globe in 1972. They merely confirmed it with the first blue marble shot from Apollo 17. It is not like scientists woke up in 1972, wiped their nervous brows, and said, "Whew, glad that wasn't a mistake." We apparently knew it was a globe for at least 500 years before that. But how did we know? Once the space programs are temporarily off to the side, there are only two main arguments globalists have left. One is sticks and shadows. Don't worry, very few people know it. And of course, ships going over the horizon. We see them go out, their hulls appear to disappear first, and then the boats vanish forever. The curve is confirmed, and I would have been right there with you until about 10 years ago, when our cameras got much, much better. I am a big believer that our gleaming, shiny future has been taken from us, hidden like a lot of things. Anyone who is old enough to attend a World Expo or even watch a single episode of the Jetsons knows what I mean. We do not have flying cars or robot servants, no teleporters or matter replicators or even holodecks. Everything now in life is still very similar to what it was decades ago, with the exception of one thing: computer technology. Yes, we had desktops and laptops for quite some time. Today, though, we can make them so small and so cheap, the computers have been put into almost everything, from toasters to, well, everything. This part of our future actually happened, and most people missed it. Everyone under the age of 30 just takes it for granted, but I can assure you it exceeded most futurist expectations. Between high-speed internet, social media, and 6 billion smartphones, we now have the informational tools of the gods that far outpace even what the Jetsons had in mind. What happens when you combine a powerful computer with a camera? Some very cool things, like almost unlimited in-camera editing, massive image storage, impressive versatility with light settings, and the part most important to Flat Earth members, high resolution and zoom. If you had a $3,000 VHS camera system from 1995 and zoomed into a boat that was 50 miles away, you would have maybe seen a tiny blurry speck that could have been mistaken for anything, or probably nothing at all. Now, however, the game has changed. For a fraction of that cost and size, you can pick up an HD camera that has a resolution and optical zoom unheard of 20 years ago, and now you can see that ship that is behind the curve. Let me say that again. There are civilian cameras on the market that can easily spot objects in the distance that should be impossible to see because of the curvature of the Earth. If the objects are visible, then what happened to the curve that should be hiding them? Right away, science-based skeptics started creating excuses, stating that it must be refraction or some kind of illusion or mirage. The Flat Earth community was quick to point out that those arguments just do not hold up, and here's why. The mirage in question appears to be visible and stable under any light condition, weather condition, and almost any distance. In addition, this mirage can be targeted by both degree beam radar, high-end lasers, can be seen in infrared, and destroyed by military technologies from all branches. If you have any doubt of the credibility of that statement, please jump to Chapter 8, Subject Matter Experts, or if you have the time, listen to their audio testimonies, which are all recorded and currently available to the public. It sounds pretty cut and dry when I lay it out like that. Coming to those conclusions took a lot of trial and error over the last few years. Suffice it to say that we had to relearn everything when it came to distance and photography. The first thing we had to burn into our heads was the curvature formula and how to simplify it. I'm sure there are math geeks out there who will say 8 inches is too clean a number, and they would be correct. After about 500 miles, you have to factor in some additional geometry equations, and things get too mathematically messy for the average person. Yes, that includes me. Since the Flat Earth community rarely completes experiments anywhere near a distance of 500 miles, most people on both science and FE side agree that at less than 500 miles, 8 inches squared works just fine. Why do the FE members try to stay under 500 miles? Even with the best optics at sea level, your sight range is limited. This is due to the thickness of the atmosphere. Remember that what you are breathing right now is a thin version of water. It is these scientific factoids that keep me up at night. Let us do a little chemistry review. The water that you drink is H2O, or 2 parts hydrogen and 1 part oxygen. You know that because water, the most critical of life's components, is shown everywhere, all the time, in various forms, including the equation based on the periodic table. What you probably don't know is that what you breathe is hardly even oxygen. The composition is N4O, or 4 parts nitrogen and 1 part oxygen. Yes, there are some trace gases, but you get the idea. It is only mostly transparent, and it stacks and gets thicker over distance, so at different levels it is only 90% transparent, then 80, and so on. It's the reason you can't see Japan from California, or Mount Everest from everywhere. Long story short, at only a few hundred miles, you are looking through an ever-changing soup that will often act like a lens and distort images just enough to reinforce the curve, but sometimes it does not, and that is when we take full advantage. I have viewed both personally and online too many of these photography tests to count, and it is impossible to do them justice here. This book is not just meant to be read, but also referenced, and I encourage the reader to pause, put the book down, and look up anything that I am talking about, because it is all out there. Despite my best efforts here, there will be gaps and unanswered questions. Please take the time and look up what we are covering in this text. Some notable photography videos can be found by searching any of the following words with flat earth: Chicago skyline, flat earth, Salton Sea, flat earth, sunrise, sunset, lake, sea, lighthouse, ship. The list goes on. Critics will try to minimize the results by amplifying the viewing height, which changes the viewing distance on a globe. I counter these skeptic arguments with a tidy little experiment on my channel called 7.53 mile frozen. As always, put flat earth into the search with it. The test was conducted on an almost frozen lake by a husband and wife team fairly new to the flat earth community. The test's simplicity was almost childlike. The video showed two people just before dawn at water's edge. The wife was on one side of the lake with a flashlight, the husband on the near side with an HD camera. The distance of the test was 7.53 miles. In clear but freezing temperatures, the flashlight was set onto thin ice, and the camera, tripod at minimum, set on the ice as well. In this case, viewing elevation was practically 0. Rounding down to 7 miles, the math is 7 times 7 times 8 inches, or 32 feet. The flashlight beam was 3 inches off the ice and water and then filmed with clarity. Even the most exaggerated case of refraction could not explain this. The most popular experiment, because of sheer distance and debate, has to be the Chicago skyline. There is some irony here, because the original footage most often used was taken by a non-flat earther. The time-lapse footage was shot from the other side of Lake Michigan, looking back at the Chicago city skyline. It covers 12 hours and goes through multiple weather conditions, including sunlight, clouds, rain, and continues from sunrise to sunset, even into darkness. At no point does the skyline morph or go inverted. It is right there in plain sight, and it should not be. There is simply too much distance, too much curvature of the earth, and yet the images do not lie. Again, look at the long-distance footage for yourself. There's a lot of it out there, taken from just about every beach you can imagine and every shoreline object you could ever think of. Every day our members do this experiment, and every day our ranks grow because of it. Until mainstream science can produce a simple explanation that can counter all the video images, the FE concept is only going to spread. Part 2. Laser tests. After the initial long-distance photography test, the FE community wanted more, and since some of the military subject matter experts, Chapter 8, that use beam radar and lasers could actually touch these impossible distant objects, it seemed like the next logical step. Acquire a laser, find a distant target, and see if you can hit it. Simple as that. A laser beam flies impossibly straight, defying some of our childhood thoughts about light. Laser beams are cool and resonate with us, dreams of the gleaming future that never fully materialized. In this case, a laser beam is the next best thing to reaching out with a very long finger and tapping something on the shoulder. Or so we thought. Even the best laid laser plans are not what we think. One of the first and biggest advocates for laser tests was the YouTube channel Jaronism. You might remember him from the documentary Behind the Curve. Jaron contacted me in 2015, and there were loose plans to do a laser test from Port Angeles, Washington, to the beaches of Vancouver Island, Canada. The plans fell through, and we did not meet that year, but in hindsight, the test would have failed because we knew nothing about lasers. Turns out, with these devices, you get what you pay for. Despite the early setback, Jaron had the testing bug in his head. Based in Northern California, he purchased a mid-grade civilian laser and started doing shoreline tests. The test setup is what you might expect. Laser on one side, target on the other. Cameras are on both sides, communicating through cell phones. Keep the beam as close to the water as possible, and keep the math variance calculations to a minimum. The test failed, but not for the reason you might think. Remember, we knew almost nothing about lasers. With civilian-grade lasers, there is going to be what is known as beam dispersal, or spread. I will mention this again a few times during the book for reference. Our civilization exists in a thin version of water, and that medium has an effect on everything inside it, including light. At sea level, the spread is about 2 feet per mile. Jaron's first real test covered a distance of over 5 miles, which meant the fine beam of the laser spread out to a green spotlight over 10 feet wide, smothering the beach target in a soft glow. At longer ranges, it was just going to get worse. If you have ever heard of the scientific method, it can be simplified to this: test, observe, repeat. We came up with a test, we observed the results and compared it to our theory, now we adjust the test and run it again. Over the next few years, this test became more and more advanced, culminating in the Lake Balaton test of 2018. Yes, you can still do a search for flat earth laser test on YouTube and thumb through many of the lesser tests, but let's cut to the chase. The best nighttime experiment to date was completed in 2018 at a lake in Hungary by a multinational group called FE Core. It is still the most well-documented laser experiment to determine curvature. The very detailed 100-page Balaton PDF can be found at fecore.org. I highly recommend that both supporters and skeptics alike download a copy. In February 2018, FE members from the US and European countries traveled to Balaton and successfully completed high-output laser tests across a near-frozen lake at a distance of 21 kilometers. A representative from the Hungarian record books, who also worked for Guinness, yes, them, was there and confirmed that it was a long-distance laser test record for Hungary. It may not have been a world record, but it was a good start. I would like to personally thank the members of FE Core for braving freezing temperatures to complete those tests. That is the kind of sustained enthusiasm that Flat Earth generates. Part 3. Mirror Tests. Well, most of the nighttime tests were done with lasers and flashlights. There was one test that caught my eye recently, and I suppose it should be called a daytime laser test, if that is possible. The test was born out of a phone call from National Geographic. They contacted me while I was attending a film festival in Toronto, Canada. Apparently, they were getting concerned about the rising popularity of the flat earth theory. Their hope was that I would hand them a production value video tour of FE in the form of a large meetup and experiment in the Los Angeles area. With the help of Patricia Steer, Rob Skiba, and others, we did just that, culminating in a large group photography test at the Salton Sea, several hours east of LA. We will talk more about what National Geographic did to spin their tests in Chapter 10, Enemies of the State, but suffice it to say they ticked off a large body of California Flat Earth members who were determined to outdo the skeptics. Their series of tests started out simply enough: long-distance photography over a very warm and polluted inland lake. The weather conditions there are almost always identical and terrible. The air was room temperature before dawn, increasing to 100 degrees Fahrenheit before lunch. The lake is thermally heated and mostly dead, with beaches made up of tiny dead fish bones. Why the California FE chapters were so determined was beyond me, but enthusiasm runs strong in our ranks. Shooting long distance over this horrible body of water was problematic, to say the least. The first issue we ran into when shooting long distance photography across a large body of water was perspective. This issue becomes worse if there is no distinguishing landmarks on the other side. People forget how things get tiny as they get further away. Putting a person 10 miles downrange sounds easy, except that they become nearly invisible. You need a landmark to stand next to. Combine this with massive heat waves coming off the water, the glare, dust, evaporation, and the whole thing just turns into a soup sandwich. Out of desperation, the FE team came up with a solution, and it cost about $9. How do you signal someone on the other side of a 10-mile lake during the middle of the day so that they can spot you with an HD camera? Their answer was ingenious. What does California have more than anything? No, it's not wine, it's sunlight. The same thing that hindered the early tests now helped the later ones. The team purchased a cheap hanging door mirror, set it in the sand, and reflected the light back across the lake towards the camera, and it worked. More powerful than any laser, the flashing mirror cut through all distortion, glare, and refraction, and was filmed in several locations at different times of the day. The mirror was on the beach along with the cameras on both sides. Necessity is truly the mother of invention. To watch this test in all its glory, please search for the Salton Sea Flat Earth or email me. I have a copy on my channel as well. Part 4. Weather Balloon Tests. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, then every video has the potential to speak volumes. This is the case with the weather balloon tests completed before and after FE came into social media. Weather balloons are cheap and can be launched from anywhere. The balloons are mostly filled with helium, but occasionally they can be filled with hydrogen because it has far more lifting power. The balloons go up loose and saggy because as they rise through thinner atmosphere, the difference in pressure expands the gas inside, making it tighter. If it continues to climb, eventually the balloon will burst, usually around 130,000 to 140,000 feet, and the camera falls back to the ground. A lot of the footage over the years has been lost because the cameras cannot be recovered. Going through the layers of atmosphere on your way to 100,000 feet takes you into varying wind currents, which can take the device miles in several directions. There are a lot of them still out there, stuck in the trees, stuck in lakes, or just sitting in a remote area waiting to be found. The devices that did survive showed something that does not make sense to most people. A peaceful, flat, blue, white, and brown landscape. The camera rocking, slowing, back and forth, sometimes the sun in frame, creating a local hotspot on the water or clouds below. Because of our conditioning, we do not even notice the elephant in the room. The horizon is flat. This is a strange paradox. On one hand, Neil deGrasse Tyson says that it is impossible to see the curvature from that height, so the video validates that statement. On the other hand, Felix Baumgartner, the pilot of the 130,000-foot Red Bull jump, said he could. He would not be alone. People against flat Earth state every day that they can see the curvature from a plane at 35,000 feet, and others from 10,000-foot mountain peak, and many people have claimed that they can see the curvature from the beach at sea level. Let that sink in, because it is important. Every day, Flat Earth members hear a statement that goes something like this: "No curvature? Haven't you ever been in an airplane?" I was one of the first to get that question in 2015, and so I put forth one of my early challenges. You think you see the curvature from a plane, or a mountain, or a beach. Fine. Take a picture of it and then bring it up on a computer screen and hold a straight edge up to it. See if it's still curved. If it is, email me the image and I will quit Flat Earth. Scout's honor. I have received thousands of emails and not one taking on that challenge. To be fair to all the people who took the images and then never sent them, it is not your fault. You did not see the curvature, but you wanted to see it. You were conditioned to see it since a young age. This is why so many FE members stand tall, chin out, waiting for someone to show them the curvature. We have all looked for it, and all of us have found nothing. Do your own research and tell me what you see, from any elevation other than the International Space Station, because we are going to take a closer look at that in Chapter 5, How NASA Failed. Part 5, Moon Temperature Tests. I'd been into Flat Earth less than a year when I first heard about this test, and I thought it was crazy. You will too, if I just blurt it out. The moon is generating a cold laser light. I know how it sounds. During a podcast in 2015, someone called into my Strange World show and tried to explain it to me. My co-host and I laughed out loud about the concept. Keep in mind that I was already into Flat Earth. Talk about first reaction denial. So much for being an example of open-mindedness. The caller said that moonlight was cold, and you, me, and just about everyone that first hears it thinks the same thing. It is cold during the evening when the moon is out, so seems obvious enough. What's the big deal? Some context is needed here. We all know that during the day, it is cooler in the shadows. If the temperature is 90 degrees in the sunlight, the temperature is 80 degrees in the shade, give or take. The point is that the object sitting in the sunlight blocks the sun's direct rays, and the shade will never be warmer than the sun itself. Move over to the night hours, bring in the moon, and then everything changes. If it is 50 degrees in the moonlight, it can be over 60 degrees in the moonshade. In fact, we have seen results up to 13 degrees warmer. This should not be, but I have done the test myself along with many other people. Some of the tests are rough, but some are very detailed under controlled conditions. The cheapest way to do the test is to drive to any hardware store and buy a point-and-click infrared thermometer. The plastic device costs about $20. This type of thermometer is used by mechanics to check the temperature of moving engine parts, or road crews to test the temperature of melted road repairs. The test itself takes just seconds. Go out at night when a full or near full moon is high in the sky. Point the gun at an object in the moonlight and make sure to eventually turn the laser pointer option off. Then point and click at an object in the moon shade and see what happens. The more advanced version of the test involves tiny digital thermometers and 3 glasses of water. Why 3? One test target is in the moonlight, one is in the moon shade, and one with the jeweler's magnifying glass amplifying the moonlight. I was the first to propose the question about magnified moonlight. If a magnifying glass can focus the sun rays and make more heat, what happens to moon rays if they are cold? Funny thing, the magnified moonlight gets even colder. Does this prove a flat Earth? No, but it destroys any mainstream relationship between the moon and the sun. We are taught in school that the moon reflects the sun's rays. This does not mean that the moon should generate heat, but at the very least, the rays should not be cold. The connection gets even stranger when you realize that we have the technology to do this now. University programs have known for years that when you shift the frequency of a laser, you can change the beam spectrum so that it creates a cold light. It is known as a cool laser. One of those convenient scientific factoids I looked up one day. This then begs the question, if the moon is generating a cold laser light, and anyone with a $20 plastic hardware tool can detect it, why isn't anyone taught this in school? Because it raises some uncomfortable scientific questions that lead to others which never really end. In the next chapter, I will give you some examples of why mainstream science has been squirming since Flat Earth came back into focus.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't
Take control of your soul.
take back control. Yeah,
Find the truth. Find it all.
find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe it.
Chapter 4, The Questions. A few years ago, the largest television channel in Germany, ZF1, reached out to me in hopes for a debate between a hardcore Flat Earth member and a scientist. They had convinced an astrophysicist from Georgetown University to take part in a debate, and the rules for this exchange were more than civil. To keep us from talking over each other, it was decided that we would have ZF1 record videos of the questions and rebuttals and play go-between. This meant that I would never speak with the scientist directly, which I thought was fair considering the circumstances. ZF1 said that I should start the debate, and they asked me to come up with 5 scientific questions that they then recorded and sent off to Georgetown. From the large battery of questions that all FE members have, I chose 5 and tried to keep it as non-technical as possible. You will no doubt recognize some of them, although worded a little more softly for the debate. Question 1. Long-distance photography. Mainstream science says the curvature of the Earth is 8 inches per mile squared. This means that at 50 miles, there should be at least 1,600 feet of curvature, making any object shorter than that impossible to see, and yet we film them every day. There is no inverted distortion as you would expect with a mirage, and these objects show up on radar and infrared. How does science explain this? I would like to point out that this particular question is difficult to answer if you are not a meteorologist. There are not a lot of them out there compared to other scientific disciplines. Question 2, gravity versus the vacuum of space. Science tells us that gravity is the only thing holding down the atmosphere in which we breathe and live, and yet they cannot tell us exactly where our atmosphere ends and where the powerful vacuum force of space begins. If the floor above you was turned into a vacuum chamber and you pulled the cork on the ceiling, what would happen? The air pressure would equalize instantly and violently. Even the most novice scientist would agree. Why didn't gravity keep all the air in the floor below? Question 3. The solar eclipse shadow is too small. Textbooks say that our moon is 2,000 miles wide, and yet the eclipse blackout zone that travels the Earth has been confirmed to be only 70 miles wide. That is a 97% decrease, equivalent to a man walking next to a building having his shadow shrunk down to the size of an action figure, something we do not ever see in real life. Science will say that the moon is condensing the shadow. If that is the case, then we should see the same that when the Earth blocks the sun during a lunar eclipse. The Earth is 8,000 miles wide, so the blackout zone on the moon should be 240 miles wide, easily visible on the surface without a telescope, and yet we only see the phases and a red color change. Why is that? Question 4. The moon is generating a cold light. We all know that when it is 90 degrees in the sunlight, it is 80 degrees in the shade. But with the moon, it is the opposite. If it's 50 degrees in the moonlight, then the temperature is 60 degrees in the moonshade. If the moon gets its light from reflecting the sun, then how can it be creating a cool laser light? Does science have anything to explain this? Question 5. The Van Allen belts. NASA told us back in 1959 that the Van Allen radiation belts are extremely deadly to humans, but we see conflicting results. The question is simple. Are the Van Allen belts deadly? Yes or no? If yes, then how did the Americans make multiple round trips through them during Apollo with only aluminum and plastic as shielding? No one died, no one got radiation poisoning, no one got cancer, and at the time of this writing, 5 of them are still walking around today. All others died of natural causes. If no, they're not deadly, then why did NASA make a video in 2014 called Orion Trial by Fire, in which they clearly state that they cannot test manned capsules outside of low Earth orbit because they have not solved the radiation problem yet? ZF1 took this recording to Georgetown, and the scientist folded like a card table. There would be no video responses to these questions, and the segment never aired. The audio recording of the initial ZF1 interview is posted on my YouTube interview playlist. Feel free to listen to it. I could not make this up if I tried. To be fair, the scientist in this case did not have a chance. I was surprised he even entertained the initial television proposal. This is because most PhDs are limited to their very specific discipline. Rarely will they wander outside of their comfort zone, and most of the time I'm going to hit them with a shotgun pattern of questions. After the German segment was canceled, I took those 5 questions and posed them to others in the scientific community, and the results were always the same. The higher you get in education, the more your field of study becomes specialized. Let's say your area of expertise is physics. My first question is a question of meteorology and photography. Not impossible to answer, but you will not find a lot of academics that specialize in this. The second question seems to live in the realm of physics, touching on a law of thermodynamics, but is not provable unless you are intimately tied to aerospace and one of the space programs like NASA. The third question goes into optics, light, and eclipse shadow, which also could be addressed by photography, except that all photographers are down here on the ground. Astrophysicists do not often deal with light and shadow the same way that photographers do. The fourth question throws all experts for a loop because most have not even heard about it ever. The moon is generating a cold laser light. Do astrophysics and thermodynamics no longer apply? I can imagine a whole lot of glazed looks from the scientific community on this one. And finally, question 5, which should be addressed by an astrophysicist, but would probably be safer in the hands of NASA, who has not even attempted to address it, even in online forums. I have spoken to people who specialize in radiation, but they can only take the question so far. Eventually, all thought roads to this question lead back to the American space program. That all being said, the flat Earth community reserves the bulk of the questions from globalists, and they start one of 2 ways. How does blank work? Or what about blank? I personally receive versions of these questions every hour of every day via email, text, and phone messages. Here are just a few examples of what we've had to address since 2015. For the record, I do not believe in stupid questions. Almost all of these were born out of classic conditioning that we all received at a young age. Every question invariably starts with the words, if the Earth is flat, why doesn't the water fall off into space? It seems so juvenile, but it is one of the top 10 questions, all because of modern artist renderings that keep getting reproduced again and again. You've seen it, the giant flat Earth asteroid flying through the cosmos. The FE community hates these illustrations, but the media keeps using them for their articles and animations. The FE model is not a larger version of the Norse world Asgard. Even the old drawings of Asgard are depicted as an enclosed system. The Thor movies with their cosmic waterfalls did the flat Earth community no favors. In the FE model, the water can't fall off because all the oceans are hemmed in by a massive coastline known as Antarctica. Think of a giant building with a saltwater lake inside it. What keeps the water in there? It's the same thing. Easy to explain, but difficult to break out of if you have been looking at internet images of water pouring off the side and ships going over with it. If all the other planets are spheres, then why is the Earth the exception? This question is usually asked by people that have some understanding of the current solar system model, and it has to do with what I call conformity conditioning. If everything else in the sky looks like a ball, then we are also a ball. I am totally with you on this, except that we've been creating fake space pretty well since the 1970s. It's called a planetarium. I know that the only people who have ever been to a planetarium are over 40, but the reference is important. From the sky standpoint, a planetarium is very similar to what the FE model believes in, at least from what it displays. A planetarium is just a domed structure with a pretty light show on the ceiling. The technology used is primitive compared to what is being used in the outside world, but the principle is still the same. All the planets and stars in the ceiling are a light show, nothing more. There was an astronomer from the UK who spoke with me on his show for over an hour, and he could not absorb the concept. He kept bringing up more examples of different planets, all with the same argument. He seemed somewhat proud that he could see the moons of Jupiter through his telescope. I asked him if he brought a pair of binoculars to a planetarium and looked at Jupiter on the ceiling, did the binoculars make Jupiter look more or less real? The astronomers said that was not a fair question because a planetarium Jupiter was merely inside a building, to which I responded, who's to say that when you don't walk out of that smaller building, you haven't just walked into a much bigger one? At that point, he knee-jerked into how it was too big a conspiracy, and that NASA and the US government would never lie to us. We'll get to that. How do we have time zones? The first 100 times I heard that question, it surprised me because how it is phrased is more complicated than it should be. The real question is, how does a giant sun not light up the entire flat Earth world all the time? It is interesting that people would immediately go to the next level, that being time zones. I say that because I worked in the time and attendance software industry. The average person knows very little about time zones other than they exist. Case in point, many Americans even today think that the United States only has 3: Pacific, Central, and Eastern. To answer the question, it's a big jump for someone to believe that the world is a disk instead of a globe, but you can't just stop there. You have to throw out everything you know about our solar system and the known universe, including the sun being 400,000 miles across and 93 million miles away. I can tell you from experience that when you finally get your head to mentally change the world from globe to flat, you barely have enough energy left over to change anything else. The rest of the universe still clings to you, so the sun is still huge, which means it shines on everything all the time unless you make it small, very small. This is unfortunate for the flat Earth community because most of our sun models are less than 50 miles wide. Why is this concept a bad thing? If the FE enclosed system is at least 20,000 miles wide, then a 50-mile wide sun would be barely a single pixel. This does not show up well in artist or physical renderings, but you have to show the sun and the moon, so you blow them up a bit, making them hundreds, if not 1,000 miles wide. At that point, there is a conflict with the FE model. The globalist has to ask about it, and we have to break it down just like I did. If I fly in a straight line, keep going, and arrive in the same place that I started, did I not just circumnavigate the globe? Now we're talking. You are starting to think about not what you know, but how you know it. Using a modern example is what I like to see, a thought experiment with the tools that are available. Circumnavigation, however, is also easy to do on a flat world. Run your finger along the outside edge of a dinner plate. Technically speaking, you are circumnavigating that plate, but the plate is not a globe. What about compass headings? In the FE model, magnetic north is at the center of the disk. While you flew around it, north would react the same way that it would on a globe. So what is different? On the globe model, the plane would just fly straight. On a flat model, the plane would make an almost undetectable left or right-hand turn. What about gravity? That is literally the whole question, nothing else. It forces the FE member to coax something else out of the person asking. The question might as well be, and I have heard it from time to time, what about science? That is what they really want to ask. If I had to go back a few years and do follow-up research, I would try to plot a high school GPA graph in relation to this question. I am pretty sure anyone that asked this would place in the top 10% of grade point averages. They retained something from their science classes, enough to create a mental barrier, but not enough to articulate it. That is not meant to be insulting, just to prove another point about conditioning. Without a doubt, the word gravity is the #1 weapon that science uses to defend itself against FE. Without it, their case is lost. They cling to it with visible desperation and nervous laughter. Why is the word gravity used so much in the flat Earth arguments? It goes all the way back to Newton, the falling apple, and the early bricks of the scientific foundation. Gravity holds down the atmosphere. It has to. Gravity keeps the world together. It is the linchpin of the entire scientific world, even though they do not like to admit it. It's a dicey topic because even now it cannot be proven. It is just a theory. Research it for yourself. The face of science, Neil Tyson, has said in many interviews that they do not know what gravity is, only what it does. They know the symptoms of gravity, but cannot reproduce it. Let me say that again. Gravity is a theory that science built an institution on, and now it is under attack by a new player, that being every member of the FE community. Why keep Flat Earth a secret from the public? At least 1 in 10 FE questions goes down this path, and it is a great start because it allows us to open up a series of different angles that develop the intriguing plot line. We have heard versions of why conspiracies are hidden in TV and movies for years, one of the first being Donald Sutherland's character in JFK. Our version would sound like this. When was the Flat Earth discovered? Who benefited? Who has the power to cover it up? From the research that I have done, it appears that the true shape of this world was discovered by the American Navy during Operation Deep Freeze around 1960. That part you already know. Who benefits? Anyone who wants to retain true power, because as the saying goes, power perceived is power achieved. The short version is that you cannot be the highest authority if you are not the highest authority, even if the higher power above you is silent. If there is visual evidence of an omnipresent being or civilization, then that higher power severely undermines the perception of world governments who rule the general population. Combine that with the potential chaos that I outlined in my first book, Flat Earth Clues, The Sky's the Limit, and it's easy to see. As I've stated in many interviews, I would have taken the same steps as the governments in 1960 and years afterwards. This is a secret that is part mind bomb. There will be consequences to setting it off. There is one other large question which is inevitable in any FE discussion. It is not just mere earthbound players who helped keep the secret, but also the builders of this amazing place. It is a topic that expands quickly and tends to diminish all the great technical issues leading up to it, so we will save it for Chapter 13. For now, let's take a closer look at the most common globalist group that Flat Earth has been successfully attacking since 2015, NASA, and everything that went wrong with their space production since 1958.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't
Take control of your soul.
take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe it.
Chapter 5, How NASA Failed. I imagine that someday soon there will be people in the FE community that create entire books dedicated to the downfall of NASA. Of all the topics tied to FE, this one generates by far the most passion. For me, everything is about the story, the plot lines, and for decades, the script writers of NASA have been absolutely terrible. Let's begin. First and foremost, let us address something that UK journalist Piers Morgan reminded me of during an interview. I am an American and proud of it. We have no shortage of flaws, but even now, as our inevitable decline gains speed, we are still the best game in town. We build it bigger, faster, stronger, stranger, and we only pull things back and set limits after we have gone too far. God, I love this country sometimes. I say this because America has its go-to icons. Baseball, apple pie, the Stars and Stripes, and since the 1960s, NASA and the moon program, known as Apollo. Despite how long it normally takes for a civilization to make advancements in medicine and technology, no one thought it was strange when a brand new agency, founded in 1958, went from nothing to the moon in 10 years. I cannot overstate this. We were told that a new branch of the military was being formed using experimental rocket technology, and after destroying a slew of test rockets, immediately kicked it into a higher gear and made, 9 round trips to the moon with no fatalities? Then, after this whirlwind tour of impossible engineering, they shut it all down in 1972, citing bad TV ratings, and that was the last we heard of it. No one ever went to the moon again. But I am getting ahead of myself. I believe in good script writing, and even though this was not the last season of the Game of Thrones, the Apollo program is still awful. Let's back up a bit and look at Apollo. In plot writing, you have to keep things consistent. It's not like the old days when a TV cowboy western could get away with having a minor character die, then show up alive again for no apparent reason during the final scene. This is the internet era. There are a lot of media nerds out there, including me, and now we are digitally connected. There are now dedicated websites out there who look for production mistakes in fictional media. They go through everything frame by frame for the boasting rights of saying that a single coffee cup moved from one side of the room to the other without the character ever touching it. Why are there so many mistakes in media? Various reasons. Like the chaos that ensues on any production set, or to save money, the studio films the script out of sequence. Many times a movie has to reshoot scenes, which means rebuilding a set after it was moved or torn down. Even when a mainstream production thinks they got it right, mistakes still make it through the cracks, like a car driving near the Shire in the first Lord of the Rings, or a Starbucks coffee cup on a table in Game of Thrones. Sorry for bringing them up again. That last season was such a train wreck. The plot holes are what I enjoy. Having plot holes in entertainment is sometimes forgivable. Writers change their minds all the time, and producers throw wrenches into stories often. Plot holes should not exist in the news. Yes, history is written by the winners, although Napoleon said it better. History is just lies that are agreed upon. When some of the media nerds who stared at coffee cups all day started focusing on conspiracies, interesting things appeared. Take, for example, the early technology advancements by NASA. Remember, they had to build a full-blown space deployment system from the ground up. There is a natural evolution of these systems. The origin of the Saturn rocket went all the way back to World War II Germany, when the V-2 was just an unmanned explosive missile being launched at London. The progress of this system followed a predictable arc. The rockets became larger, with greater range. The fuel system advanced, guidance systems were added, and on and on. Everything stayed consistent. A rocket shape now is what a rocket shape was then. There is no mutation into something we could not recognize immediately. The same goes with cars. The original Model T, designed by Henry Ford, has all the basic features you would find in a car you drive now. The Saturn rocket built by NASA followed the path that everyone expected and was the most high-profile icon of the program. Some of the other systems connected with Apollo did not benefit from the same plot arc. When researching Apollo, the two systems that suffered from major plot holes were the LEM, or Apollo lander, and the astronaut suit. The Lunar Excursion Module, or LEM, was designed by my next-door neighbor. Not kidding, and not an exaggeration. His name was Wayne Ottinger. We shared a wall at a triplex he was renting in Boulder, Colorado, while waiting on his next house to be built. He was one of the most famous mechanical engineers you have never heard of. His book, Unconventional, Contrary, and Ugly, the Lunar Landing Research Vehicle, goes into painstaking detail on how he built the flying car that put the Americans on the moon in 1969. The only problem was that Wayne designed a convertible lander, one that was tested extensively here on Earth, and it crashed in spectacular fashion here on Earth. It was exactly as his book described. It did not work right, and it was the ugliest flying car in the world. Cut scene to a year later when Apollo headed towards the moon, and the lander they used was completely different. It was not a convertible. In fact, the design was completely different. The capsule looked like it was built by homeless people using cardboard and curtain rods. Zoom in on any image and tell me I am wrong. Who designed this? Wayne Ottinger was arguably the garage mechanic for NASA. He knew all the astronauts on a first-name basis, and they called several times while I was at his home. His walls were bristling with NASA achievement plaques. He spent years designing the vehicle that would be used by Apollo, and at the last minute, with no reason given, they switched to something that was never tested on camera, and it worked perfectly. This is what is known as a classic plot hole. The writers did not like the existing storyline, so they changed it. I know where your head is going. You think that there was a second program and that NASA was running a parallel or backup system and they could lean on it if the mission was in jeopardy. That program idea is a stretch, considering none of the astronauts ever mentioned testing the actual LEM that was used on the moon, nor did they have time to test it. If a secret program helps you resolve the tangle, then fine. I have another one for you, though, that is even more difficult to undo. Like the LEM, you can follow the path of the astronaut or spacesuit from the beginning. Most of the popular spacesuit images come from the moon landing itself. We turned the Apollo suit into an icon, and that is what the general public has assumed all spacesuits will look like in the future. The problem is that the early suit tests were not what we see today because they tried to follow the laws of physics. As covered earlier, one of the laws of thermodynamics says pressure needs a container, period. This is not a guideline or a rule, it is a law of the physical world, one that should be impossible to break. NASA knew this when it first started designing spacesuits. Do a little research and you will find still shots and videos on the early prototypes. Funny thing is that the early suits were huge and made out of rigid metal and firm plastics. They looked like robots from bad science fiction movies of the 1950s. The designs were crude and clunky, and from a production standpoint, completely unusable and unbelievable. None of the suits were flexible enough to be used in a small spacecraft, or even a large one for that matter. To get the astronauts on the surface with hard suits, you would need a large dressing room with a LEM that was 10 times larger than what they wanted. So the writers just changed the script, took a huge risk, and it paid off big. It is one of the boldest pieces of writing I have ever seen. The NASA producers created the soft spacesuit, changing forever what we know in the world of entertainment, and the suit is utterly impossible. Pressure needs a container. If it's a hard container, like a can of hairspray or a propane tank next to your home, then that hard container is under physical stress from the inside. And you knew this already. Contents under pressure, we see that message all over the place. If it's a soft container, like a balloon or a basketball, the stress is still there and the container will expand depending on the level of pressure. Blow up a balloon with a few breaths, it gets tighter. Let go of the balloon and 100% of the time it will fly away as the pressure is released. A basketball, which is just a thick balloon inside layers of material, does the same thing and gets nearly rigid with a few pounds of added pressure. All soft containers act like this. There are no exceptions. You have dealt with them your entire life, and they all follow the law of physics. Higher pressure is compelled to equalize with low pressure. So why is it that the first astronaut suits do not follow this law in any way? How does a thin fabric suit protect the wearer against the unbeatable vacuum force of space? I put this question to science years ago, and there has been no response. Every once in a while, some internet troll will suggest that it's all in the layers. Not a chance. My winter coat has layers, and all it does is protect me from the cold. A basketball also has layers, but with pressure, it goes tight as a drum. The spacesuits they show us on television never do this. This is why I was so impressed with the move that NASA made in regards to the suits. The general public knows almost nothing about physical laws like thermodynamics, and so they abandoned the rigid metal suits, switched over to fabric, shot the footage, and nobody noticed. The astronauts were on television walking on the moon in their flexible fabric suits with full articulation points. They could squeeze in and out of their never-tested LEM. They could run, fall, play golf, and build complex electronic systems on the moon's surface with gloves that should have been inflated oven mitts. No one in the mainstream media questioned the impossibility of these things. NASA was too big, too iconic. It could not have been done, and therein lies part of the paradox. NASA is the poster child of cutting-edge science, but everything that they were showing us on TV was at best science fiction. To clarify, yes, I'm saying that NASA and the space programs that eventually followed are limited fiction. 99% of the employees working for these groups have no idea that there is a problem. They turn the wrenches and build things. Once the rockets leave visual range, that is when the illusion starts. Yes, I am saying that most NASA people are innocent of the conspiracy, so for everyone that knows someone that works for aerospace, you can keep your blood pressure down. Most of the media do not know what is going on either, and NASA started early in setting the rules for them. During Apollo, for example, the major U.S. networks were not allowed a direct feed from NASA, but were instead told to come to the main control building where they could film the missions from a giant television screen. No explanation was given for this, and even though the networks were not happy with the terms, they accepted it and moved on. Even today, with a huge amount of independent journalism, everybody gives NASA a pass. The media will often run stories on crimes committed within all other branches of the military, but their aerospace counterpart stays out of the headlines. Yes, NASA is military, part of the Department of Defense since day one. In fact, they are uniquely military. Founded on the still burning embers of the Nazi war machine, their first champion, Werner von Braun, who developed the V rocket program, would have been convicted a war criminal, but his IQ was too high. It is one of the hypocrisies of war. If you are intelligent and specialize in a field that can be useful to the opposing military, then you quickly become assets and are quietly integrated. The practice is not a secret, and I agree with it. Wars are based on monetary resources, and those resources can take on many forms. After World War II, the Soviet Union and the Americans split the Nazi scientists as best they could, each developing their own rocket program, and the space race was officially underway. The media then had a great story with different angles. Not only were the Americans chasing an impossible technological challenge with the space program, but Russia was creating drama by creating an informal space race, which was hyped every month. This was another plot hole which I bring up to science on a regular basis. The Russians, with Sputnik and the help of the American media, created a sense of paranoia and dread and gave politicians the motivation needed to ramp up the U.S. space program, culminating with the now famous JFK speech where he declared that Americans would be on the moon before 1970, a remarkably accurate prediction with Apollo 11 making its landing in 1969. The space race, which was hyped for years, was written out of the script with no reason given. The Russians, who had the upper hand, simply gave up once the Americans landed. Again, with no reason given. Never in the history of competition have I ever seen that. When the first person crosses the finish line, the other competitor walks off the track and never comes back? That is not how the story goes. What should have happened was the Americans land 2 people, the Russians then land 3, we build a small base, they build a bigger base, until finally Time magazine runs the story, has the Cold War reached the moon? Instead, it was the exact polar opposite. Not only did the Russians quit, but then the Americans themselves quit 3 years later in 1972. Since then, no nation has ever attempted to take a manned mission to the moon. Do a search for government space agencies and you'll get a list as long as your arm. No one goes to the moon. No one even attempts it. And this is a plot hole. Technical plot holes appear in just about every photo ever taken by Apollo on the moon's surface. Pick one that has an astronaut, the lander, and the communications dish in the same picture, and I will tell you what I mean. I will let the most common photography mistake slide, which is the total lack of stars in any photo taken on the moon's surface. Photographers are quick to point out that the exposure setting did not allow for the stars to be visible. I would like to think that at least one roll of film would have been shot with a different exposure, but it was not my program. We have already broken down the impossible spacesuit and the homeless shelter that doubles as a lunar module, but let's run through a few other mistakes. The lunar module landed with a 10,000 foot-pound thrust engine, and there was no blast crater even though it landed on what could only be described as thick volcanic ash. There was not even a splay pattern. It was like it was just lowered onto that spot with a crane. The moon car did not have any backstory. How did the 2 astronauts put it together? What battery technology did it use that could operate in extreme temperatures? Why did we never see it tested on Earth? Wouldn't that not have been a good media opportunity to promote the program? The moon photographs were all shot during the day with only one light source, that being the sun over 93 million miles away, yet the shadows do not run parallel. This can only happen if there was more than one light source or the light source was very close, say a large studio light 30 yards away. The most overlooked technical issue is the communications dish. It was a modified VHF transmitter powered by 1969 battery technology, and on a good day, it should have a 50-mile range and barely be able to send data at all. Yet this magical piece of hardware transmitted 10 frames per second video and audio over 240,000 miles with pinpoint accuracy and no interference. No way in hell, prove me wrong. Most of the legwork regarding Apollo was not done by members of Flat Earth, Nerds who specialize in Star Trek errors have been raising their eyebrows over the official NASA story ever since the program ended in 1972. All it takes is one guy in his underwear sitting in front of a computer screen in Nebraska at 3 a.m. to find an image that looks out of place. Before the internet, these nerds used to frequent UFO conventions and they were welcomed because of the theories fit the criteria. It was a government conspiracy and it was tied to aerospace. They fit right in. When the web was created, the conspiracy got a lot more traction. The general public still has a lot of denial when it comes to NASA as a whole. I have had people literally tell me that yes, they agree that Apollo was staged, but that does not mean that the entire American space program is a sham. That logic goes against one of the first rules of crime. If you are going to steal something, you might as well steal everything, because the punishment will be there regardless. To be more specific, I had someone say that even though Apollo was probably staged, the International Space Station could not have been, because to them, Apollo was ancient history and the ISS is still up there. This statement just kills me because as bad as Apollo was back in the 1960s with limited technology and special effects, the ISS is 10 times worse using state-of-the-art. The ISS is the worst NASA production to date, bar none. It is a sloppy, illogical, has massive technical issues and even larger plot holes. So many, in fact, it is difficult to know which to address first. Where do I start? Alphabetical, chronological, order of importance? The first one that springs to mind is probably the most ridiculous. It is what I like to call ISS hairspray. Remember earlier when I said nerds watch everything? That now includes all footage from the International Space Station. On that station, there are a lot of things that do not make sense, including the very station itself. Let's start from the inside and work our way out. The ISS is supposedly in zero gravity, which means all loose items inside should have a certain flowing feeling about them. You can see this in zero-G planes that people sometimes rent. It is a kind of like being in a swimming pool, where things like long hair act a certain way. Only women on the ISS have long hair. Technically speaking, I challenge any engineer on this. No one on the station should have any hair at all. It does not make sense. Hair of any length would break off and quickly clog the air filters. It would get everywhere. There is a reason why public swimming pools require shower caps, yet NASA lets it slide. I will too in order to move to a bigger issue that stemmed from this slide. Now that long hair is allowed on the ISS, you have to deal with the zero gravity issue visually. In true zero-G, long hair flows like it was in water. You can see this in zero-G plane footage. Hair flows naturally to and fro and is expected. This is not the case with the ISS. The women's hair almost invariably stands straight up, like the Bride of Frankenstein. I know that reference dates me. I'm older. Their hair is literally permed, or at the very least sprayed to death. This is what I like to call a production risk. It is unnecessary and reckless. If you are staging a zero-G scene, there are a number of ways to visually deal with hair. You can pull the hair back into a ponytail. You can wear a cool NASA hat, or any other logo you would like to endorse. As mentioned above, you could make short hair mandatory for both sexes. The last thing you should do is set the hair in place. It never looks natural. Yes, it can be done to add a cheap zero-G effect, but you do not have to do it because the public already believes you are in near-Earth orbit. Again, all of this is easy to find. Simply search ISS hairspray. After that, you could look for ISS green screen, where the technical issues never stop because NASA is fond of giving live interviews to media and school children. One of my favorites is watching an ISS member reach for and put away a hat on the other side of the room, even though he never grabbed it. You see, the floating hat was CGI and the monitor layer glitched. I cannot do it justice here. You will find it. Other interior issues include no interior doors. Even though ISS should be similar to a submarine, where hatches are opened and closed on a regular basis to minimize risk in case of a hull breach. This apparently is not a concern on the ISS, where micrometeors the size of a nickel would kill everyone in a split second. Remember the vacuum of space? It is instant, violent, and total. What you have seen in TV and movies about a leak that reduces your oxygen levels slowly? Not true. While we are in oxygen, how exactly does the ISS produce oxygen? Do they break water down and filter out the hydrogen? That is fine, but we are breathing 80% nitrogen. Where does that come from? Think you can solve that with an oxygen-rich environment? Not likely. When the O2 levels get higher than 40%, it becomes toxic to humans. Ask any scuba instructor. In case you doubt the instant pressure equalization, run a quick search for steel railcar versus vacuum. I have spoken with Navy personnel, and every submarine guy said the same thing. If there is a breach, you will not drown. The pressure and cold will kill you long before that. Now, there is a comforting thought. Those same Navy personnel also said that every large vessel has a full-blown machine shop on board. These rooms are large, noisy, consume a ton of power, and are full of very heavy, all-steel machines which can fabricate parts on demand. The ISS does not have a machine shop, so how does it get exact custom specification parts on a regular basis? In fact, how is the ISS even surviving in that orbit? It is made out of aluminum and plastic, which is not nearly strong enough to withstand the extreme pressure difference of space. How was this tech marvel constructed? Why was there not some time lapse made over the last 20 years? Why has no one questioned this until now? There are a number of people who think the FE community is treating NASA unfairly. It is because they have earned it. The production mistakes have been there since the beginning, like a Hollywood studio that has been allowed to continue making terrible movies. People in my circles never stop asking questions, and in NASA, there is no shortage of targets. NASA wears white, does not carry guns, and smiles to the cameras. But to the flat Earth world, they are always suspicious. When the Japanese space program, JAXA, sent HD satellites around the moon, why did they not take any images of the American site right below them? Why do most Americans not know that the space shuttle program has been shut down for years? Why were the astronauts in the 1980s using motorcycle helmets attached to non-pressurized suits and short-sleeve shirts during liftoff? Wikipedia states that there are only 6 countries with launch capability in 2018, yet Israel crash-landed a probe into the moon a month into 2019? Why is the American space program using only Russian airspace to launch and land its manned missions? And why do the American astronauts train for the ISS using a giant replica inside a giant indoor swimming pool? Submerging a spacesuit underwater does nothing to stress test the fabric against a vacuum. Water pressure compresses the suit while a vacuum expands it. None of these questions we have raised are secret. All of the information tied to these questions can be publicly researched with minimal effort and will lead you down a very deep rabbit hole. Does this rabbit hole prove flat Earth? Not directly, but I guarantee the opinion you currently hold of the National Aeronautic and Space Administration will change. Now let's take a look at some of the higher profile people in the FE community who are asking these questions every day.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth and find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe.
Chapter 6, Word on the Street. When I do public Q&A sessions, I invariably get asked about different FE members, sometimes professional questions, sometimes personal. This chapter is dedicated to a number of people who have walked with me along this journey, friends and adversaries. If there is one thing I can say for sure about the FE community, it is an interesting mix of people. Here is the inside scoop on some of the more interesting and eccentric Flat Earth members. Let the gossip begin. Matt Boylan, aka Math Powerland, aka the originator. Matt was the first FE person to ever call me and has been there since the beginning. If you listen to his version, he was there before the beginning. He often emails in all caps, even though he should know better. Matt called me in February of 2015, less than 2 weeks after the clues had been released, and pretended to be someone from an education system. Matt wanted to feel me out before giving me his real name. He is a bit paranoid, but a lot of fun to watch. Almost every producer that has ever reached out to me was looking for Matt. They saw what I saw. Matt is a very creative guy, a hell of a painter, a small-time actor in his younger days, but when he plays guitar, It sounds like someone is hitting a baby with a cat. In 2015, Matt refused to do interviews. He was an aloof artist from Montreal with a chip on his shoulder, so I did his interviews for him. Matt then decided he could dictate to me the talking points of those interviews, and he wanted me to attack the Catholic Church. More specifically, he wanted me to discredit the Jesuits. I had no reason to do this and said I would take the Flat Earth journey alone if needed. He said he would side with another high-profile FE member named Eric Dubé and discredit me if I did not fall in line. I keep strange emails like that even now, just in case. They say that behind every great man is a great woman, and that is the case with Matt. It was his 2014 girlfriend in Canada who sat him down on a couch sober to tell his sort of true story about the NASA party he attended in the Hamptons. I do not know all the details of his exodus from Canada, but at some point Matt decided, for whatever reason, not to pay taxes, which in itself is a little strange considering that Canada has some of the most relaxed tax laws anywhere. So he flees Montreal and drives across America, starting in Florida, heading west across the U.S., looking for, well, a wife and citizenship. Matt would do video updates every so often, and in several you could see interested women in the background. Matt is a good-looking guy with no shortage of talent and confidence. At one point he called me while I was in Boulder, Colorado. He wanted to come up for a visit. His vision was to rent a large loft in Denver and do late-night comedy music shows, drug-fueled to soften the audience. After Matt's routine, he wanted me to come on stage in a suit and deliver a Rod Serling-type flat earth message. The whole idea was a little out there, even for me. What I did not know was that Matt had almost run out of money and was just couch surfing his way across the states. He reached out to others in the community during the trip, like Patricia and Orphan Red. From what I have heard, once he showed up in your living room, he was difficult to remove. Bullet dodged. Eventually, he made it to Northern California, where Matt met his eventual wife. They just had their first child last year, and despite the antagonist role he had in the documentary Behind the Curve, Matt has resigned himself to the sidelines, which is a good thing. Ironically, it turns out he cannot do a decent interview to save his life. He is wound up so tight at this point that he has a real difficulty staying on topic and is convinced that every interview is being interrupted by government agents who are hacking his machine. Speaking of which, Eric Dubé. Eric was into FE before I was by a couple months. There, I said it. Matt was there before Eric, along with an interesting guy named Paul Michael Bales, who turned Eric onto FE. Eric did not invent Flat Earth, and most of the early work that Eric posted is long gone because his YouTube channel has been burned down twice. Why? Because Eric is also anti-Semitic, aka he hates Jewish people. I had to get that out there early because it comes up in my circles often and it has hurt us a bit. Eric used to make a lot of FE videos, do podcast interviews, and his YouTube listener base grew by leaps and bounds. Every so often, in the middle of a long video series, Eric would go off-road and create a video bashing Jewish people. Then, like it never happened, he would start making FE videos again. This infuriated me. I had to develop an entire response monologue to explain why demographic views like that have no place in the flat earth world. It is called the I hate Eskimos speech. I would like to think I am everyone's potential friend. Since getting into FE, I decided I will never commit a malicious act against another person, and I have no issue with any demographic group. That being said, I hate the Eskimos. Is it because my brother was killed in a bizarre sled dog accident while spending time in the Yukon? Is it because my sister was smothered when an igloo caved in on her? Is it because my father died when his whaling ship was rammed by a giant Eskimo canoe? Are any of these things true? No, but they help with the revenge narrative. What's my point? My point is that even though I have an unquenchable burning rage directed towards the Eskimo people for unjustified and fictional reasons, that discrimination has no reason being next to the Flat Earth Army. You want to hate people, do it on your own time, and we had better not hear about it. Case in point, long before Netflix bought the Behind the Curve documentary, some of our people had a meeting with them in Los Angeles. This was a few years back when the content online was not nearly as overwhelming in terms of volume. During the meeting, an intern cross-referenced Flat Earth with Eric Dubay. Turns out Eric had released a 4-hour documentary called Adolf Hitler versus the Jew World Order. It even had Adolf on the thumbnail. That was all the Netflix guys had to see, and the meeting was OVER. After that, I shared the story with anyone who wanted to include Eric on a project. It is interesting to see how quickly producers check a name off a list when the Jewish angle is brought up. If you believe that the world unfolds in the way that it should, then you will like the next part. Eric's anti-Semitic antics caught the eye of YouTube community guidelines, and his channel was removed twice. Subscribers, likes, hits, all gone. Eric had to then build everything back up, and there were now a lot of larger players in the game with a huge head start. You would think that the heavy slaps on the wrist would slow his rhetoric down. Just last week, I received an email from a listener who was in touch with Eric, still spreading his hate to whoever will listen. I think of the Paul Newman movie Cool Hand Luke. Some men you just can't reach. Not to say that the FE community did not reach out the olive branch. Before the 2017 conference, Eric got a video with world-ranked fighter Eddie Bravo. The informal interview ran long, and as I expected, Eric could not keep his composure and let the cannon shots fly. He condemned the Flat Earth 2017 conference as a shill fest, and when asked what YouTube channels he would endorse, remained silent. All enemies and no friends. Eric will never be invited to anything, and his personal views will keep him away from any large projects down the road. To all the Eric supporters who keep leaving comments on every interview that I do, get bent. Patricia Steer is not a man. I should not have to say that, but many bad things on the internet appear to have sticking power. She is a spellbinding combination of Jessica Rabbit and every Disney queen you can think of. She is also not a bad person. Like Jessica Rabbit, she was just drawn that way. Patricia briefly lived with a guy in England, and after realizing he was not a match, understatement, broke up with him and came back to the States. The male ego is a fragile thing. After a breakup like that, some guys will just call her a bitch. Some will go too far and call her a lesbian. This idiot went for the sensationalism and actually said Patricia was a man. I, Mark Sargent, am telling you here and now that ridiculous statement is just desperate coattailing by a guy who should have realized a great thing that was right in front of him. Patricia is all woman, trust me. I went over her with a flashlight in a dark room because I could not find any freckles. She was 53 at the time. There was one on her stomach, and she knew exactly where it was before I did. That is how aware she is of the world perception and her place in it. Honestly, I am really surprised this guy's rumor is still floating around, especially after the childhood photo montages that have been posted online. Allow me to elaborate. Imagine a girl who turns 13 and overnight becomes beautiful. She then becomes more attractive every year. This is someone you can photograph from 100 different angles and have 100 different looks. All great. Photogenic does not really do her justice. Then later, she doesn't have kids, never gains weight, and develops an impeccable fashion and sense of style. She was not tall enough to be a professional model and too reserved to be a professional actress. Patricia has a voice for radio, which she did, and a face for television, which she did not. A little inside tip about men becoming women. You cannot do much to convincingly change the voice to female. We can do surgery for a lot of things, but medically altering vocal cords is not one of them. I am an audiophile. I would know. You can always tell. I will end the man argument right now with a logic question. If every childhood picture shows a beautiful redhead, then at what age was she a guy? Oh, right. Never. The suspicions that are directed at her are not unwarranted. I know, a double negative, tricky. Patricia is also the most mysterious woman I have ever met. When she signs her emails, it's Miss Steer. When read a certain way, it says mystery. I have claimed on several occasions that she is probably some sort of Sean Young type replicant from the movie Blade Runner. Since then, I have changed my opinion. I now think that Patricia is either another life form from a different civilization that long ago crashed her Mercedes spaceship here, bumped her head, and has been wandering around being fabulous, or if the world is a simulation, she is a special part of the world system, and she was placed here for a very specific reason. If you believe in the world as software, she would be known as a hot fix. What can I tell you? She is a riddle, inside an enigma, wrapped within a vegan burrito. She has also done a great deal for the Flat Earth community and interviewed almost all of the higher profile members on her Flat Earth and Hot Potatoes show. Patricia works hard, takes the hits, and keeps on coming. We are lucky to have her. Jaronism. I like Jaron. He has been with the FE cause since 2015, and his YouTube channels are impressive considering the topic. Over 100,000 YouTube subscribers, a spin-off channel with Globebusters, and the whole thing started because he thought my video production techniques were entry level. And they were. When I first got into Flat Earth, I knew nothing about narration, video editing, or video publishing. I literally sat down with a video editor that came free with the machine, called Windows Live Movie Maker. I fumbled through the first months, probably should have watched a tutorial, but instead chose to dive in and use the recommended defaults. This gave the Flat Earth Clues an unpolished, fast production look that did not impress Jaron. He did like the topic, though, a lot. The Jaron quote I enjoy most goes something like this. Well, if this Mark guy can make a popular video, I can totally do it. Translation, my video production value was similar to someone applying for their first year of film school and could be replicated by just about anyone. Second translation, I can make a better movie than Mark Sargent with one hand tied behind my back. And that is exactly what he did, on the cheap as well. Jaron went down to the second-hand store and picked up a used copy of Visual Studio 12, installed it, and went to work. In less than a year, he had more YouTube subscribers than I did and had drawn in solid content creators who were also producing on a regular basis. Not to say that Jaron did not have several hurdles to deal with along the way. Some were his fault, others were not. I watched him miss 5 screen tests in a row for a New York television production company. 5. What Jaron has been dealing with lately are the laser tests seen in the 2018 documentary, but I will discuss that more in Chapter 7, Behind the Curve. It is a little-known fact that one of Jaron's subscribers is Grammy-nominated rapper B.O.B. They have been communicating through emails off and on for a while now. B.O.B. recommended that Jaron not respond to most listener emails because people tend to open the communication lines wider and wider. This is a common practice in the celebrity world, and I disagree with it. I'm not a celebrity, and I realize that it is the listeners who have allowed me to do certain things, including the writing of this book. As long as I have the time, I will acknowledge and talk to them. I took a few life lessons from our author Piers Anthony, if you remember what he used to do. Globebusters. I say Globebusters because that is the brand name most people know. The cast is varied a bit, but it started with Jaronism and Bob Nodell. Since I just talked about Jaron, I would like to take a few moments and focus on Bob. Bob Nodell is a great guy, full of conviction and emotion, and the separation of the two emotions can be difficult sometimes. Heaven help the internet troll who crosses paths with Bob Nodell. Bob was also part of the 2018 documentary, which we will discuss at length in the next chapter. I had a chance to spend a weekend at a Calgary Airbnb with most of the speakers from the Canadian conference, including Bob and his family. It was a great chance to know and understand why he is in this movement. To know his immediate family is to know him, and it made much more sense. Our convictions are made and broken on the people that surround us. For 90% of the Flat Earth members, they are somewhat isolated, each day facing friends, family, and coworkers that brace against them with their ideas. For Bob, it is the exact opposite. As intelligent as Bob is, his wife Cammie is more. Her brain is constantly spinning at a high RPM, much higher than mine, and I have to focus to sleep. I do not know how or if Cammie sleeps. She constantly thinks outside the box, and her energy is, for lack of a better word, relentless. Behind every great man is a greater woman. Cammie is an amazing flat earth advocate. If you ever get the chance to speak with her at a meetup or conference, please do. You will not regret it. And if that weren't enough, Bob also has a son. What do you get when two amazing minds have a son? You get an amazing product of nerd eugenics. A serious neo-maxi Zune dweeby. Shout out to the Breakfast Club. Think that's just hype? He hacked into the very popular online game Fortnite last year and accessed their unreleased Christmas gift skins, then took screenshots and sent them to Forbes magazine. Forbes, who does not share the same skill set, published the images without pixelating the account name. Epic Games, who owns Fortnite, did not enjoy the unplanned press release very much, so their lawyers FedExed a cease and desist letter to Bob and Cammie. You see, their genius son was only 15. That was last year. Then Epic Games did the smart thing and hired him on a contract basis. He now gets paid to find weak spots in their systems. Go figure. If the worst thing your kid gets in trouble for is dancing around a large tech firm's security protocols, then Bob and his family are going to be just fine. Rob Skiba. I ruined Rob Skiba's life, and I also made it better. Rob first got into Flat Earth because he heard an early 2015 interview I did with Canary Cry Radio. It was a long drive, and he listened to the whole thing twice. Once there and once back. He was stunned that the Canary Cry team could not break down the Flat Earth theory and dismiss it as silly pseudoscience. So he decided to attempt it himself and bring me on his TFR show. We debated FE on that show and another one about a month later. Shortly after that, TFR asked me to do my own weekly podcast. Yesterday, I just finished my 200th episode. Without Rob, I would not be on TFR. Now that radio network has 6 programs that are based on the Flat Earth world. How's that for staying ahead of the FE wave? Rob worked hard to get where he is, and he had some bad breaks along the way. He went through the motions and paid his dues. Nothing for him came easy, so I felt a little guilty when he asked me how many times I had to reach out to Coast before they let me on the show. Unsolicited, Coast to Coast called me, even though I had almost no internet presence. The same thing happened with the book publisher in the UK, and the podcast, the documentary team, and everything else. Flat Earth has a life of its own, and I am just along for the ride. Rob's first love is in film production, and his public speaking material shows trace evidence of this. So when I had a chance last year to bring Rob up to a Hollywood celebrity's weekend house and watch his face as he sat by the fire and talked Flat Earth, it was really satisfying. He will be able to dine on that story for years. Out of everyone in the FE community, I root for Rob the most because he deserves it. He traveled a long road to get here and took the risks when he needed to. Part of what I do now is for guys like Rob. David Weiss, otherwise known as DITRH. I have heard from a trusted source, no wait. I heard from my father's brother's nephew's cousin's former roommate, and even though I do not have third-party confirmation, I am pretty sure that David Weiss is Jewish. I do not kid him much about this because the anti-Jewish rhetoric is alive and well on the internet, especially in the conspiracy world. If you've ever watched my videos and wondered who made all the great Flat Earth slides that are cycling through the background, you can thank David Weiss. Almost all of the images I use now are taken directly from his coffee table book. The images are packed with so much information, I had to bump up the slide time to almost 13 seconds each. David requested this change, of course. He is good about making technical suggestions to my work. I call it constructive criticism. David and I try to one-up each other when it comes to new FE information. The running joke is that if I call him to report a fresh story or angle, he will respond with, "That was so 7 minutes ago." Not kidding. It happens a lot. I best him maybe 1 out of 4. Maybe. David creates short but potent videos about perspective. He debates science advocates more aggressively than me, and sometimes that backfires. If you don't kill them with kindness, they will defend themselves. We share the same head frequency sometimes, which is good when trying to figure out a media angle. And he will bust your chops if you give him an opening. My favorite David Weiss moment was when he, Patricia, and I were invited to Shane Dawson's apartment studio in LA, shooting a mini documentary for his brother Jared. We sat and listened to each other being interviewed while his sometimes co-host actor friend Curious Jay sat and quietly observed. I say quietly because he is currently on a mainstream network show and wants to stay in the FE closet until it is safe to do otherwise. There are a lot of higher profile people like Curious Jay out there, and we will get into that later. It was a fun weekend, and we all had that team spirit going. Every time I see David's name pop up on Skype, it is always unexpected and interesting. I do not think we have ever scheduled a call. I was so proud of him to get the Owen Benjamin podcast, not because Owen is a massive celebrity like Savanye, inside joke, but that the timing was perfect. Owen is really hard to nail down. Eric tried for months, and David made it look easy. The chemistry between Owen and David was great to watch, and it cemented David in FE lore, whatever that turns out to be. I hate Matt Long because he attracts women to him like butterflies to a lamp, and he can do it by just sitting in a chair, staring at a wall. It must suck to be a 6'4" athletic man with straight-up hair and a size 15 shoe. He used to be the most eligible bachelor in FE, but that was not going to last long. Women hunted him, and he knew it. Congratulations to the lovely Canadian Jessica and the Texas wedding that followed. Sorry I missed it, but truth be told, I hate weddings. I enjoy the podcast that Matt does with DITRH. It's a good back and forth. Matt now lives in Alberta, Canada with his new family, and it has been great to spend time with him over the last few years. He is part of a solid FE touring group now with his wife and her family, and I look forward to his work in the months to come. Robbie Davidson. Robbie is probably the hardest working man in Flat Earth right now. Between his 6-figure subscriber YouTube channel, his documentaries, and being the lead FE conference promoter, he has very little free time. It is because of Robbie that Flat Earth went on tour in 2019. He and I will inevitably keep crossing paths until this movement reaches its conclusion, which I am still trying to work out. Robbie has what I like to call director's instincts. He is always looking for the shots, the angles, the sound clips, and he hates wasting production value. Robbie has always realized the potential of the Flat Earth world, both on the religious and secular sides. The first 3 conferences of the year that I attended, Robbie was there. Yes, he comes off as a very tall, thin, high-energy opportunist, but I would not have it any other way. Without that physical drive, we would not have near the exposure that we do now. Never forget, it was Robbie that put together the first Flat Earth conference in 500 years. That is not a small feat, and it is an achievement that no one can take away from him. Rick Hummer. Rick has been the MC for the Flat Earth conferences since 2017. Rick is also one of the most creative men I have ever met. His alter ego is even more amazing. My hope is that this persona will help bridge the gap between Flat Earth members and globalists. I will do everything possible to see that Rick gets his chance to change the world through clever humor. Nathan Thompson. Nathan crashed the Flat Earth 2017 conference and snuck into the Behind the Curve documentary. It had to be said. Before Raleigh, not many people in the Flat Earth world knew who he was, because he had a tiny YouTube channel and most of the conference speakers had lots of subscribers. Everyone at the Raleigh conference was trying their best to project a solid, non-crazy, non-eccentric impression, and it went pretty well. Then Nathan showed up, wearing a hollowed-out Earth globe on his head with sunglasses over the eye holes of the globe. The media was just waiting for someone like him, and he did not disappoint. Nathan is one of the kings of FE street activism and runs the largest Flat Earth Facebook group in the US. He is also not shy about approaching someone with the topic, whether they are a family friend or a NASA employee. He can put on some amazing displays of short and long-term memory and is a force to be reckoned with in any style of debate. One day soon, Nathan will get his moment, where someone in the aerospace industry wants a piece of him and he comes back with a typhoon rebuttal that ends in a flawless victory. It will happen. It is only a question of when. God, I hope the cameras catch it. Chris Pontius. Chris builds worlds, literally. I still have the first flat earth model he ever made. It is upstairs and I show it off to film teams whenever I can. It still has the cake cover handle on it. Since then, Chris has evolved his production techniques to include a lit cityscape, illuminated rotating sky, and gorgeous wood appointments. Beautiful work if you can afford it. These labors of love do not come cheap. He now runs flatearthmodels.com. My first chance to meet Chris was in Raleigh during the conference, and his display table stood out like a fireworks show, something the cameras could not resist. Out of all the people featured in the 2018 documentary, Chris got off without a single jab or poke against him. The director, producers, and editors just loved the footage of Chris. I was told that they would watch him build flat earth models for hours, but unfortunately the movie had to be cut to 99 minutes, so all that hypnotic building is still out there on some computer in Los Angeles. When Netflix released the documentary, his phone did not stop ringing. He told me his back order list is very, very long. I cannot be happier for him. If you want a model, please email Chris and tell him Mark sent you. Karen B. When you first see Karen B. Endicott, your first thought is that you have seen her as a regular character in a movie or television show, maybe playing a dark-haired bartender on the wrong side of town. The strong, silent type, who is your friend until you become her enemy, and you do not want that. She also looks like she worked in a tattoo parlor and sports a lot of ink. Combine that with her adeptness with Class 3 firearms, yes, I said Class 3, and you have a formidable opponent. If FE ever comes under literal fire, I want her in my foxhole. For me, she hits all the right notes. Tech savvy, a voice that was built for ASMR or radio, and a stare that could burn holes in your soul. I wonder how different my life would have been if I had met her years ago. It probably would have ended in a real Mr. and Mrs. Smith fight where we use dueling assault rifles at dawn, hit each other at distance, and we both fall flat on our backs. Then, 30 seconds later, she gets up with a shoulder wound and walks away while I lay there dead. There are worse ways to go. Daryl Marble. D. Marble is objectively the best-looking guy in Flat Earth, and I wish the media would pick up on it. He has an infectious smile and a laid-back personality that puts you at ease. He also spends most of his time in Seattle, my corner of the world, and we have done several meetups together. His channel has climbed the ranks and is over 50,000 at the time of this writing, which is no small feat for someone who lives the van life, staying mostly off the grid. One day, mainstream is going to figure out what a gem he is and give him the attention that is long overdue. Paul on the Plane. Paul pre-records a lot of Flat Earth shows on TFR and is rarely live on air. Yesterday, I caught a live show and was stunned because I could not remember the last time I heard him live. He is also part of the Flat Earth Northwest Connection, and I have enjoyed seeing him on different parts of the ongoing FE tour. His podcast airs just before mine on Truth Frequency. Check it out if you get the chance. ODD Reality. ODD is currently the largest hardcore FE channel in terms of subscribers. He broke 250,000 recently, and his listeners are enthusiastic. I was happy to see him show up at the Denver conference after I left, and would like to think he would have still attended if I stayed. To this day, he still does not trust some of the FE members, including me, which is a bit ironic considering his early criminal history. I'm not going to pull punches here. If you go to prison for a violent crime and then break out of jail, you do not really get to throw stones about trust. I'm just saying. On the plus side, behavior like that tends to further some music careers, and he is still pursuing those avenues. I wish him the best of luck and hope that one day he develops more bonds with FE members. IPS. The mysterious man known only as IPS, International Plane Society, came onto the scene a while back and made a great first impression, gaining quick fame with chat room raids where you create a hangout, accumulate people, and then send them into the chat rooms of other hangouts, spreading flat earth propaganda as they go. The guerrilla tactics worked well and generated a bunch of attention until some larger channels threatened to get YouTube administrators involved, something about inciting a riot. IPS then hosted a Flat Earth art show in New Mexico, met up with higher profile FE members, even made a brief appearance sitting next to Bob Nodell in the 2018 documentary. Everything seemed to be going well for him. Then his timeline gets a little fuzzy. IPS then changes alliances and starts attacking most of the community, finally saddling up with Mad Mike Hughes, the rocket stuntman. We will get to him in Chapter 10, Enemies of the State. Probably not the horse I would back in this race, but then again, most of the tickets on the racetrack grounds are losers. Nathan Oakley. If you are a globalist, the last FE member you want to debate is Nathan Oakley. Not because he makes points with grace and finesse. He makes them with a baseball bat, covered with nails. Nathan's earlier interviews, including a notable piece by Vice Media UK, shows a different person. He used to be quite the oral moderator, keeping hangouts in check, more of a politician than anything else. Recently, Nathan has decided to become a weapon, using globalist troll tactics against them. Yelling, berating, profanity, everything but the kitchen sink. The funny thing about this is that a lot of Nathan's audience responded favorably, and his numbers started going up across the board. The nastier he became, the more people noticed. I can't really condemn it because every cause needs a William Wallace, someone willing to pick a fight and keep the opponents coming back. There are a few days that I envy what he does. Most of the time, I am glad Nathan is sticking his chin out and not me. Roxanne Glenn. Roxanne Glenn is awesome. I would say she rocks, but that is too easy. She has helped develop the Flat Earth UK scene into a hotbed of activism. There are many others in the UK scene to be sure, but Roxanne is the standout for several reasons. First, she is a female putting herself out there in a conspiracy world dominated by males. She goes above and beyond in this capacity, doing things like Speaker's Corner, look it up, and hitting the pavement whenever she can with amazing confidence and relentless stamina. And as an interesting side note, I do not know anyone who can pin down her lineage. I have a feeling that if Roxanne ever took one of those swab genetic tests, it would come up with a bunch of 3% stats and a region list as long as your arm. As an FE standout, Roxanne has amazing leadership qualities, and her optimism is contagious. I am glad the media is starting to take notice with her, and I hope that trend continues. Caroline Walter. In 2018, I flew to Colorado Springs and spoke at a Flat Earth meetup. Several people came in from different states. One woman drove up from Arizona, and it was the first time we met. Her name is Caroline Walter, and she is a prime example of what FE enthusiasm can do. After the meetup, Caroline became supercharged, driving out to experiments in California, going to meetups, attending social events, and giving her time and heart to anyone in the FE community that needed it. Flat Earth has a number of side effects, and she seemed to get all the good ones. If you get into our circles, ask about her and try to find one negative thing. And since I am not always a gentleman, I will share this. Within a few hours after meeting me at Colorado Springs, Caroline pinned me to a motel room floor and kissed me until the sun came up. Only kissed. That takes me back. Thanks, Caroline, for showing me that passion is alive and well. Jeff Grubb. Jeffrey Grubb has the largest head in Flat Earth. I should qualify this. I wear a size 9 hat. If you don't know anything about hats, that's big. I was teased about this a lot growing up in school until the rest of my body filled out. The most common nickname that I had was Waterhead. Kids are cruel. Because of this, I do not really notice the size of the average human head, at least until I met Jeff. He is a big lumbering guy to start, so it's okay. Jeff is a serious academic with degrees in multiple disciplines. He is also one of the most intelligent people I've ever met. For those of you picking on people with big heads, you should know something. That giant cranium has a lot of extra room for brain horsepower if you know how to use it. Jeff has made a lot of good videos on his YouTube channel, but to be fair, they are not for the first year FE student. My favorite is one that I mirrored on my channel showing a 3-part moonlight temperature test in glasses of water with copper strips for sensors. Worth the watch if you have any doubts about what the moon is or is not. Flat Earth Man. Alex Michael, most often known as the musician Flat Earth Man, symbolically represents all the fantastic and creative artists who have submitted songs to YouTube, and me, since 2015. It appears that Flat Earth University also has a thriving music department. The music is what separates us from every other conspiracy out there. In most of the conspiracy world, the participants fit a certain profile, and we have all seen it. They are somewhat antisocial, look over their shoulders a lot, and like their conspiracy topics dark. These people also think The Dark Knight was the greatest superhero movie of all time, and I agree with them. Flat Earth is anything but dark. It has always been a message of hope and open-mindedness. It inspires people, and the music reflects that. Right away, I was receiving emails that either contained raw music files or links to brand new YouTube channels with music videos. They were all positive and expressed the flat earth in just about every genre you could think of. Rock, rap, folk, country, techno. They all spoke of an awakening, a disappointment, and a journey. I can think of no better background music to listen to while reading this book. The playlist on my channel, and I'm sure I do not have them all, is called Flat Earth Music 2015 to present, pushing 300 tracks now. At the top of this heap is a professional album by Flat Earth Man, a UK singer-songwriter who lives in Spain and sings with a heavy Texas drawl. I use his songs a lot for the meetup promos, and while they are great, his music videos are better. I had a chance to meet him at the Denver conference last year. I wish him all the success in the world for his efforts, and we could not ask for a better battlefield drummer. Peanut Gallery. If you have ever listened to my Strange World podcast on Truth Frequency Radio, then you will have heard this name at least once. It is a throwback to the grandstand audiences from the Howdy Doody Show, 1947 to 1960. I will not use his real name here. The secret is not exactly airtight, though. With a little digging, you could probably figure it out. Peanut is more of an unpaid silent producer for the show. He is not tied to TFR and mostly sits in a private chat room, sending me messages throughout the live broadcast, reminding me of time, sending me information on various topics, and of course, trying to get me to break concentration with jokes and random comments. I do not think I could have done the show this long without him, and this is as good time to any to say thank you. He also took over my official website, enclosedworld.com. Take a look. It's free. The Funky Bunch. As with any growing organization, there are public groups and then there are the back channels. The Funky Bunch is one of the latter. It started out as a funny Skype name. Officially, it is known as Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch. Not a name I would have chosen. Anything with the name Mark or Sargent has been brought to my attention like a top 40 record, mostly low-hanging fruit. Early ones included Mork and Mindy, my sister goes by Minda, all versions of Sargent, and when the 1991 band called Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch came out, I was so thrilled because now I had a new nickname, Joy. In addition, my Skype group started attaching my head to different Marky Mark shirtless images. Horrifying. That being said, it is a great FE support group filled with an interesting mix of people from different parts of the United States. The list is short, so bear with me as I mention them here. Brian Burton is a newly retired U.S. Army master gunner and a great guy. Karen B., I mentioned earlier. Carly Sunshine is a fantastic FE supporter and content maker who has done everything from graphics to billboards to conferences. She is also a bundle of positive energy. Nathaniel is a regular caller and meetup attendee from the impossible city of Pittsburgh, California. Zulu One, otherwise known as the Deep Voice, should have been in radio, that is Mark from New York, has been in this loose group going all the way back to 2015. He now has his own podcast and does everything he can to help the community. He is also a good friend, and I hope to see him again. Love you, man. Patricia Steer is in here as well, of course. Last but not least is Michelle Gens, otherwise known as Effie Mishka. She is out of Sacramento, does meetups, attend conferences, and is Effie hardcore all the way. She helps bruise my battle-damaged ego by telling me she is into silver foxes, like me. I appreciate the compliment, even though I am not. I also envy Michelle a bit because she enjoys life more than most. Vodka and bong water is not a real drink, but party on, Michelle. I love the Funky Bunch, and I owe you a debt for keeping my spirits up the last few years. The war takes a toll, and I will not forget you. The fake Flat Earth sex tape. Do I have your attention yet? This was a real thing, and I might as well get it all out in the open here. During the first part of 2016, and long before the conferences, we were just starting to think about meetups. The first meetup, of course, was organized by Patricia Steer in Houston, Texas. The second one was in Seattle, Washington by yours truly. Well, I had help, and that is where this little tale begins. The inner circle groups were smaller then, and one of my favorites was Canadian woman who goes by the YouTube channel Orphan Red, a slight takeoff of the BBC show Orphan Black. Orphan and I spoke often, and it was always interesting. She is an attractive, highly intelligent, and a natural flirt. She liked scheming as much as I did, and somewhere in the middle of one of those what-if conversations, we decided that it might be fun to add some dirt to my clean image, so we concocted a fake sex tape idea. Oh, don't look at me like that. A number of people have smudged up their reputation with sex tapes over the years. Hell, the entire Kardashian media empire started off with one, in case you forgot. It was not an elaborate plan. We would organize a restaurant meetup in Seattle. I did not want to drink and drive, so I got a hotel room across the street. Orphan and I would shoot some innuendo scenes at the hotel, implying naughty behavior, then leak it anonymously to a known YouTube globalist troll, and from there it would be spread. Simple, right? Ah, the best laid plans. I should have remembered to always expect the unexpected. After Orphan and I checked into the hotel, we walked over to the restaurant. On our way, we were ambushed by another Canadian woman named Melody. Turns out Orphan and Melody were right across the water from each other. Orphan in Vancouver, Melody from Victoria. Melody had taken a last-minute seaplane down from Victoria to Seattle and was waiting for us when we arrived. Melody makes an impression. A full 6 feet tall, blonde, pretty, and very focused. As the FE members arrived, she made her intentions known. She wanted to know me better and was willing to do anything to accomplish this, including using Orphan. As the evening progressed, Melody proceeded to flirt with both Orphan and me, to the point where Orphan whispered after dinner that she wanted to take Mel back to the room. Somewhere during the dessert, Mel and Orphan disappeared from the event. The next day, everyone went back home to their respective countries, and Orphan put together our little tape set to music. It was leaked as planned, and there was backlash from the community as expected. It amplified an already bitter rivalry between Patricia and Orphan. Short version of the rivalry is this. Orphan thinks that Patricia is stuck up, and Patricia thinks that Orphan is a woman of questionable morals. I did my best to stay out of it, but in the end I had to make a choice, and the queen outranks a high priestess. That being said, I would still recommend Orphan to any Canadian media that is looking for home court FE members. She has done the legwork, is articulate, and can hold her own in any interview. The princess dress and high-pitched squeaks are just an act. Yes, I know, probably not the best idea to make a fake sex tape. I am only going to apologize to one person regarding this, and that is Patricia. She and I were trying to establish an example for the community, and I let her down and hurt her in the process. For that, I am truly and deeply sorry. The queen should not be tarnished by the deeds of others. That may be a little flowery, but she will know what it means. There was a silver lining that came out of this for me. It turns out Melody was not a strange FE stalker fangirl after all. Shortly after the event, we started talking on Skype. She and I actually had quite a bit in common outside of Flat Earth. Both born and raised in the Northwest, I can actually see Vancouver Island from here. Small world. We also worked for video game companies, and she spent time in the States working for the company that created the now famous Farmville. She invited me to live with her in Victoria, so I took the Anacortes ferry and spent the next year living in Canada, just up the road from Whitby. It was a fun year. I made videos, learned a great deal about our northern neighbors, and spent time with a sweet young woman. She was too young, though, 29 when we met. It ended quietly almost a year to the day later. I'll always remember you fondly, Broken Cat. The Jonathan from Jersey Orphan Red incident. I have to mention this because I get asked about it from time to time, mostly about Jonathan and what happened to him. Jonathan Macedo was my first co-host on Strange World, and I do not think I could have started the show without him. Like a lot of radio show hosts, I needed a wingman. He and I spent the better part of 2015 feeling our way through podcasts, coming up with topics, and interviewing subject matter guests. Jonathan is a man of, how should I say this, appetites. I have met men like this over the years, and their desire to consume tends to dominate their lives. Having a certain zest for living comes at a price. Jonathan would send me pictures of some drug-fueled nights in Las Vegas. You know the kind I mean. What I did not know is that Jonathan was flirting off air with Orphan Red. It was probably harmless. He is on the east coast of the US and her on the far west of Canada, but who knows? Something could have eventually happened. Maybe the flirting was getting frustrating for Jonathan. Maybe he was just having a bad day. But everything came to an accidental head during a Strange World podcast he did in 2016. When you start doing radio and podcasts, sometimes you learn as you go. At Truth Frequency Radio, you really do have to feel your way. When a caller gets into the switchboard, they are put on hold and automatically muted. The host cannot hear them, but they can hear the hosts and the show even when they go to commercial. This is helpful unless the host forgets this fact. Jonathan forgot or never knew this. When Orphan called in, was put on hold, he made a mistake. I saw the call come in, recognized the number, and mentioned to Jonathan that it was her. Unexpectedly, he goes off on a rant, telling me how done he was with all that. Then continues about her overly exposed breasts, her squeaky voice, and other things. It was all I could do not to scream into the microphone. He had no idea she heard everything, and before the commercial break ended, she dropped off. I was in a tough spot. Orphan was already going to be stewing about this, and telling Jonathan on air or during the next commercial would have made him useless for the rest of the evenings. So we continued on. I never did tell him. Jonathan found out soon enough. There are types of women who take things sitting down. Orphan Red is not that type. Even after I apologized to her, she created a video where she tore Jonathan a new one. He did not see it for a few days. I was certainly not going to be the messenger. When Jonathan found the video, things got much worse. Normally, when you talk smack about someone who is walking around the corner and they are within earshot, you just fess up and eat crow. Jonathan did the opposite. Not only was he not sorry, but he had a few other things to say on the topic. So he posted a 3-page rant on Orphan's Facebook page. It was taken down later, but not before I got a copy. In the rant, he quit the show. I really hope that one day he gets back into it. I miss Jonathan and think he could still do a lot for the community. Wherever you are, man, know that I think about you often. Mark Sargent. Oh, that guy. Lord deliver us from Mark Sargent. Nothing is ever what it first appears to be. I am a great example of that saying. If you would watch Patricia Steer's podcast, Flat Earth and Other Hot Potatoes, you would think I'm this little guy next to a big banner. That's because Patricia is always looking slightly down at her laptop camera, while I, on the other end, am slightly looking up at a webcam that I cannot even reach. I'm actually 6'2". I mention it because this is almost always the first comment I get when making public appearances. You're taller than I thought. Amazing what perception can do. I was born and raised in the Seattle area and graduated from South Whidbey High School. When Flat Earth members reveal their high school or university, journalists quickly blame the academic credibility of that specific institution and that I was just some borderline student that barely got through the system. They could not be more wrong. I was an excellent student, graduated as class president, and helped lead the basketball team to its first ever state tournament. I did all this while not even being old enough to drive. You see, I graduated almost 2 years early and played my last basketball game at the age of 16. True story. So, no, I did not skate through a flawed system, and blaming any high school or university is just a knee-jerk response by people with closed minds. I am also a huge mama's boy. If you watch the 2018 documentary, you may have missed a little jab by the director because it was overshadowed by the flat earth concept electrocuting your brain. Yes, I currently live with my retired mother at her golf course condo on Whidbey Island. Before you start winding up with your Norman Bates parodies, it's not like that. I left Whidbey Island and lived in Boulder, Colorado for 20 years, then lived in Canada for a year. Most island grads do not even leave the state. I have nothing to prove there. Not that peer pressure ever had much of an effect on me. My mother is currently stage 4 and has refused chemo. I agree with the decision. Whatever time she has left in this world, it will be spent with me if all possible. I owe her a lot. When I was in Colorado, I did not come home much for various reasons, so Mom flew out to see me in Boulder when she could. My life would have been much shorter without her. I remember her retirement event that I attended years ago, and I know how much love the South Whidbey school system showed her. I have never met anyone who passed on so much positive energy to so many young minds. When she finally leaves this world, it will be the worse for it. I love you, Mom. I wrote the Flat Earth Clues in Boulder, Colorado in 2015. Everything about that story is true. I just woke up one night with all the text in my head, and the idea has consumed me ever since. I am not now, nor have ever been, a federal agent trying to bring down the entire conspiracy world from the inside. If that was the case, then I would be the worst secret agent of all time. Since 2015, I have been striving to set a good example for the Flat Earth community. When exactly am I going to make my move against FE and reveal my grand plan? I've been accused of being a lot of things over the last few years. Everything from a Hollywood studio executive to a large Jewish woman. I could not make that up. The conspiracy world is naturally suspicious, and I cannot really blame them too much. Even though I sometimes squint when I see an FE member with more YouTube subscribers than me, it's natural. Envy is one of the 7 after all. And why anyone would envy me is puzzling. Take, for instance, how unphotogenic I am. Some members of the Funky Bunch have pointed out how the media seems to always get my bad side. A little secret I will share with you. When it comes to cameras, it's all my bad side. I have seen it over and over. Different journalist teams shooting me with still shots or video, each looking down at the camera like something broke. The truth is even stranger, because I am better live. Sounds like a band thing, right? Better live? In case you ever meet me in person, I'm just a goofy, warm, disarming guy who believes in Flat Earth so strongly that I want to share it with the world. I am humbled that the sharing has had so much of an effect.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth and find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe that.
Chapter 7, Behind the Curve. I learned so many little details about the filmmaking industry while taking part in the 2018 Flat Earth documentary. Timing is everything, and no one believes that more than me. I had just gotten back from spending a year with Melody in Victoria, Canada, when documentary filmmaker Daniel Clark called me from Los Angeles. He expressed his interest in making a human interest film about the Flat Earth community. It seemed innocent enough to me. I had been getting calls from different producers for almost 2 years at that point and didn't think much of it. Producers come and go, but very few actually follow through with anything. This project felt different right off the bat. Daniel flew up to Seattle, and we had lunch at a small seaside pizzeria in Langley. We talked for less than an hour, and then he suggested breaking out the cameras from the rental car to start shooting. Daniel and I spent the rest of the afternoon in town and on the beach on Useless Bay, and that is where the first scene of the movie opens. Just Daniel and me talking on the sand about Flat Earth. Chronologically speaking, it was completely accurate. In the 7 months that followed, Daniel's team and members of the Flat Earth community built something special, but none of us knew that until it was released to the public. Many filmmakers in Hollywood start out in the documentary field for several reasons. Documentaries are much cheaper to make than fictional movies. They also carry fewer producers as baggage, and writing is really just a bunch of notes about who is going to be on the film and what locations would carry the most production value. The risks for documentaries are well known. The topics tend to delve into fringe, which the general public do not want to watch, and Daniel decided to go with Flat Earth. Was it madness or genius? Either way, it was going to be a fun, cheap little ride. I say cheap because Daniel's Los Angeles group was on a shoestring budget, and I'm talking shoestrings from the dollar store, in another country, where the dollar has a 20-to-1 ratio. All the people who built the film had day jobs in their production houses. This was a side project for them, and they still pulled it off. Think what you want of the topic, but the Behind the Curve team beat the odds in every sense of the word, so kudos to them. Until the movie went to its first film festival, I only met Daniel Clark and Caroline Clark. I mention their names separately because they are not married. It's just a coincidence. I once met a couple who ran a pinball arcade in Lyons, Colorado, who later got married. His last name was Carol, and her first name was Carol. You work out what happened next. Caroline Clark joined Daniel for the second trip to Seattle, where they shot footage of my mother and so desperately wanted to bring my sister into the film because of how much she hated the topic. My sister was having none of this and took off with her husband to see Tom Petty in concert, one of his last. Daniel shot a short interview with my mother and I outside of my sister's house. We probably should have moved to another location, but since the odds were strongly against this film even seeing the light of day, we decided to stay put. Thinking back, I recall that filming at my sister's house without her permission was a bad idea, but the only way I would get in trouble was if the film succeeded, which it did. I was right. Always go with your gut feeling. This is also my first example of the power of editing. In the film, my mother was seen walking down the stairs from my sister's house, but the interior shots were of my mother's 2 miles away. Despite the bare-bones budget of the film, it was shot in a variety of U.S. locations, and I was there for the bulk of them. During one of the remote shots, the film team and I traveled to see the Great American Eclipse. We took 2 cars and drove down from Seattle to Salem, Oregon, staying at an Airbnb in Newburgh. Shout out to George Fox University alums. In Salem, I got to see my first total blackout eclipse, and it was gorgeous. Another example of creative film editing was when Behind the Curve portrayed an immense number of people who were supposed to invade the small Oregon town of Salem. The news footage even talked about deploying the National Guard. We walked the streets of Salem the night before, and it was so empty you could have shot a cannon through it and not hit a single soul. It turns out procrastination also applies to fair weather astronomers. All those budding eclipse watchers did not leave their homes until the morning of the eclipse and turned Interstate 5 into a parking lot. Most of them missed the blackout zone, which was only 70 miles wide. Daniel met up with me in Houston, Texas, when Patricia and I went to the Kennedy Space Center. There was a scene where I was sitting on a chair display system trying to get it to work. There was only one green button for controls, and it did not work, like most things in the aging amusement park. Being that this was 2017, I quickly turned to the screen itself, naively thinking that NASA would have upgraded to some sort of touchscreen system. Not a chance. The scene ended, and Patricia and I exited stage right. Daniel kept focusing on the green button, and the editors decided that with a simple omission, I never hit it in the first place. Daniel felt bad about that and mentioned it to me after the first time I watched the completed film. Believe it or not, I like Daniel. He is an extremely soft-spoken and sort of cat whisperer. He reminds me of the kids in school who were reserved enough to draw attention from extrovert assholes that picked on students for kicks. Daniel sometimes gave off the vibe that he was a victim of this, so when one of our FE members laid hands on him after the LA Film Festival, I took offense. There is no excuse for that. I do not think that the film team knew what they really had until they attended the first Flat Earth Conference in Raleigh, North Carolina. They had attended several regional meetups in the Los Angeles area, but nothing could fully prepare them for the bedlam that was the 2017 event, the first of its kind in 5 centuries. Several things stood out at the event. One was the building surge of enthusiasm that people had as they met more Flat Earth members that shared their ideas, sort of a giant happy AA meeting. The second was the media. During the first day, some networks just sent scouts to see if it was actually real. By the second day, there were camera teams everywhere, stepping over themselves to see if they could capture what we were all feeling. At one point, I was wearing 3 hot microphones, one from the documentary team, one from Vice, and one from German television. It was quite the crash course in journalism and media. And the conference went off without a hitch, or so we thought. We'll get to that in a bit. The film wrapped up principal shooting and spent the next 3 months trying to condense most of 2017 down to less than 100 minutes. I believe that some things were just meant to be, and this saying applies to Behind the Curve. There might be 1 million aspiring filmmakers in the world today, and out of those, 99% never even complete a single project worth submitting to a producer or festival. At the Toronto Film Festival, there were over 3,000 films submitted. Of those, the voting board chooses 100. We made the 100 easily, and it went like this over and over. Thousands of submissions, and Behind the Curve makes the cut. Not only did the documentary make the cut, it was often cited as a top 10 must-watch because of its groundbreaking content. Then it started making much-watch lists for general films as well. There I was in an entertainment article standing on Useless Bay Beach, looking terrible as always, and on the image next to me were Bradley Cooper and Lady Gaga from A Star is Born. Lady Gaga won an Oscar for that film. All I got were more strange friends. So what? Lots of films make the festivals, and some even win awards, but almost none of them get picked up by a distributor. The producers thought it could take years to sell, if at all. It only took months before it showed up on iTunes, Google Play, YouTube Movies, and Amazon. Then, just before 2018 ended, it was purchased by Netflix. I had severely underestimated Netflix. I now know that if you are under the age of 30, there is a high degree of probability that Netflix is your first option for entertainment media. Maybe it's the best bang for the buck. $15 a month and you get a ton of content and access to YouTube as well. Sounds like a deal to me. Not an endorsement, just saying. Netflix released it on their service in November of 2018, and the effect was immediate. My email load, which was already heavy, doubled within a week. People whom I had not heard from since high school started contacting me. I was getting recognized in odd places. During my flight to a conference in New Zealand, yes, really, a young steward who was just passing out bread asked if I wanted the garlic slices because they were flat and round. He then winked at me and moved down the aisle. And this was happening to everyone else that was in the film. People recognized Patricia's license plate in a crosswalk. Jaron was getting emails from high school friends. It went on and on. Flat Earth was a certified thing now. Why did this low-budget film catch the interest of so many people? One of the reasons is that the average globalist, when first watching the film, does not actually believe it's a real portrayal. They assume it to be either a mockumentary docudrama or a piece of docu-fiction. I had a chance to see this firsthand. During the early months of the film festival season, Behind the Curve was accepted by so many cities the director and producers could not even begin to attend them all. So I went as proxy. I would attend the film as an audience member and later take questions during the Q&A session. During the viewings, I would observe the audience and take mental notes. Each time the same thing happened. For the first 20-30 minutes, the viewer would be watching the movie, assuming it was a comedy, masked in the form of a documentary. They would laugh at the smallest notes of humor because that is what gear they were in. Then it would hit them, almost all at the same time. This wasn't a parody, and their eyes would get wide. You could see and hear people whispering to each other, trying to make sense of what they were watching. It's a powerful thing to change someone's expectations of a film that far into it, and then keep the audience engaged. Emotional gear changes tend to leave an impression. Once the movie ended, the shock to the system was still there, and many of the audience members had a ton of questions, and the questions lingered long after they left the theater. I should know because later they went online and emailed me. My favorite example was from the main editor of the film, Nick, who I had a chance to meet in Toronto. Nick gave the film to a fellow editor friend of his in Los Angeles. Without any context, he was to watch the film. Nick's friend knew nothing about Flat Earth. After the film was over, the friend had a series of questions for Nick, all about the production. He asked what kind of budget they had for the film. Nick did not understand. So his friend clarified and asked where they came up with the money to pay all the actors, meaning us. You see, Nick's friend watched the entire film and at no time thought the subject and the people in it were real. When Nick let his friend in on the secret that every bit of it was real, save the creative editing, his friend was blown away and had to reevaluate the entire experience. Keep in mind this was a Hollywood editor, and still the movie topic kept him in a constant state of denial. The filmmakers were not in denial. They knew full well how the flat earth concept could influence people, and their wake-up call was during the Raleigh conference when, during my Q&A session, a 12-year-old kid came up to the microphone and started asking me questions. At that point, the human interest story that Daniel and the Delta V team were trying to create became too real. It's all fun and games until you involve children. I had no idea they felt this way until I listened to the director's commentary that is only available in the iTunes version. If you fast forward to the Raleigh Q&A scene, you can hear it for yourself. Daniel, Caroline, and Nick all agreed. They had to take a stand against Flat Earth. For the children. The Delta V team had a problem, however, and that was most of the movie had already been filmed. Reshooting the movie was not an option, so they did what they could in editing, while still attempting to leave it as a human interest story, a look at the people of Flat Earth. They took at shots at Bob and Jaron, and could have painted everyone else in a kinder light. Don't get me wrong, I am not mad at Delta V. I would have probably done the same thing. They are globalists who do not believe conspiracies exist in any fashion, that what you see on the mainstream news is exactly as advertised, and the United States government would never lie about anything. I believe in everything for a reason. The way they shot the movie, the science subject matter experts, even the slightly derogatory title, invited the audience in to laugh, to be safe. In the end, Behind the Curve turned out to be our biggest recruiting tool to date, and I would not change a thing, even though I want to. The Flat Earth community hates the film truly, and not for the reasons you might think. Yes, they think Jaron and Bob were not treated fairly, but the biggest thing is that they were opposing views in the film. The Flat Earth Army wants a total victory, and several are trying even now to create propaganda films of their own. Behind the Curve is, at the very least, a fair look at our community 2 years ago. Love it or hate it, it plants the seed in the heads of the globalist masses and starts them down the path. Once a new Flat Earth recruit starts walking that path, I'd like to introduce them to some advanced FE topics, like testimonies from subject matter experts in all walks of life. Let's take a look at some.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe that.
Chapter 8. Subject matter experts. Below is a list of testimony shows that you can find on my YouTube channel or Truth Frequency Radio, otherwise known as TFR. The playlist is called Flat Earth Testimony Shows by Subject Matter Experts. I will not be going over all of them here, but it is important to know all the different subject matter experts that have reached out to me since 2015. I highly encourage you to, at some point during this chapter, put the book down, go to the playlist, and listen to some of them for a while. Since their interviews, none of the people involved have recanted their testimony, and no one in their respective fields has contacted me to dispute their claims. A United States Navy missile instructor, United States Navy submarine chief, a career land surveyor, a civilian flight instructor, industrial valve expert, United States Army artillery radar operator, FedEx international shipping expert, corporate travel agent, Air Force navigator, Australian intelligence officer, air traffic controller, United States Army master gunner, United States Army aviation and ground training combat expert, a USDA surveyor, a 32nd degree Mason, an etheric science researcher, a commercial airline captain, a defense intelligence agent, a U.S. merchant marine, a civilian 737 pilot, an industrial vacuum expert, United States Navy navigator, United States Navy electronic warfare technician, an AutoCAD technician, and a Christian paleontologist. All of these men and women reached out to me unsolicited. Some recorded the show live with me, others pre-recorded their testimony so that sensitive information could be edited out at their request, and still others who feared for their jobs and safety sent written statements for me to read on air. There were even some who contacted me, then got cold feet and asked me not to publish any of their information. In all cases, I respected their wishes. I am not exactly sure what correct protocol is here. I am not exactly a professional journalist, although since 2015, my YouTube channel has become not just a Flat Earth recruiting station, but a FE news reporting vehicle as well. The first subject matter expert came out of the blue and for me was a godsend. I was waiting for someone in the academic world to show me documented proof of where I went wrong, but instead I received people who should have dealt with globe evidence in their careers but did not. Sean McCrary was a 10-year veteran of the United States Navy. He was also an instructor for the Sparrow missile system, and he wanted to talk about flat Earth and how all the weapons and tracking systems in the Navy confirm it. My co-host Jonathan insisted that Sean remain anonymous and at the very least not give out any personal information during the live broadcast. Sean disagreed and wanted to go public with his testimony. He talked with us during all 4 segments of a 2-hour broadcast, during which our IT specialist said the station was getting pinged from the Department of Defense. This was not surprising. You do not want a missile instructor giving out classified specs on one of your current ship-to-ship weapons systems. Naturally, the conspiracy world pushed back and questioned Sean's credibility, and why not? He could have been anybody, just another voice on the radio spinning a fishtail. Sean was prepared for that and released 2 videos on YouTube without any prompting by the station or me. The first was helicopter footage of Sean flying to a stationed ship, the USS Iwo Jima. The video is unedited and shows Sean, the helicopter, and the ship group from a mile out all the way until the deck landing. That confirms his service. The other video, which was much more interesting, showed what could have been the inside of any high school gymnasium. It was a large, well-lit room with a high ceiling. The only difference was 2 massive Sparrow missile system turrets in the middle of the room. It did not occur to me that you would first train people on a land simulator before sending them out to actual military vessels. In the video, Sean is completely silent. In the background, you can hear the trainees talking quietly. After panning the room slowly, the camera focuses on a coffee break station. Sean grabs a wax marker and with his free hand writes, "Flat Earth, Mark Sargent," on a cocktail napkin, then turns it over to hide it. He then turns the camera back on himself, smiles to the audience, and ends the video. So much for the credibility trolls. It got the attention of other podcasts, and more importantly, it prompted other subject matter experts into the FE dance floor. Sean spoke in detail about how the ship-to-ship missile systems used a 2-degree beam radar and painted the enemy target at over 50 nautical miles, which should have taken over 1,600 feet of curvature into account, but it did not. He added that not only was the curvature not factored into the firing solution, but neither was the Coriolis effect, otherwise known as the rotation or spinning of the Earth. This is an important point. When dealing with high-speed projectiles or even airplanes, mainstream science says the rotation is different depending on how close you are to the equator. Science says that at the equator you are turning at roughly 1,000 miles an hour. But this spin and the centrifugal force becomes less as you move farther north or south. A merry-go-round is a simple example of this principle. If you are at the edge of it, the spin of the merry-go-round tries to throw you off. But standing in the center, you just turn slowly around without any discomfort. This is what the Earth does, but on the surface of a ball. The 1,000-mile-an-hour spin of the Earth will affect the firing of any ballistic weapon, or at least it should. If you are shooting from a place near, say, Canada, the spin of the Earth will be considerably less, say 600 miles per hour. When acquiring a target, you have to add something to the distance, wind speed, and elevation. You now have to factor in geographic charts. Sean stated that in some cases these geographic charts exist, but they are usually very old and no one uses them, ever. I've heard this again and again with military gunners from different branches. Whenever you hear a sniper on CNN talk about the curvature or spin of the Earth, take it with a grain of salt and keep in mind they are not even shooting a full mile. The men and women I talked to were firing rounds at 10, 20, and 30 miles. Sean's Navy targets were over 50 miles. So who are you more likely to trust? A sniper on mainstream news reaching for a 1-mile target, or a missile that goes into the next zip code? During the back part of the interview, Sean added that the maps that military ships use to plot a course are not that accurate and constant adjusting is needed. He also mentioned that the ships being targeted could be seen at night with a true heat signature infrared technology. Without giving away classified information, he stated that infrared doesn't lie because optical mirages do not give off heat. At over 30 nautical miles, these ships at night could be seen clearly. Sean turned out to be the perfect first subject matter expert, and I could not have been more grateful. Wherever you are now, Sean, thank you for starting the experts off on the right foot. I hope that more people will eventually realize what you did and acknowledge you for the courage you had coming forward. A Navy submarine chief heard the Strange World broadcast with Sean and came forward as well, doing several interviews on different broadcasts. The chief talked about how submarines were really no different than airplanes when going through the water, as the submarine still had to plot a three-dimensional course and never had to adjust for curvature. He also reinforced Sean's testimony on firing solutions, not taking into account curve or spin, and said that modern torpedoes have an unclassified range well over 30 miles. So much for the nostalgic visual images of World War II movies where you had to be right on top of the target. A retired land surveyor named James Goodson reached out to me. James was the first civilian subject matter expert and opened the doors for a lot of other people. The man was a career surveyor with 30 years of experience, and he had never measured the curvature of the Earth. He told accounts about how every surveyor, when they first start out, asks about the curvature in relation to their project. The answer is always the same. Don't worry about the curvature. It will never come up. I learned a lot about surveyors during that interview. 99% of current land surveyors are planar, meaning they treat their projects, sometimes over 100 miles wide, like the world is perfectly flat. I'm not making this up. It is why they call it planar or plane. And these plane surveyors pose problems for globalists because every tract of land in a city is measured out by one of these surveyors, which means that if you treat each project like a square cracker, then every project that butts up against it is also a flat square cracker. North, south, east, west, and every other angle should fit perfectly. The surveyor I interviewed spent 30 years doing large projects like airports and car factories, and no one ever mentioned a job where the corresponding project forgot to take the curvature into account. A flight instructor from Iowa, inspired by military and civilian testimonies, called and added to their credibility. The instructor broke down how planes should fly on a globe, adjusting for the curvature either one way or the other, constantly dipping down or up, and how the plane always just flies perfectly level. He added a new wrinkle as well, that the GPS system did not just have massive coverage dead zones in the southern hemisphere, as I described in the original Flat Earth Clues series, but the dead zones were just as prevalent in the northern hemisphere as well. Even planes flying simple routes over the United States can run into large gaps, even though they should be covered by 32 overlapping military satellites. One of the most interesting experts that contacted me was from the field of industrial valves, and we were fortunate to get him. He works for one of only a handful of companies in the world who manufactures valves and seals for high-importance military vessels like United States submarines. The expert explained in great detail how in high-pressure systems, the tolerances have to be very precise and the margin of error often mean life or death. He publicly asked who supplies the high-pressure systems and parts for the International Space Station because he did not know anyone in the industry who was tied to NASA or any other space agency, and he should have. The industrial valve expert went into detail about how impossible the ISS was from an engineering standpoint, how the vacuum force of space would tear apart the ISS built with the same aluminum and plastic technology that we use on standard civilian aircraft. He was one of the first that pointed out the lack of door safety systems on the spacecraft and how the station was at a constant state of risk with all compartments being open. Meanwhile, the crew floats about with seemingly no care in the world, choosing to wear polo shirts, khakis, and socks over any sort of protective gear. The expert painted a broader picture of what I already knew, that the general public was blind to what was right in front of them, mostly because they were never educated on simple concepts in physics, the most important being pressure and how it affects everything in our lives. I will not be able to do the interviews justice, so I again encourage you to listen for yourselves and make your own decisions. The U.S. Army artillery radar operator confirmed that curve and spin are not calculated when howitzer cannons are used to hit targets at 30 miles away. The FedEx international shipping expert confirmed that cargo flights follow the same strange flight paths as civilian aircraft. The corporate travel agent who worked in the Southern Hemisphere said that high-profile clients complain regularly that there are no nonstop flights between many of the capital cities below the equator, regardless of price. The Australian intelligence officer said that there is only one side to the compass, and that is magnetic north. As you travel below the equator, magnetic south should eventually dominate, and it never does. The officer said that he believed magnetic south does not exist at all, and registers only as a weak effect that circles the outside. Exactly what the FE community expected. Earlier this year, a globalist working in Antarctica was asked on camera what a compass does on that continent, and he replied, "It's almost useless." The U.S. air traffic controller spoke about planes. He could see with his ground radar there were other airports on the ground, something that should be impossible with the curvature of the Earth. The U.S. Army master gunner, now a good friend of mine, went on record and said how much harder tank warfare would be if you had to take your shots with the added calculations of geographic location to compensate for the spinning Earth. Another surveyor, this one from the USDA, added to the list, stating that only the geodetic surveyors who make up less than 1% of the surveyors in the world believe that the world is a globe, and he was willing to debate any of them. An AutoCAD technician discovered flat Earth after working on projects that surveyors had given him for years, and now is a hardcore activist who goes by Just Jack. If you are young enough, you may have caught him during the Logan Paul mockumentary, which we cover in Chapter 10, Enemies of the State. An industrial vacuum expert specializing in near-molecule-free rooms for building complex electronics reaffirmed the valve engineer, stating that the vacuum power that most people think of is not even close to what can be created with machines. From his testimony, we learned that attempting to create a pure vacuum on Earth requires 3 stages. In the first, a large engine takes the room to 95% molecule-free. Not just oxygen or air-free, but molecules themselves. The second stage requires an even larger engine and can take it to 99%. At that point, he said no machine on Earth has the power to finish that last 1%, and that it has to be done chemically to slowly leach off the remaining traces. The vacuum expert ended the interview by stating the ISS existing in this pure vacuum environment is physically impossible, given the plastic and aluminum materials used. The International Space Station is a complete lie, and the world believes it because they see it on television. I had the pleasure of meeting a U.S. Navy electronic warfare technician at a meetup I flew out to in Colorado. He was a great guy who came on the air and said that every Navy radar operator has seen things and viewed targets at distances that are several times the maximum range of the equipment used, and that because of their positions and training, these extended ranges are dismissed as anomalies and rarely documented. The Flat Earth model changed the Navy veteran's perspective on what he knew about military radar, and now it all makes sense. When the atmosphere is under the right conditions, it extends the range of military radar to the point where they can see behind the curve. The subject matter expert that inspired me the most came fairly recently, a former female 737 pilot who flew for KLM Airlines in Europe. I say former pilot because after an in-flight disagreement with co-pilots about the shape of the Earth, she dug her heels in and made a note to tell the corporate doctors that she believed in the flat Earth. For this statement, the KLM doctors grounded the female pilot and sentenced her to a desk job until she renounced her belief. I respect and admire her for her convictions and would like to say I would have done the same thing. I hope that we get to meet one day, maybe during one of the Flat Earth conferences in Europe. She is a true ally of the cause, and with that, let's look at some of the good people out there who help the Flat Earth community indirectly.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth and find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe it.
Chapter 9, Friends of the Family. Amy Adams. American actress Amy Adams hates Flat Earth, but I do not consider her an enemy. I heard about this from a very reliable source whom I will not name. Suffice it to say the source in question is a living legend in television who is highly respected in the industry. I met him at his weekend house outside of Los Angeles in 2018 with Patricia Steer and Rob Skiba. We spent hours talking about the flat earth community, its trials and tribulations. During an Oscar party earlier in the year, our television icon was with a lot of other celebs, whispering about conspiracies and hidden mysteries, when Amy Adams appeared and pulled out her flat earth trump card. You can get rid of all that other BS. Let me tell you what my father's into. Amy then proceeded to lay out all the flat earth madness and how much she hated it. One of the most effective ways flat earth is spread is by people trying to debunk the theory, especially publicly. It is kind of like secondhand smoke, still effective. That is probably not the best reference, but you get the point. During Amy's post-Oscar rant, she had infected others. Anyone that is passionate against a cause piques the interest of others. Oh, so you hate flat earth that much? I need to know where this hate comes from. If it were not for Amy Adams, I would have never been there with Patricia and Rob, having drinks and talking about flat earth with new friends under the Palm Springs stars. It's a strange world indeed. Thanks, Amy. B.O.B. Rapper B.O.B. really gave us a shot in the arm. Up until he made his Flat Earth-inspired album, we were still organic, and media coverage was difficult to come by. He also built that album off of 2015 Flat Earth material, and there was not nearly as much content then compared to what we have now, so in some ways, he should be given more credit. B.O.B. put himself out there and took a risk before anyone else. While it is true that B.O.B. had not really done much since his Grammy nomination years earlier, putting a flat earth model on the cover of his new album was still bold by anyone's standards. B.O.B. took it a step further when he made his now F.E. famous song Flatline. In the song, he called Neil deGrasse Tyson a science fraud and actually used a clip of his voice where Neil described the world as being pear-shaped. Neil responded to the attack by making an appearance on Comedy Central. B.O.B. did what he could, but his interview skills were not exactly honed, and his passion for the subject really did not shine through. It's okay, it kickstarted FE 2016 and exposed a lot of new people to the topic. Sometimes a win is a win. Vince Lombardi said that. Kyrie Irving. Kyrie had nothing to lose, or at least that was the plan in his head. He had recently won his first NBA championship, hitting the game winner that led to the title, and gave his teammate and friend LeBron James the trophy he so desperately wanted in Cleveland. Kyrie was literally flying to the 2017 All-Star Game, where he would secure his place among the current NBA greats, the best of the best. He was part of the reigning champs, still basking in the afterglow of the previous season. They were already predicted to go to the finals again that year. He had lucrative endorsements, and he was 25 years old. Kyrie Irving literally did not have a care in the world. His friend and then Cleveland teammate Richard Jefferson knew this when he was recording his podcast on the plane on the way to the All-Star Game. It's funny how technology had given almost any moment the potential of being an instant media production. Richard baited Kyrie with a few flat earth questions. Kyrie bit, and Richard uploaded the podcast before they even arrived to the hotel. The timing was perfect because, you see, the following morning was media day at the NBA All-Star Game. No offense to professional athletes, but they are more or less trained soldiers. They drill, and as they reach higher levels, they become even more focused and single-minded. Because of this laser focus, their interviews are mostly, well, boring. Offense, defense, plays, strategies, coaching, scouting, practice, losing seasons, winning seasons, playoffs, finals, off-season. We've heard it a million times, which is why journalists often struggle to find anything new to write about. This is why stars like Dennis Rodman were so easy to cover. Are you too young to remember Dennis? Do a quick search and embrace the strange. You're welcome. You can imagine how fast the word spread through the sports media ranks when they heard there was an audio recording of a current world champion basketball player stating that he believed in a flat earth model. It was simply too good to pass up. The next day, mainstream media descended upon Kyrie. The questions thrown at Kyrie were fast and furious. A reporter from USA Today chastised Kyrie, stating that he had a responsibility to not teach kids bad information. Kyrie did not back down and instead encouraged people to figure out things for themselves. There was this beautiful shining moment posted by South American television where LeBron James, the most famous basketball player in the game, was in the booth right next to Kyrie. LeBron was fielding Kyrie-related flat earth questions. LeBron calmly yelled over to Kyrie, asked if he still believed that the earth was flat. Kyrie said yes, and LeBron was okay with that. Why wouldn't he be? His 25-year-old teammate was the reason LeBron was wearing the championship title ring. Funny what winning and success does to some people's opinions. What Kyrie had not counted on was that things change quickly in the sports world. There is always a new season, and journalists never fully forget anything. Kyrie used his champion status to broker a deal with the Boston Celtics and became their premier player. Expectations were high, and regardless of how many points he did or didn't score, the FE question was now always in the back pocket of every reporter that would spend time with him in the locker room. Kyrie never backed down, even when the media thought he did, because once you get into FE, you do not have anything to go back to. Flat Earth is forever. Kyrie's one moment of weakness was exaggerated by the media because that is one of the things they do. In a gathering for Fortune magazine's 30 Under 30, an acknowledgement of influential people under the age of 30, Kyrie was again asked about FE. In an audience cell phone recording posted later, Kyrie apologized to the high school science professors that had been contacting him ever since the 2017 All-Star Game. Kyrie's 2017 statements had created a problem with urban high school educators. Kids are easily influenced, we all know that, and in all demographics, there are idols, in film, music, and of course, sports. Kyrie was now an icon and spreading the FE good word. When a high school science teacher who makes maybe $40K a year talks about the globe, and some of the students hear from Kyrie who makes, say, $10 million a year, what do you think is going to happen? The kids started pushing back. They valued Kyrie's opinion more than the teachers, and it was happening again and again. The fears of the USA Today reporter were coming true. Kyrie apologized to the teachers for the grief he was causing them, but did not retract from Flat Earth because he could not. My opinion is that there are always casualties in war, and the science teachers were going to have to deal with this sooner or later. It was inevitable. Shaq. Shaquille O'Neal held on to Flat Earth for as long as he could, and the media attention he generated in the first 10 days was invaluable. Shortly after Kyrie came out at the All-Star Game as a Flat Earth member, NBA basketball legend Shaq joined in during a podcast of his own, much to the dismay of his co-host, who berated him nonstop until the broadcast ended. Over the next week, the sports world was on fire with FE rhetoric, desperately searching for answers. Was this an NBA thing? Did it have to do with race, or was it part of a broader educational failure? Keep in mind, it was not just these two men. Other NBA stars chimed in, both young and old, like Draymond Green and Paul Pierce, all backing Kyrie, stating how he was one of the most intelligent players they had ever met. Unlike Kyrie, who felt like he had nothing to lose, Shaq was well seasoned in the ways of media and legacy. All it took was a call from his agent, who now focuses solely on Shaq's endorsement deals. You see, Shaq makes $20 million a year, more money than he ever did playing, and is still a highly sought-after brand representative. There are clauses in these contracts that deal with things like bad behavior, act out in a way that reflects badly on the brand, and they can use that option to cancel the contract. Think that's an exaggeration? Look at what happened to Tiger Woods when he had that affair and crashed drunk into a tree. 10 days after this Flat Earth-laden podcast, Shaq was in damage control mode. The first stop was Jimmy Kimmel Live. I have never seen anything like it. Shaq sits down, and after the applause ends, Jimmy's first words were, "So, you were kidding about Flat Earth, right?" This was not an accident. This is what happens when your agent scrambles because of sponsor pressure. This was not just a first question of the interview, but the very first words. Shaq tried to play it off for a while, but it did not matter to the FE world. 10 days was more than enough time in the social media world, and we appreciated it. Thanks, Shaq. You did what you could. CBS. CBS gave us probably the most balanced coverage to date from a mainstream network, and then they caved into audience peer pressure. Also known as the Columbia Broadcasting System, CBS contacted the FE community looking for a possible segment piece. Coincidentally enough, the timing lined up with the National Geographic story that was being planned in Los Angeles. Believe it or not, there are turf wars in just about every aspect of our lives, including journalism. National Geographic had reached out to me in the hopes of organizing and filming a meetup/experiment in 2018. CBS had reached out to people in our Los Angeles chapters for the very same thing, and now that the event was set, National Geographic wanted exclusive rights and asked if Flat Earth would tell CBS to not attend. The Los Angeles FE chapter did not know what to do, and I hate politics. I simply grabbed the contact information from both National Geographic and CBS and sent them to each other to let them fight it out. A compromise was reached where National Geographic would have exclusive rights to interview me, and CBS had the rights to everyone else. CBS chose Jeranism, who bailed on the meetup event, and so they went with Patricia Steer, the better camera-ready choice. What most people do not know is that Rob Skiba was also there. Rob had 10 times the subscribers that Patricia had, and probably twice as many as mine, but was passed over because Rob's prime focus next to FE was religious prophecy. We will get to that a little more in Chapter 11, Religion and Why Flat Earth Matters to You, but suffice it to say, if you are religion heavy, the media will always bump you down the list. CBS spent the afternoon at the Los Angeles meetup with Patricia, and it went well. There is something else you should know about Patricia. When she is on camera, she will only show you her good side, and it never ever break character. Because of this, the only footage they could edit was flawless. It was good enough to be the showcase for CBS Sunday Morning with Jane Pauley. For Flat Earth, it was instant media credibility. An award-winning journalist spotlighting the FE theory, and it was not a hit piece against us. CBS would eventually regret that decision. Most media, when covering the flat earth theory, have to attack the topic in one form or another, some more than others, but the best we could hope for is neutral, where the media outlet asks the audience to make up their own mind. That is what CBS did, and I could have not been happier. They also put the piece on YouTube with Patricia as the thumbnail. Watching her state her flat earth claim with conviction made me so proud. She never missed a beat. The YouTube piece climbed the search charts quickly and sat as the #1 FE result for several months. Once it reached 1 million hits, the video disappeared. And it was no surprise to me. I knew exactly what happened. CBS is an older network, and their audience is the same, older. The older generation grew up with the space program and watched Apollo on television. Flat Earth flew right in the face of that. This audience was also not shy about writing letters to the network voicing their displeasure. Give the people what they want. CBS did, and again, I do not blame them. Copies of the original Sunday broadcast are everywhere. Things stick on the internet. There's a copy on my channel. Again, I encourage you to pause for a few and give it a look. TFR. Truth Frequency Radio is the bravest little podcast station in the world, and they have been with us since the beginning. They generally go by TFR, but mostly because everything is abbreviated these days. I blame the millennials. TFR is just another TLA. I will tell you what that is at the end of this section unless you figure it out first. Technically speaking, Rob Skiba was the first show on that network which delved into the flat earth by interviewing me twice. Right after the second interview, they messaged me asking if I would like to do a weekly show of my own. I humbly said yes and started up immediately. After my show, several other Flat Earth YouTube channels got on board with TFR. These included Jeranism and Paul and the Plane. By 2018, the network had at least 6 Flat Earth-related podcasts. No matter what the future holds, I will always cherish my friends at TFR who gave us protection from deception. Shout out to the owners of the station, Chris and Cherie Geo. TLA is short for 3-letter acronym. I can't take credit for it. The internet is very clever. Owen Benjamin. The comedian/actor came onto the flat earth scene late, having burned a series of Hollywood bridges while exposing how the mainstream entertainment system works. During this internal/external process, Owen did a large series of heated podcasts on YouTube where ranting was the norm, not the exception. His listener base was large, enthusiastic, and open-minded. Owen had stated his interest in flat Earth, but also said that he was on the fence regarding the topic many times. Slowly but surely, our members wore him down with experiments and globe questions until finally he interviewed one of our best. The choice was David Weiss, otherwise known as DITRH, and the interview went perfectly. David and Owen blended so well, it seemed like they had been doing it for years. There was this wonderful moment towards the end of the interview where Owen had figured out David's accent. Owen said he had a friend that lived on the East Coast that sounded just like him. When the location was revealed, David said it was just down the road, and an instant connection was formed. I am hoping I get a chance to meet Owen at a future event. He has such a great passion on a variety of subjects. I know he is now looking to find his new place in the world, and I'm hoping we can help. Rebecca Shankula. Even if you are already in the FE community, you probably do not know this woman's name. I met her in 2015. She was the first producer to ever contact me and was also the one who woke me up to the media potential of Flat Earth. In 2015, Rebecca worked for True TV, a production house in New York City. She was intrigued by the concept and was way ahead of the curve compared to everyone else. Rebecca and I rounded up many larger YouTube channels as we could and started filming screen tests. Remember the 5 screen tests that Jeranism missed? That was them. Keep in mind, we did not have a lot of people to work with. Patricia had not even started her Hot Potatoes show yet. Matt Boylan was also asked to be part of the screen tests against my protests. In Behind the Curve, the film team listed off Matt's demands for being in the production. Rebecca received those same demands for her project back in 2015. Some things never change. Rebecca finished the tests, put together a sizzle reel, and submitted it to the higher producers. They fired her for it. Was it the wrong decision? Yes. Do I blame True TV for their reaction? No. It was the end of 2015. Before Kyrie, before even B.O.B. and Neil Tyson, for them it was too soon, and producers are paid to say no for a living. That being said, True TV should have at least explored the potential before giving Rebecca the knee-jerk reaction of firing her. Make Flat Earth as a television show? Well, that is just stupid. Funny thing, the documentary Behind the Curve came out in 2018, and one of the True TV producers who fired Rebecca contacted her with a weak apology. I'm hoping that one day soon, Rebecca will get her full vindication as an FE series finally comes out. I am a believer that good things come to those who wait. Hang in there, Rebecca. U.gov. The U.gov survey helped us far more than it hurt us. In 2017, the scientific research team, U.gov, based out of the UK, conducted an unsolicited survey of the Flat Earth movement and called 10,000 random U.S. citizens to find out their opinions on the subject. This group is one of the science research teams, and normally would be considered an enemy of the state. If they truly wanted to hurt the Flat Earth community, U.gov would have buried the results, and here's why. During their list of questions, U.gov found out that the demographic of people who believed in the Flat Earth the most were the age of 18 to 24. This group was tracking a full third against the globe. Let me say that another way. Almost 34% of younger Americans were not confident in the globe model of Earth in 2017. That was huge, and it started several chain reactions in different communities. First, the survey caught the attention of different science groups, all trying to explain the results. The theories were so broad that at one point another scientific journal attacked U.gov, accusing them of failed procedures. All those Americans cannot believe in Flat Earth. You must be doing it wrong. I loved it. Now we had science turning on each other. The other chain reaction U.gov started was in mainstream media. I watched the Greg Gutfeld show on Fox Network trying to make humorous sense of it. National Geographic reached out to me partially because of that survey. Maybe U.gov released the results as a wake-up call for science. Maybe we have someone on the inside. Remember, we have people everywhere. Speaking of which, secret bank executive. My cousin Tana called me late one night from New York City. She is a bank executive's wife and has been her entire life. A lot of her friends are the same, and the husbands have run parallel careers moving up the ladders. Tana had spent the evening at a Manhattan wine bar with a group of bankers, and as conversations evolved, eventually conspiracies came up. Tana was bored by all this. She does not believe in conspiracies. It's not that she implicitly trusts mainstream media, it's that she simply does not care. Fair enough. So this group eventually gets around to the flat earth topic, and that is when Tana decides to chime in and enter the conversation. She tells them that she knows flat earth people and that her cousin, me, makes flat earth videos and helps organize conferences. That is not entirely true. I do not help that much with conferences other than promote and speak at them. The executive group tries to wave Tana off, saying that she is drunk, mostly true, and she is just trying to be relevant to the conversation. She then repeats herself, but this time mentions my name. They then stop dead in their tracks and stare at her. You know Mark Sargent? Tana, of course, thinks that they are just messing with her, and the executives proceed to rattle off phrases from the Flat Earth clues. They then ask questions, and she pulls up my phone number until finally she sends me a pic of the guys holding up a phone with the FE map on it. I am not going to tell you the name of the bank, only that it is as big as they come, and that these men are currently high on the food chain. I mention this because Flat Earth finds its way into any demographic. It does not matter how rich or powerful or beautiful or talented you are. Flat Earth is the most interesting story you have ever heard. Prove me wrong. Robert Simmons. Robert should have never allowed to be interviewed about his work. Robert Simmons is a NASA employee and by default an enemy. He is also one of the main reasons why images released by the space agency are under daily scrutiny. His now famous soundbite, "It is photoshopped because it has to be," was uttered by Robert during an audio interview conducted a few years ago when describing how he built the default background screen for his first iPhone. Oh, you didn't know? It turns out that Robert ran into the same problem I did back in 2000 when I could not find any other images of the Earth from space. Robert could not find any either in 2007 when Apple contacted him regarding the Earth image, so he made one in Photoshop from scratch. What should have been an easy enough task turned out to be one of the poster children for the Flat Earth community. The construction of Robert's world image was relatively simple in Photoshop terms, just a series of spherical layers that mimicked what NASA showed us with the Apollo 17 blue marble shot, including different shades of ocean blue, clouds, and sun glare. This is where I have to pick on programmers because they tend to fall victim to lazy habits more than most. Maybe it's because they fit the standard stereotypes and hated gym class, never understanding that pain is gain. I could envision the entire process. The iPhone World Image project was almost done, but it was Friday, and Robert did not want to miss happy hour with buy one, get one free micro brews and $5 wings. So he just rushed through the Southern Hemisphere clouds and made it to the bar on time. Robert overused the Photoshop cloning tool and replicated a bunch of clouds below the equator. No one noticed. Apple received its world image and it was copied all over the internet. Then, years later, the Flat Earth community started looking at Earth images and the flaws were glaring. And because it had been spread everywhere for a number of years, the image could not be pulled back in. An interesting side story, while Patricia and I were at the Kennedy Space Center in Houston, Texas, we toured their largest exhibit, a space shuttle mounted on top of a 747 cargo jet. Right there on the wall was a blown-up version of that Robert Simmons image, cloned clouds and all. Why would NASA use an admitted photoshopped image of the Earth at their facility? Patricia and I also pointed this out to the 2018 documentary team there with us, and they filmed the scene, but it was cut out of the final film. Creative editing indeed. Wernher von Braun. We end the Friends of the Family section with the father of rocket science himself, Wernher von Braun. Wernher was, of course, a huge part of the Nazi advanced rocketry program, helping design the first cruise missiles and V-2 rockets used successfully against England during World War II. After the war, the best Nazi scientists were split between the Soviet Union and the United States, and two new rocket programs started to develop. Werner is cited for being the most responsible for the Apollo program and was lucky enough to witness the fruits of his labors, including the last moon mission in 1972. He later died in 1977. I do not consider him an enemy of Flat Earth for two reasons. First, he did not live long enough to ever comment on it, although if he did, I'm sure he would have to stay true to NASA. Second, I believe Werner was always searching for truth and believed that eventually it should be given back to the people. Remember what President Franklin Roosevelt said, only tell the public as much truth as they can handle. It was with this in mind that Werner tried to reach beyond the grave, literally. If you look up his headstone, you will find a simple marker, very humble for someone of his historical stature. It simply has his name, the year he was born, the year he died, and Psalms 19:1. No German markings, nothing tied to NASA, just Psalms 19:1. Yes, I was raised a born-again Christian, but still had to look up this chapter and verse. It reads, "The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament shows his handiwork." Now that is interesting. Why would the father of NASA, built on the still burning embers of the Nazi war machine, mention a biblical verse on his headstone? Furthermore, why would this verse talk about a domed structure that encloses us all within? Of all the things he could have mentioned, of the thousands of passages in the Bible, he chose that one. I do not consider Werner an enemy of Flat Earth, and I never will. Now let's take a look at some of the people who have given the Flat Earth community headaches over the years, the true enemies of the state.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth and find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe that.
Chapter 10, Enemies of the State. Neil deGrasse Tyson. I will say this about the man. Neil deGrasse Tyson is very good at his job. It is said to be proud of your enemy and enjoy his success. This is how I feel about Neil. Neil is currently the most popular scientist in the world, and no one else even comes close. Officially, he runs the Hayden Planetarium in New York City, but that is just his day job. Where Neil really shines is public speaking, and by that I mean the traditional stage performance, walking with a mic. He gets paid very well for this, and he should be. He has a natural stage talent. I call him a scientific jack-in-the-box. Neil goes from city to city, pops out and says, "Space is amazing." He has been doing this for years and has basically taken over from his mentor, Carl Sagan. Neil Tyson, for better or worse, is the face of science and indirectly NASA. In 2004, he won the NASA Distinguished Public Service Medal, if you have any doubts to where his loyalties lie. It also doesn't hurt that Neil's demographics are almost perfect for the current climate. Neil is a good-looking African-American man with one hell of a stage presence, good enough to land him cameo roles, mostly as himself, in big-budget movies, and more than good enough to grant him appearances on pretty much any television show he chooses. Neil first showed up on our radar after rapper B.O.B. produced the song Flatline that singled out Neil as a scientific puppet going on stage to further the cause of NASA. Neil responded by quickly making an appearance on Comedy Central and doing a monologue against the rapper and Flat Earth. His performance was not great. As Tiger Woods says, he did not bring his A game. Despite the laughs and cheers from the crowd coaching, the Comedy Central audience had no idea what Neil was talking about. Remember the 8 inches per mile squared formula, which no one knows? Neil was going way beyond that, and I had to ask why. Why do a long scientific monologue to a live comedy audience, both in studio and at home, and use complex theories that were far above their heads? Why would Neil use no video or graphics when a picture is worth 1,000 words? And it was fully available to him. Why not use real-world examples that people could relate to? From my standpoint, it just felt like an obligatory token response. Since then, he has stayed out of the flat earth debate, mostly because Neil does not do debates. He has stated this many times in interviews. His role is simple, to be the articulate face of mainstream science. While on stage, Neil does not take questions, and interviews are intimate with no dissenting voices in the room. It is a good policy on his part. It would be difficult to keep up that smiling charisma when going up against a dissenting opinion. Neil Tyson is now, and probably will be for the foreseeable future, the #1 default enemy of flat Earth. He is also not loved by the physics community, and there's good reason for this. Neil does not do experiments or research, does not debate, and only attends panels because of his media presence. He is a blessing and a curse for the physics community. With him, you get higher media exposure for mainstream science, but only at a surface level. Without him, does science even have a real voice in the social media world? Brian Cox. Brian is an astrophysicist out of the UK. He is the second most popular science in the world next to Neil Tyson, and he hates flat Earth. Brian Cox hates it so much that he is in complete denial of it. He will not even acknowledge it exists. He states that flat Earth is not a thing, nor has it ever been. Brian thinks that no one who creates flat Earth online content actually believes in the theory. Flat Earth is just a myth or legend, and that no culture anywhere ever believed in it. No one has ever believed in it. Really. I find that interesting because there were a great many cultures that first looked at the world the same way, and they all drew the same thing. Let's rattle off some of them, shall we? Greek, Navajo, Babylonian, Mesa, Japanese, Persian, Viking, Indian, Mayan, Incan, Hebrew, Australian, Chunashi, Slavic, African, Sumerian, Mesopotamian, Norse, Hindu, Masonic. A little tip: when a secret society draws the world a certain way, you might want to pay attention. Islamic, Roman, Egyptian, Aztec, Arabic. All of these large groups saw the world like this. This is easy information to reference. All you have to do is search for ancient cosmologies, and the same images will appear over and over again. Bill Nye. Bill Nye is a one-trick pony who was in the right place at the right time. Bill is also not a scientist. He has a bachelor's degree in mechanical and gave up engineering almost immediately to join a comedy acting troupe in Seattle, Washington called Almost Live. I know this well because that is where I grew up. The show's lead, Ross Schaefer, suggested that given Bill's naturally thin, nerdy appearance, he should create a skit that focused on funny science experiments, and Bill Nye the Science Guy emerged from it. The show ran from 1993 to 1998 and enjoyed some success. Because the show was also excessively clean and family-friendly, it was eventually picked up by Disney for syndication, and a science legend was born. This is a good news, bad news story for the general public. Good that millions of kids got to know basic science concepts through lighthearted entertainment created by the Disney machine. I am in the camp that people are better off with some science than none at all. The bad news is that because of network syndication, those kids who watched the show grew up and became media producers, and since they knew Bill as a television scientist for years, they now saw him as an actual scientist. Power perceived is power achieved. When a general science expert is needed for a TV appearance, Bill Nye is called, often. It drives me insane. He has a bachelor's degree in mechanical, and he gets invited to speak on topics like climate change, quantum physics, and the Mars rover. Bill also hates flat Earth and voices his opinion on it whenever asked. Maybe hate is too strong a word. Bill, like a lot of other science-based people, does not understand it. He also has a strong opinion against Christianity. They tend to go hand in hand. To be fair, and this is the only credit I will give Bill, he is a solid, credible nerd on camera. He gets shoulder-tapped because the average university PhD is just too dry for television. They usually cannot articulate things well, speak with brevity, which the media hates, and gets flustered easily. 20 years of hardcore math will do that to a person. Not that I'm against math, I'm just saying. Elon Musk and SpaceX. In 2019, the New York Post ran a story called "Elon Musk is a Total Fraud." They are absolutely right. He also should never be allowed to do interviews with anyone ever. Because of social media, what the general public thinks they know about Elon Musk is almost always wrong. Ask anyone who created Tesla Motors, and they will invariably say Elon Musk. Elon Musk did not create Tesla Motors. He bought the company after it was established. He had nothing to do with the creation of Tesla. Ask people who engineered the rockets for SpaceX, and Elon Musk will get credit for that too. Elon does nothing for SpaceX except make the most ridiculous claims that go beyond science fiction and into the realm of futurism. Hell, most people even get his citizenship wrong. He is not American. He is South African. Not that there's anything wrong with that. So how did a super nerd become one of the cutting edge faces in the technology and science realms? It started with PayPal. You see, Elon is a programmer, and a pretty good one from what I can tell. He is one of the lead developers who created PayPal, the massive online financial transaction vendor that is embraced by every bank in the world. He had at least a 10% stake in the company when it first went public and quickly became a billionaire. He used that money to do several things. One was to create SpaceX with the help of the United States government. The other was to purchase the electric car company Tesla Motors. Why is that important to the flat Earth community? We are getting to that. It was the combination of these two companies that produced the most outlandish piece of space fakery the flat Earth community had ever seen, known to the general public as Tesla in space. When I first found out about it, I almost lost my mind. In early 2018, I was sent an email containing a single image that showed a red Tesla Roadster convertible with the blue marble earth in the background. I called up the person who sent it to me and asked who made the image because I simply did not believe it. As God is my witness, I thought that Jeranism had created it in Photoshop. My friend informed me that it was not just an image, but a link to a live event happening now. The flat Earth community erupted and proceeded to tear apart the space Tesla from every angle. From a production standpoint, SpaceX made a lot of mistakes. To start, let's look at what should have happened to that car but did not. Keep in mind the red Roadster was from Elon's personal collection, and he stated on video that it was not modified in any way for the harsh environment of space. You ever know someone who put hot water on a freezing windshield during the winter? The side windows of the Tesla should have spiderwebbed instantly. The front windshield should have taken slightly longer to fracture. Ask any scientist about large temperature swings. It was inevitable, but it never happened. The Roadster dash should have warped, and every pressurized system in that car would have ruptured violently. That includes the brake fluid, the window washer fluid, which would have frozen as well, all the battery fluid, it's an electric car, remember, the transmission fluid, the hydraulic assist system, and especially the 4 inflated rubber tires, which would have gone tight as a drum and exploded, destroying the fiberglass fenders around it. There is also a list of things that were left out of the Tesla in space footage for studio production reasons. There were 3 cameras mounted on the car, but no rear view mirror. Elon owned both of these companies, one public and one private, and yet there were no logos anywhere to be found. No giant Tesla logo on the door, no SpaceX logo on the hood, nothing at all. All the power of American marketing at their disposal, it should have looked like NASCAR, but instead we got a blank slate from head to toe. And speaking of which, this car had a fully articulated astronaut mannequin at the wheel. And this, too, had no corporate endorsement patches anywhere. Come to think of it, you could have sold advertising space in 2 seconds, and why didn't you? Come to double think about it, why was the red 2-seat convertible used in the first place? The flagship car of Tesla Motors is the 4-seat S-Series. With just a little marketing push, you could have replaced the generic mannequin with 4 icons. I would pick a Stormtrooper, Boba Fett, Iron Man, and Groot, and since Disney owns the rights to all of them, it's a one-contract deal. This mission pays for itself. Not only did we not see any marketing during this debacle, but nothing after either. I will give credit to Patricia Steer for noticing that PR mistake. After the space car was debuted, why weren't there huge banners in Tesla dealerships showcasing the event? Why weren't there car commercials that features this, the first ever commercial car to orbit the Earth? This is marketing 101, and not only was the event not maximized for exposure, it was quietly hidden away like it never happened. Why? because this was, in my opinion, a test to see if space could be faked on the cheap with a private company. Would the population believe such a stunt? Now, with social media, you can track the results in real time. I imagine there was a rash of posts on Twitter, things like hashtag not buying it, hashtag looks fake, hashtag is this real, that told them that what they needed to know. But the big con that was overlooked by even me was the booster rockets. It was and still is the finest example of misdirection I've ever seen in media, and I will tell you how SpaceX did it. The red convertible car was put inside a breakaway capsule on the top of a main rocket called the Falcon Heavy. On the side of the Falcon were two smaller booster rockets that would give the rocket added thrust, then drop off early, leaving the Falcon to continue forward and eventually deploy the car. What made this mission even more interesting was that the booster rockets were not going to splash down in some remote ocean location, but instead land vertically back at Cape Canaveral. Keep in mind that this would be very hard to accomplish, if not impossible. Yet SpaceX accomplished this with two rockets off the same launch. From an engineering standpoint, this should not have been possible, and yet there it was, live on television. Two booster rockets using burst thrust technology that does not exist outside of the movies. Wait, why was SpaceX landing rockets at a NASA facility? Are they not the direct competition? NASA gets $54 million a day in federal funding. Having a rival space company use your company launch pad is a huge conflict of interest, but I digress. The point here is the booster rockets themselves, not the landing site. The media feed focused on these two booster rockets that dropped perfectly back down towards Florida, then at the last minute, using burst thrust technology, slowed their free fall to a crawl, and both rockets landed right next to each other at the same time. It was filmed from both the pad, and each rocket had its own landing cam. There were several things that made this impossible, and yet no one in mainstream media questioned it. First, the idea of reusable aerospace parts is ludicrous. The stress of a launch combined with extreme temperature changes caused by pressure and re-entry would create an unknown lifespan variable. No engineer would allow these parts to be reused. Second, landing a tube rocket vertically is aerodynamically silly. Rockets are unstable just sitting on a launch pad. Think of all the tall cylindrical objects you knock over in a given year and how easy they fall sideways. When landing multiple objects next to each other, you always land them far apart. This applies to everything from commercial jets, civilian planes, even helicopters, and is done for very practical safety reasons. Even if you did land boosters during the same launch, you would stagger them so that one landed and then a few minutes later, the other. Landing them simultaneously violates everything we know about engineering safety, and yet within 30 seconds of the double touchdown, SpaceX accomplished this, and the video cut to the perfect profile of the red convertible in space. Do not feel bad if you missed the misdirection because no one caught it. It took me a few hours to figure it out. The cameras focused so much on the miracle booster landing that by the time the cameras jumped to the car, it produced this sense of accomplishment, and the producers of the Red Car show left out the transition video sequence, which was the Falcon Heavy rocket itself. The boosters were not what launched the convertible into space. It was the Falcon Heavy, but the general public forgot that part. Where was the footage of the main rocket letting go of the capsule, then tumbling away slowly back into Earth's gravity? When the capsule top blew off, where were the pieces that also should have floated off into the distance? The Tesla Roadster was equipped with 3 different cameras. One of those cameras would have seen the Falcon Heavy falling away, but nothing was shown on television. This was done because the SpaceX car mission was on a budget. Having the Falcon Heavy float back to Earth would have added another layer to the special effects process. Science fiction television shows leave out footage like this to save money. Why was SpaceX doing the same thing? Instead, the production followed a very straightforward series of shots. Booster 1, Booster 2, show car. It's as simple as that. Everyone was so mesmerized with the red convertible they completely overlooked how it got there, which was never shown. Genius. One last thing I have to get on record about the SpaceX car, and I will give credit to the Globebusters for finding it. During the booster re-entry, the camera feed made a mistake and the booster split screen showed the same camera on both monitors. This was a live stream on YouTube, and once recorded, it cannot be edited. After we pointed out the error during several podcasts, YouTube allowed SpaceX to go back in and edit the video to reflect the accurate camera angles. This was a surprise to even us, but don't worry, we recorded everything and the originals are out there and easy to find. I apologize for not spending more time on Elon directly. Let's circle back to the original New York Post article, Elon Musk is a total fraud. I understood more than most why the article was written. Elon has never followed through with any technology promise he has ever made. He said that we would solve Puerto Rico's power problems with his solar technology after a hurricane destroyed their power grid. He said he would save the kids' soccer team that were stuck in the cave with his tiny submarine. Elon said he would build a high-speed underground train that would connect San Francisco and Los Angeles. He said that he would create a super commercial passenger jet that would fly from the United States to China in 2 hours and cost as much as a business class ticket. In 2017, Elon said he would take 2 tourists on his rocket around the moon and back, and he would do it by 2018. Not only did none of these things happen, none of these projects even began, and the attention span of the media and public is so short that they forgot Elon even mentioned them. Nothing about Elon is real, not even his hair. Look it up. Joe Rogan. Despite what you may hear, Joe Rogan is smarter than he lets on to be. Joe used to be one of us, someone who believed in conspiracies. Then one day he claimed to have climbed completely out of the conspiracy rabbit hole. Now he says there are no conspiracies and that everything that mainstream media says is true. The only deception in the world are the ones sanctioned by the government. This is, by the way, the first and only time a conspiracy-minded person has ever done a 180-degree turn. It is especially hard to believe given how serious Joe used to be about conspiracies. Allow me to summarize Joe's backstory and then decide for yourself what happened. Joe was an actor/comedian for a number of years, then got into commentating MMA fights. Along the way, he delved into certain conspiracies, and the one he was most vocal about was the American Moon Program. This was years before Flat Earth 2.0 came about. Whenever the topic came up during an interview and Joe was asked, he would give his opinion with great enthusiasm. He thought the entire Apollo program was a load of junk, and there was no way we ever went. The problem for Joe was that he was winning these arguments. Debate 101, if both sides are relatively equal, the person with the most conviction often wins because they appear to want it more. Joe then goes media dark for a number of months. When he emerges, he has a brand new show on the Sci-Fi Channel called Joe Rogan Questions Everything. And in the first episode, he recants every bad thing he ever said about NASA. And everything they ever did is 100% true. Yep, nothing suspicious there. Joe Rogan Questions Everything was canceled after its first season, and then Joe started up his own podcast, which is now one of the top 10 in the United States. He has on science advocates all the time, including Neil deGrasse Tyson, Brian Cox, Elon Musk, and several astronauts. Joe no longer believes in any of his previous conspiracies. He also regularly takes shots at Flat Earth and brings it up to his guests whenever possible. Attacking Flat Earth from his show is a smart move from the show's standpoint, and I would like to think that secretly he knows the whole picture. To aid him in his attacks, Joe enlists a figurative, not literal, punching bag named Eddie Bravo. Eddie is a professional fighter and a huge Eric Dubay fan. Being an Eric Dubay fan means that you only trust Eric. Joe and Eddie go at it from time to time, and Joe also encourages his guests to take on Eddie regarding the Flat Earth topic. This makes for some interesting drama and, of course, fuels the fire of the Flat Earthers who listen in and comment whenever they can. One day, I hope to sit down with Joe off camera and see where his head is at. I try to tell others not to be too hard on him, because just about everyone has a pressure point. Joe was just doing what he thought was best for his family, and I can't blame him. He is an official enemy, but only because he has to be. Logan Paul. The world would be a slightly better place if Logan Paul was not in it. I should have said people like Logan Paul, but he stands alone in a world of tools. More than PewDiePie, more than his younger brother, more than, well, anyone. If you don't know who Logan is, don't feel bad. Neither did most of the speakers and audience at the 2018 FE conference in Denver. The short version of the 2018 conference is that I walked out to protest Logan being in the same room with us. The longer version is a bit more complicated. I used to do internet research for a living. I love data and I love stats. While looking up different YouTube personalities, I ran into Jake Paul, Logan's younger brother. Through Jake, I found out about Logan. Logan does internet pranks for a living. They are simple, they are childish, and they get a lot of views from 8th grade boys, his target audience. When you do these pranks, the videos get a lot of hits on YouTube. The parent company, Google, sends money to your bank account. Stay with me here. The more pranks, the more money. Bigger pranks, bigger money. If you are thinking this sounds familiar, you are correct. The initial concept started with Johnny Knoxville and the MTV show Jackass. When the internet was still new, Johnny and his posse completed a number of seasons culminating in several mainstream films. Jackass turned out to be a successful franchise, which ended before YouTube began. That is where Logan and others took over. Logan copied parts of the Jackass formula, even adding an obligatory dwarf to his cast because dwarves are still funny to 8th graders. I am sorry, Peter Dinklage, you are a god among actors. Imagine a junior high boy, not particularly bright, who gets more money than his parents combined for pranking his friends and complete strangers. Where do you think that ends? Logan pranked just about every demographic he could in the US, ran out of targets, and then started going to other countries, culminating in December of 2017 in Japan, which is now known as the Suicide Forest Incident. When you are surrounded by people who always say yes, then every idea you have is a stellar one. Take, for example, this gem. You fly from Los Angeles to Tokyo, Japan, then drive to a remote forest that is well known for Japanese people taking their own lives. Keep in mind that Japan has a very different outlook on death and suicide. I'm sure you remember some of the examples. Logan travels out there with his film crew wearing a child's cartoon hat and proceeds to make fun of a recent suicide victim that can be seen in the distance. Not kidding. He then films, edits, and releases it on YouTube. I do not really have the words to express my outrage, but I will try. Logan, you expletive piece of expletive. I hope you one day get run over by a busload of disabled children and they all get out and laugh. 10 years ago, this stunt would have had Logan blackballed from the media forever. Now with the internet, bad behavior tends to fade more quickly. In 2018, Logan was already plotting his comeback into the good graces of the internet with Flat Earth. Logan bought VIP tickets to our Denver conference, and in response, our promoter, Robbie Davidson, reached out to see what else we could do for him. Having millions of YouTube subscribers does have an effect, although I was not falling for it. The cover story by the Logan Paul camp was that his best friend Mike was already a flat earther and a fan of some of the speakers, and that Logan was already flat curious. Because of this, Robbie felt safe and actually allowed stage time for Logan to say a few words. No one else in the FE community knew anything about this, or even that Logan was attending until the night before the conference started. When Robbie finally let it slip, I was in complete denial. It couldn't be Logan Paul because, well, it couldn't. I spent the next hour browbeating many of the speakers over a late dinner, but to no avail. My words fell on deaf ears. No one there even knew who Logan was. So when I confirmed this through registration the next morning, I got a shuttle, went to the airport, and headed home. I did this for two reasons. The first was to protest. Suicide has taken several of my friends over the years, and that outrage will never fade for me. The second was insurance. If Logan was going to punk the FE conference, he was not going to get everyone. If he did, then the headlines would literally read, "Logan Paul punks Flat Earth," and that simply would not do. I made the sacrifice, gave up my set, really pissed off the lovely Patricia Steer, and rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. To make matters worse, Logan took months before he released his mockumentary, so I took the criticism hits all the way until March of 2019 when Flat Earth to the Edge and Back came out. It was an hour-long troll job stating that he was never curious about Flat Earth, his friend Mike was never into it either, and the entire film team was in on the prank, including his fake girlfriend, whom he flew in from Australia. To be perfectly honest, it was even worse than I thought it would be. There was no lingering punchline. He took childish shots from minute one, and it never let up. Logan even made a behind-the-scenes video that covered the bloopers and production. Vindication was mine, but if I had a time machine, I would just have gone back to the past and made sure Logan's parents never met. Probably easier than smothering him in his crib. Remember, Logan, the first thing you should know about us is that we have people everywhere. Red Bull. The only reason people know about Felix Baumgartner is that he has an unusual name that is easier to remember. Thanks to well-placed Red Bull marketing dollars, everyone has heard about the Red Bull jump. Take a veteran skydiver, put him in an oxygen suit, put all the gear into a balloon capsule, take the capsule to 130,000 feet, film the whole thing, and make sure your energy drink logo is everywhere. To make sure the jump is more dramatic, make sure the main camera is a GoPro or fisheye lens, which bends the entire image so that the curvature of the Earth is greatly exaggerated. You have looked through a fisheye lens many times. It's the peephole in hotel or apartment doors giving you a wider view. You know the hallway isn't curved, it's perfectly straight, but looking through the door, it appears curved. The fisheye lens works on everything, even the horizon. When Red Bull handed out images to media, they made sure to get the most of that curved image. Every week, someone emails me about the Red Bull jump. When I explain the fisheye lens, they get quiet. For one, the jump was at 130,000 feet, which is only 24 miles. If the curvature was that severe at 24 miles, the entire world would be the size of Arizona. The ground below had no water at all, which is impossible if the globe was over 70% water. The camera inside the capsule looking out showed a perfectly flat horizon. Finally, Felix said that he could see the curvature from that height, but Neil Tyson says that the curve cannot be seen from that altitude. So who do you trust? Metatron. There is an old saying, no good deed goes unpunished. That is what happened here. A few years ago, there was this small-time media producer by the name of Joe Reel from San Diego who contacted me asking if he could build a phone app for my Flat Earth clues. He said he was not going to charge for it and just needed my permission. I said yes, why not? It wasn't going to hurt anything. Joe did the same app for Patricia Steer. A short time later, he asked if he could buy marksargent.com, make it a subscription service, and he would split the profits with me. Sure, why not? I didn't have to create that much extra content for it, and the exposure would help the YouTube channel. I signed a one-year contract for the website, and Joe bought the rights to it. It was obvious from the start Joe did not have any money and just kept everything that the site brought in, but I kept up the content creation until the year ran out. We did not renew the contract. Lesson learned. The conspiracy world is known for suspicion and can be a little paranoid. A larger FE channel started digging into the Mark Sargent app, said that it was spying on people, then dug some more and found the parent company, another very small outfit called Metatron. Speculation was rampant, and the rumor mill at one point had some people convinced that I was Joe Reel. When Patricia and I brought Joe on a podcast to clear things up, people then I instead must be the vice president of that company, Dennis Sluka. I am easy to find on the internet. The only mailing address I've ever had are in Washington State and Colorado. Yes, I spent a year in Canada, but never received mail there. None of this mattered to the overly suspicious group, and the rumor that Patricia and I are intimately tied to Metatron still persists to this day because some larger YouTube channels still spread it. I mention this one because it gives a good example of how twitchy some of the conspiracy crowd can be, and how Metatron could have cleared this up years ago, but did not. There is nothing more to the Metatron rumor than that. If you can find any paper trail that connects me further to that San Diego group, I would love to see it. Mad Mike. If you're wondering when the Mad Mike Hughes documentary movie Rocket Man will hit theaters, then you'll be waiting for a long time. Turns out the 2019 Elton John biography already uses that title based on the popular song of 1972, the year NASA shut down its moon program. Mad Mike started out as a friend to Effie. He knew a good thing and saw that Effie had a lot of steam behind it in media trends. He approached the community asking for money to help finish his stunt rocket. I say rocket loosely because it's really just a pressurized steam generator hooked up to a rocket casing, the very same technology used by Evel Knievel in 1974 during the Snake River Canyon jump. It was apparent that Evel had an influence on Mike, and the rocket was almost identical to it, right down to the parachute deployment system. The FE community agreed to help, gave him $8,000 and a large flat Earth sticker to paste on the side of the rocket, which he did during the manufacturing process. This caught the attention of many of the media. A stuntman is one thing, but a flat Earth stuntman that was going to launch a rocket to prove the theory was too good to pass up. This, of course, was not true at all. The steam-powered rocket barely had enough power to reach 3,000 feet, while a commercial plane cruises at 10 times that height. It did not matter to the media because it was interesting and he was risking his life. That part was true. Mike could have gone only 500 feet up. If the parachute failed, he was not going to survive. To add to the drama, Mike delayed the rocket launch for days twice after the media had already set up. He launched on a third scheduled attempt, the parachute deployed, and he lived. It was a great thing for FE in that he generated a massive amount of coverage for the topic, most of which was by the giant flat Earth sticker. Best $8,000 we ever spent. But then the fame that Mike craved so much got to him. He was booked on Daniel Tosh's comedy show, and despite the overtly sexist comments during that interview, it went well. Mike thought he had arrived and more or less claimed himself to be the new messiah of flat Earth. That did not go over well, as he was not invited to a lot of events. Mike was not really a flat earther, he just wanted to use it for media momentum, which did work. During his interviews, you could tell he did not know that much about FE and was trying to fake his way through it. I had a radio station in Kansas City actually call me to talk about flat Earth, even though they had talked to Mike twice. They said they just were not feeling it with him. Now, Mike just rants and threatens to sue everyone in Flat Earth because he is not getting the attention he thinks he deserves. Last I heard, he was filing a suit against Logan Paul for using Mike's likeness in the mockumentary. It's funny how the world works sometimes. Dean Odell. I feel bad about putting a strong Christian on the enemies list, but I do not know how I can give him a pass. For those who are not up on the FE gossip, here is Dean in a nutshell. Dean is a pastor at an Alabama church and also a Flat Earth supporter. I first met him at the conference in Raleigh. We had coffee together. Well, I had breakfast. He had coffee. It was a free buffet, and I was not going to walk away from that. Don't judge me. Despite what nutritionists think, all you can eat is still a magical thing. One of the Flat Earth side effects is enhanced conviction for just about everything you're already into. This will make some Christians into ultra-Christians. Dean started analyzing other Christian FE members and eventually drew lines in the sand when it came to chapter and verse. He made a lot of claims about what was salvational, and it did not get much traction. Because of this, Dean started lashing out against various members of the community, none of which were attacking him. He was doing this not only in videos, but in recorded sermons, and some of it was really personal stuff. Over the next 2 years, he burned so many bridges that there were very few community members still standing with him. Being suspicious is one thing, but making new rules and condemning the rest to hell is taking it too far. If anything, Flat Earth is about acceptance, and that should fall in line with a lot of Christian teachings. Seems like common sense to me. Maybe one day he'll come back around with a bunch of long overdue apology letters. I saved Dean for the end because of what is coming next.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe it.
Chapter 11, Religion and Why FE Matters to You. The King James Bible is a flat earth book. I realize that there are people in both religious and secular circles who do not want to hear it, but it's true. There is only one verse in the Bible that even hints about it being a globe, and it's Isaiah 40:21, "He who sitteth upon the circle of the earth." In the ancient Hebrew, a circle is not a ball or globe or sphere. A circle can be flat, like a dinner plate or a dining room table. The bottom line is, if that is the only verse that you can hold on to and still keep your Christian world a globe, then your grip is very weak, and I'm about to make it weaker. If you have any doubt about the above statement, I highly encourage you to check out Rob Skiba's very thorough website, testingtheglobe.com, where he goes through all chapter and verse with a fine-tooth comb, looking for references in support of or in opposition to the flat earth theory. There are people far better suited to answer the massive and complex theological flat earth questions than myself, but I will do what I can in this chapter and at least get you headed in the right direction. First off, I need to acknowledge again that there are 5 major religious houses that all have a stake in flat earth, the 5 main groups being Buddhism, Hinduism, Judaism, Islam, and Christianity. 3 of these share similar stories, and I will not compare doctrines here. What I should also point out is that of the 5, Christianity has the edge, mostly because of Bible literalists. The other 4 religions have their stories and lessons, but Christianity has most of the all-stars. There are so many to choose from: David and Goliath, Jonah and the whale, Sodom and Gomorrah, the wise men in the manger, the parting of the Red Sea, water and wine, and it goes on and on. If you're a strong Christian, you know all of them, and if you follow another religion, you have at least heard the names. We remember the stories because they have a flow, a plot line that can be followed, and hopefully a message that can be retained after reading. If you want to go through hundreds of different biblical snippets, I again highly recommend Testing the Globe by Rob Skiba, more specifically Part 4, allowing the Bible to speak for itself. It is organized very well by categories that Rob had to create from scratch. These include things like scriptures concerning the nature of the heavens and the sky above and their relationship to earth, scriptures concerning the nature of the earth below the firmament, and scriptures concerning the nature of the sun, moon, and stars. Rob did a great job of catching all of them, and I do mean all. If you want biblical reinforcement of an enclosed world cosmology, this is a good start. For me, I like a good narrative, a solid plot line, but I still enjoy the little pieces of chapter and verse. People remember good plot lines, and when they reach a certain level of simplicity and resonance, they become what I like to call campfire stories. When that happens, the tale can be told anywhere by anyone. All they need is a voice and a person willing to listen. 2 or more people sitting at a campfire spreading information like we have done for thousands of years. It is this timeless method that has helped forge religion over the millennia. I was raised a born-again Christian on the rural end of Whidbey Island, north of Seattle. Church was not just a Sunday affair. I was involved in youth groups, summer camps, and vacation Bible school. I even attended Camp Malibu in British Columbia, Canada. When you're a kid growing up in the middle of this, some things stick and some things don't. Singing badly hymns every Sunday did not do much for me, and the sermons seemed to always be directed on how we should act, which just seemed like a long, flowery way of preaching common sense. Youth group was a fun way of meeting people and building relationships, but it was the biblical stories that stayed with me long after I left the island and went out on my own. I was acutely aware of the biblical problem when I first started building the Flat Earth Clues in 2015. By biblical problem, I mean that the United States has become more polarized on the topic of the separation of church and state. If you make a video quoting a lot of chapter and verse on a mostly secular platform like YouTube, you are going to turn off a lot of people. Trust me when I say that the YouTube comment section is a battleground for a number of ideals, the largest being Christian versus non-Christian. I was in this secular mindset when I started releasing the clues. The flat earth message had to be given to the broadest possible audience, and keeping the Bible out of it seemed the safest way to go. Yes, this conflicted with my upbringing, and I had to wrestle with that, but the FE message was larger than any one demographic, even a religion, or all of them. Within a week, the Christian community started putting pressure on me, and it did not take long for me to understand why. The casual three-dimensional model of flat Earth is not organic in any way. We are talking about a flat circular disk that is probably not sitting in space, and it is enclosed by a massive dome structure. Whether you believe in God or not, you have to admit the entire layout screams one thing: it was built. If it was built or created, then the structure had a builder or creator. You see where this is going, right? If flat Earth is allowed to continue on its own, it has a good chance of killing off atheism. This spiritual revelation has huge ramifications for those who are not religious. For people who regularly fill the pews every Sunday, it sends a message loud and clear. The handprint of God is on the wall. All you have to do is look for it. This sounds heavy-handed, but it is the message I was receiving every hour from the Christian community. I had only been working on the 2015 Flat Earth Clues for a week, and emails were coming at me from the Christian community not asking, but stating that I was dancing around the issue of God and flat Earth. The general consensus was that I had to make a choice one way or the other. The issue of flat Earth and creation had to be addressed, which I did in the form of a clue called They Are Hiding God. If you have not watched the clues yet, you might want to now. It was that clue that changed my path and my overall outlook of the flat Earth model. Everything I did moving forward with published content reflected that, and I would like to publicly thank the Christian community for badgering me to finally deal with it head on. Before flat Earth came roaring into my life, I would be lucky to quote any chapter and verse under pressure. Now, during interviews, if the opportunity arises, I do not hesitate to represent not only Christianity, but religion as a whole. Now the simple stories that leisurely danced through my head during Sunday school were magnified into symbolic novels, and they all pointed towards the same thing, that God built a flat, enclosed world, and he left clues everywhere. The biblical verse quoted most often by Flat Earth members is Genesis chapter 1, verse 6, where during the building of the world, God created the firmament, or a barrier that separated the waters above and the waters below. I realize that this is just a few verses, but they are important because in Genesis, a lot happens in a very short amount of words. The reason why it resonates with the Christian community is twofold. One, of course, is because it's Genesis, so it carries a lot more weight, and two is that a barrier makes more sense in a flat model than it does on a globe. To be honest, I do not use the Genesis firmament reference much in general FE discussions because it has a cloudy, ethereal property to it. People tend to lean towards stories that they can easily visualize, myself included. The story that I settled on for the clues was the legendary Tower of Babel, which also, coincidentally, comes from Genesis, chapter 11, verses 1 through 9. In the clue, I expanded on the story of Babel, which is easy to do because it inspires the imagination and begs to be fleshed out. If all you know about Babel is that it was a very tall building, I can assure you there's a lot more there. In the video, I talked about an early civilization long before us who was far more advanced in technology and focused in purpose. They had discovered at some point the scope and dimensions of the world in which they lived and demanded answers from the Creator himself. With the arrogance of titans, the entire civilization joined together and combined their forces in creating an engineering marvel, second only to the world structure itself. They were going to build the widest and tallest earth building that had ever and will ever be built. This structure is now known as the Tower of Babel. This tower would be a literal bridge to heaven, and the builders would find out for themselves who God really was. They may even have known that God was watching every detail as the tower was being built, but they continued forward with the project. God, commenting to an unseen storyteller, stated that indeed the project would succeed. The first civilization of this world was built too perfectly, and their final act was to literally elevate themselves to the status of the Almighty. This simply would not do. The shining civilization could not be simply destroyed. They deserved better than that. The tower could not be completed, however, and so a plan was devised. Create a series of unique languages, distribute them throughout the population, and scatter the people to remote locations. The Babel Tower required extreme engineering functioning on multiple levels, and they were all written in one language. Making these blueprints unreadable stalled the project, and the goal of reaching the sky ceiling fell to ruin. This story is told in various forms by most Christians, and while the details can be debated or speculated upon, like I did here, the main plot point has never been in question. The older civilization was building a structure to heaven, a bridge to meet the sky and God. If the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour and traveling around the sun at 60,000 miles an hour, not to mention all the other speeds while traveling through the universe, then where exactly is that tower going? Because at any given time, the Earth location and orientation are different. In a flat, enclosed world, however, the tower is only going one place, straight up, exactly where it should be. The Tower of Babel only works on a flat Earth model. I told that story in a Flat Earth Clues video without using the word Babel once, and it was received well. I want to use other stories in the same video series, but decided to leave that up to the viewer, who would do their own research and decide for themselves. But since you are here, let me go over 3 of my favorites that point towards a flat, non-rotating Earth. Joshua holding the sun, from Joshua chapter 10, verses 12 through 15. On the day the Lord gave the Amorites over to Israel, Joshua said to the Lord in the presence of Israel, "Sun, stand still over Gibeon, and you, moon, over the valley of Aijalon." So the sun stood still, and the moon stopped, till the nation avenged itself on its enemies, as it is written in the book of Jasher. The sun stopped in the middle of the sky and delayed going down about a full day. There has never been a day like it before or since, a day when the Lord listened to a human being. Surely the Lord was fighting for Israel. Then Joshua returned with all Israel to the camp of Gilgal. The short version is this. Joshua asked God to hold the sun and the moon in the sky, and God did it. This is very difficult to do in the world of a modern heliocentric physics. Shutting down an entire solar system is a lot harder than you think. You have to stop the Earth rotating and orbiting, and the same with the moon and the other planets. When this happens, everything would go haywire. The atmosphere, the oceans, centrifugal force, everything. Wait, instead of me describing it, just watch the last hour of the movie 2012 and you'll get the idea. Stop the entire solar system just to let a small Middle Eastern war last another day? Not the best return on your investment. In a flat Earth model, stopping the sky is as simple as hitting the pause button on your DVR. The sky stops, the sun stays out, the war concludes. Easy. The story of Joshua works much better on the flat Earth. The only argument comes from the Christian community that says the Lord is all-powerful, so stopping the solar system would be as easy as anything else. My rebuttal would be that God is not only extremely powerful, but also extremely efficient. Building something as efficient as an enclosed world means you do not have to do heavy lifting. We'll explore more along these lines later. Satan tempts Jesus, from Matthew chapter 4, verses 8 through 11. Again, the devil took him up on an exceedingly high mountain and showed him all the kingdoms of the world and their glory. And he said to him, "All these things I will give you if you will fall down and worship me." Then Jesus said to him, "Away with you, Satan, for it is written, you shall worship the Lord your God, and him only you shall serve." Then the devil left him, and behold, angels came and ministered to him. This one I found interesting for several reasons. The high mountain that Satan and Jesus stood upon could see all of the world's civilizations, which is impossible to do on a globe. Even the highest peak we have today, Mount Everest, only has a visible range of less than 1,000 miles. So how could they see all of the world's kingdoms? To be honest, Mount Everest would not help the flat Earth either. Standing at less than 30,000 feet, it would only be able to see so far because of atmospheric distortion. Whatever peak Satan and Jesus were standing on was much higher and does not exist today, even though the principle is still the same. Satan tempting Jesus is impossible on a globe, no matter what the viewing distance, and only has a chance on flat Earth. The second coming, from Revelation chapter 1, verse 7. "Behold, he is coming with clouds, and every eye shall see him, even they who pierced him. And all the tribes of the earth will mourn because of him. Even so, Amen." The second coming is the best case end-of-the-world scenario for any Christian. It refers to the second coming of Jesus, where he appears in the clouds and every eye shall see him. This is similar to the visual problem of Satan and Jesus on the mountain. It only applies to an ethereal spirit who appears to be some distance from the earth. This simply cannot work on a globe, and I put the challenge to anyone. Prove it wrong. The test is easy to do. Take any spherical object you can find. A globe would be ideal. If you do not have a globe, then try a softball, basketball, soccer ball, or whatever is handy. Pretend it's the earth and hold it at any distance from your eyes. No matter what you do, you will not be visible to the entirety of that ball. If this is true, then how does the entire world see the second coming of Jesus? I actually had a caller on a radio interview say this is now possible because people on the other side of the globe will watch the second coming through their cell phones. The man was so desperate to hold on to biblical solar system that he actually used cell phones as a loophole. Denial is a powerful thing. Call me crazy, but it seems that the second coming would be somewhat diminished if you watched it on a 5-inch screen. It just does not have the same impact, the same punch. A top-notch production like the second coming really needs to be experienced live. Like Pink Floyd. I'm just saying. And if you are a little more open-minded when it comes to Christianity, take a look at the Book of Enoch. My friend and biblical author, Zen Garcia, researched the non-canon book for years, and when he went flat earth, the whole system opened up for him. Normally, the Book of Enoch reads like Chinese stereo instructions, a lot of technical breakdown with no real context, unless you read it with the cipher that is flat earth. Decoded, Enoch shows what is right above the ceiling of the firmament with all its engineering glory, the engineers that keep it running, and the army that protects it. Now it makes more sense why God was so concerned about protecting the sky from would-be kings and their tall towers. These biblical examples are just some of the overwhelming reinforcement that is in the religious community. Even if you are agnostic, you should take note because the flat earth inside the religious circles keeps spreading. I went from an active Christian to fading into a staunch agnostic over a period of 2 decades. Flat Earth brought me back to a relationship with God, and nothing will be able to tear me away from it while I breathe. The Flat Earth concept is the most powerful recruiting tool for the church ever. This is not an exaggeration. I have spoken to the speakers at the Christian conferences, and they are all in agreement. Nothing this potent has ever been seen. It resonates because it's easy to understand and dovetails with most of the relevant stories in the Bible. Yes, there will be pastors who will push back, and we have seen this several times already. But they resist not because it is a flawed concept, but because of the peer pressure of their congregation. To these pastors, I send a friendly reminder. There will be a tipping point, and you will feel it. You will know when the members of your flock asking FE questions outnumber the ones who don't. Then the decision you have been so hesitant to make will be made for you. If it were me, I would try to get ahead of this wave. But I also believe that without risk, there is no reward, something the church seems to have forgotten. Science is expected to avoid leaps of faith, which the church is known for. Let's take a look at how the men of science are currently trying to defend against us.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe.
Chapter 12, The Flat Earth Problem. Flat Earth is a drug, metaphorically speaking. I came up with this comparison a few years back, and I called it the Flat Earth drug deal. Imagine that the drug dealer on the corner is selling conspiracies instead of pharmaceuticals. His trench coat is full of them, every pocket jammed with all manners of alternative thinking. The average person who spends time on the internet knows about this dealer, and some alternative thinking people acquire items from him. Like actual drugs, it becomes a slippery slope. One conspiracy leads to another, although everyone has their favorites. Flat Earth has now become the most powerful street drug in this digital world, and some journalists in the mainstream media are starting to realize this. Another problem with the Flat Earth is there are conspiracies everywhere, but the general public does not acknowledge them for what they are. Every day we see, hear, and read about them. We hear about men committing organized fraud in politics, business, sports, entertainment, and yes, even journalism and science. We refer to them as a few bad apples or just bad men doing bad things. It is interesting that our legal system has many laws regarding conspiracy, but when applied to things outside of the courts, they become whispers and taboo. Politicians commit conspiracies every day, and most consider it the cost of doing business. In formal business, things like the Enron scandal happen. In athletics, there are always men like Lance Armstrong. In entertainment, there are always men like Harvey Weinstein. Even journalism isn't immune. Ask people like Bill O'Reilly, Matt Lauer, or Brian Williams. We can talk about all those things. Science is above such matters. They are not involved in conspiracies. They just make unfortunate mistakes. It's a mistake when you rush lead paint to market and children start eating it. I was just a kid when science and industry quietly removed leaded gasoline from the pumps. It's a mistake when the solution of mosquitoes, formerly known as DDT, almost kills the bald eagle. Asbestos is an amazing product, unless you work in the factory that makes it. The class action lawyers are still sorting out the end of that. We had doctors recommend brands of cigarettes on television, and even the Flintstones cartoon show was peddling Winston. My favorite example of a science conspiracy/mistake is one that I guarantee you have never heard about. It is something that is known now as the radium girls. Years ago, there was a new demand for watches with glow-in-the-dark dots. Seems reasonable. Who doesn't like to look at watches in the dark? So the scientists created glow-in-the-dark paint. This was not the child-safe paint that you left in the sun to get a charge. This was actual radioactive paint fueled by tritium that glowed all the time. They built a watch factory, hired a large team of women, gave them small paintbrushes, and left them to it. Every day, these women painted little radioactive dots onto the face of watches. The devil is in the details. Does anyone remember the trick to keeping a small paintbrush tip sharp? You lick it. And so the women did. In the class action lawsuit that followed, only 5 of the women made it to court. I'm sure you can figure out what happened to the rest. Science does its best to minimize the exposure of its mistakes over the years. When National Geographic decided to first film Flat Earth in 2018, I knew what we were getting into. There are certain default enemies of Flat Earth. Certain scientific groups cannot ever be allowed to accept Flat Earth as a credible theory. National Geographic is one of the biggest television supporters of mainstream science, maybe even their flagship. Other TV notables would be the Discovery Channel, the History Channel, etc. They back everything that is science and tear down anything that is religious or faith-based, which includes our group. This can be said about a lot of media outlets. All the major television networks like ABC, NBC, CBS, Fox, and CNN keep all things spiritual at arm's length, although Fox, with its heavy religious right audience, at least broaches the topic from time to time. I mention this because Flat Earth is a problem for all media, and here's why. Once the Flat Earth concept is fully absorbed by a person, they become very open-minded and receptive to a host of other things, like every other conspiracy they ever looked at, or any other conspiracy they look at in the future. It's true. I am living proof. In the Flat Earth Clues series, I mentioned that I knew people who thought the entire British royal family is made out of lizard people. But when I brought up the Flat Earth, they would laugh me out of the room because FE is above and beyond the ridiculousness of average conspiracies. Because I believe in the Flat Earth theory, I am open to at least discussing anything, including lizard royalty, even though I am not a fan of the theory. Before FE, I would not even consider looking into the lizard topic, but now I am at least willing to listen. Before, I used to shoot down new and interesting ideas proposed by other people, but now I look at them with kindness and try to understand where they are coming from. In the FE world, this is the norm, not the exception. So many people who get into the Flat Earth concept revisit every conspiracy they put on the back burner, like picking up an old book you read once and stuck it on the shelf. You can see where this new thought process could stir up problems. The average person who has converted to FE now has a renewed enthusiasm in many of their old conspiracy favorites. The conspiracy drug dealer I mentioned earlier now has a lot more return business, and if any new alternative concepts are introduced, they now have immediate traction because the audience is much more open to the ideas. In short, Flat Earth makes the audience hungrier for conspiracies. That is what I would expect. If you can successfully lie about the shape of the world, then you could lie about anything or everything. Take the vaccination controversy that has been spreading lately. I hesitate to write those words, but it is a good example of what I am talking about, and the flat earth has been tied to the vaccination issue several times in the media. Before flat earth, I did not really care that much about vaccinations. After FE, I did some research because I wanted to know why it has become a taboo in mainstream media. If you do not know anything about the vaccination issue, I can sum it up pretty quickly, and it reads a little bit like a movie script. The autism rate of the United States has risen from 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 40. This means there are a lot more parents that want answers, and they are posting a large number of testimonials online in video format. Many of these parents tell the same story. Their child started off normal and happy, then at one point during a battery of vaccinations, they developed a high fever, went into convulsions, and when they emerged from the fever, some degree of autism had emerged. If you are faint of heart, I do not recommend going to YouTube and searching for autism and vaccinations. Watching the parents who fall apart on camera after their child becomes broken is heart-wrenching, and you will want to know why this is happening. Two general rules of our civilization apply to this situation. The first is that the mob rules. There is a direct threat to the population, and the mob, parents, want answers. Target. If the town elders, science, cannot give the mob answers, then the mob will find an answer on their own. Because the autism epidemic is so geographically broad, the list of suspects is very small. If it is not caused by air, water, or food, then you need another option. Air is regional. The air that they breathe in Los Angeles is very different from the air in Boulder, Colorado. The same applies for water, and the vast differences in diet are almost exclusive to the point where food should not really be on the list. The point is that when it comes to cause, you have to pick something. If you are science, you cannot just look at all these parents and shrug your shoulders and say, I don't know. The mob will have none of that. Their energy has to go somewhere. The parents chose vaccinations because to them it is the most likely common denominator suspect left. I also like vaccinations as a suspect because it makes sense, and this is where the other large rule applies. It's a lawyer's world, and they call the shots. Drug companies have become huge. There is no secret there. They are now massive public behemoths that are under constant pressure from investors. Because of this, companies will cut corners and rush products to market. It is just something we have gotten very good at in America. We all know what lemons are in the consumer world, and we have had to deal with them since we were young. It is not just bad toasters and bad cars, it also happens with drugs. There is huge money in vaccines because they are mandatory. It does not take a rocket scientist to figure out that getting into the vaccination program is a solid return on investment. The drug companies then lobby the appropriate government agencies, and vaccines are added over time. When I was a kid, there were around 6. Now there are so many, they are combining several into one syringe, and that is where the world of drugs gets messy. Ask any drug dealer. Testing 6 vaccines against each other was easier. Test 20 to 30 against each other and the 8 blood types and different genders takes much more time, and the rush to market is always there. Production flaws are going to happen in any industry, and many times they are not discovered until after they are released to the public. Recalls in the automotive industry happen all the time, and they only take place when the corporate lawyers do the math. Only when the cost of the settlements becomes higher than the recall do they decide to announce it to the public. If there is a conflict between several of the vaccines currently in circulation, then the lawyers have to follow protocol. Admit nothing until the people complaining have you legally exposed. I'm sorry if that upsets you, but that is the world we live in. The giant class action lawsuit against Big Tobacco was not filed by the smokers. It was filed by the giant healthcare insurance companies who were tired of paying for lung cancer treatment. And that is where the vaccination conspiracy stalls out, because insurance companies are not normally responsible for autism treatment, and the parents do not have nearly enough resources to do battle with Big Pharma. I have mixed feelings about this because I understand the rules. The pharma company that knows all the information on the problem should do the right thing and end the future suffering. But if they admit fault, the company will end up destroying themselves in the process. I am a perfect example of why Flat Earth is being tied to vaccinations in mainstream circles. I believe in both. And my hope here was to give you some explanation as to why I think this. I do not think that the drug companies are evil. I think we have gotten too good at our respective professions. The National Geographic Channel is not immune to the rules mentioned above, despite their lofty intentions. Their magazine was iconic and predated the internet, television, even radio. The modern foundations of American scientific discovery were helped built by National Geographic, and yet I agreed to do a segment with them in 2018. It should be noted again that the reason they contacted us was partly because of the trailer of Behind the Curve that they watched, but mostly it was because of the U.gov survey, which concerned National Geographic a great deal. We filmed with them for 3 days, and for the most part, everything was cordial. The field producer puts together a mercenary camera team, and with a loose script, shot as much footage as possible. The footage was then sent off to the main office in New York, where the other producers decided how to edit and spin the piece for television and social media. Most of the scenes shot were old hat to us. We had done many Flat Earth meetups in different cities and several in Los Angeles, so the event we created just for National Geographic in Arcadia was not any different other than we had multiple camera teams circling around us. Having National Geographic follow us to the Salton Sea on the next day was different because there was also a skeptics group there conducting an experiment against Flat Earth. The film team spent most of their time following their activities that morning. There was nothing during the morning experiments that caught me off guard. The weather was hot and brutal, the sea was dead and smelly, and the skeptics with their debunking experiments were annoying. One of the most profound moments I have had during my relatively brief time in the Flat Earth world was the final hour I spent with the National Geographic Channel at the Salton Sea. I sat down with the on-air talent and the entire crew for one last interview segment. Everyone else had left. The Flat Earth community had headed off to the nearest diner. The skeptics group crawled back to whatever rock they came from. And the other journalism teams rushed back to studio to release their respective video pieces. I was exhausted. I had been walking around the fishbone sand of the Salton Sea since 5 a.m., and it was now past lunch. I had not eaten yet. I was sweaty from the heat and running on fumes when National Geographic hit me with their final questions and giving me way more credit and importance than I deserved. National Geographic. What happens when the Flat Earth movement gets so big that it becomes something that you can no longer control? What happens to technology if you get your way? What happens to medicine? What happens to science? Isn't it possible that the Flat Earth community could usher in a new dark age? These were the questions from the National Geographic field producer almost verbatim. I say almost because these questions and answers were edited out of the final version entirely, so for the reader, I will answer them again here. What happens when Flat Earth gets out of my control? Okay, first off, the Flat Earth community does not bow down to me like I have some divine sage-like wisdom. If anything, I've had to deal with internal FE trust issues going back to 2015 when I made the clues. Do I have some influence? Sure. You do a few hundred interviews on a single topic and you are going to build some credibility in that arena, but that is where it ends. Flat Earth University has a life of its own and has ever since the beginning. They did their own experiments without direction. They came up with different forms of street activism. They formed their own regional groups, which evolved into conferences, which then became international conferences. I have had almost nothing to do with any of these things. What happens when Flat Earth gets out of control? I will need a definition for that, something more specific. When you say out of control, do you mean the number of people who believe, or when the first destructive incident takes place? Because it has not happened yet. We have completed hundreds of meetups without any violence at all. What happens to technology if Flat Earth gets its way? I do not know. I would imagine that it would probably move forward more slowly, and that is not such a bad thing. Corporations that advance technology would be held accountable to a higher standard. Profits would be lower, but the products would hopefully be safer. What happens to medicine? The previous question applies here. Medicine has basically become a consumer market now, and the products are advertised on television almost as much as anything else, like cars and pizza. But these commercials all have disclaimers with side effects. Medicine needs to be held to a higher standard as well. It is just my opinion, but I think it has merit. What happens to science? That's the big question that National Geographic wants to know because it affects them directly. Does science take a back seat to a new paradigm, or can it still thrive but with different aspects added or removed? Was National Geographic worried that the Flat Earth Army would march through towns, burning down libraries and making examples out of high-profile science representatives? There is some irony here. The burning of actual libraries would be mostly symbolic since most of the world's information is digital, and I think FE members would pick up on that pretty quickly. As far as science reps go, there are only a handful of people that are ever allowed on television, and I listed most of them earlier. There are just not enough scientists to turn into examples. The average PhD would be mostly safe. This leads into the new Dark Age question. This was asked to me with the utmost sincerity. Does National Geographic actually have a vague vision of a flat Earth apocalypse? I'm not exactly sure what it's supposed to look like, but we will delve into a few flowchart futures in the next chapter. What I told National Geographic was that I can only set the best example that I can, and the future is going to be whatever it was meant to be. We are in uncharted territory here after all. There was another thing that National Geographic was worried about. Flat Earth also has a habit of bridging the gap between science and religion. It is a topic that poses a lot of scientific questions that leads into pseudoscientific questions, that leads you to theological questions, and then leads to something that we have never seen as a civilization, a merging of two very old and very large ideas. What happens when religion gets the upper hand on science? Does this not only affect the academic institutions, but the mainstream networks that support them? The rumors about the Flat Earth Army have been spreading to all corners of our civilization, and sooner or later the large corporations and even the government were drawn into the conversations. One of the most notable pairing of late, that being Google and the United States Senate. In 2018, a relatively quiet meeting took place between Google, who represented the parent company of the largest television network in the world, which is YouTube, and the United States government. The topic was that the internet video content system needed to be toned down because there was potentially dangerous rhetoric that was easy to find and accessible to everyone. The meeting did not have any heavy overtones, and the politicians overseeing the proceedings went about it like they were just having a conversation at a Saturday barbecue. Everyone, including Google, came off as nonchalant. Out of all the risky topics that the Google rep could have brought up, and there are over 100, they settled on 3: snake oil, 9/11, and flat Earth. It was both flattering and foreboding. Here we are, only 3 years into the movement, and already the government was starting to address the flat Earth topic formally. After the meeting, Google released a brief statement about their policies. Moving forward, the statement is as follows. We recently announced that we'll begin reducing recommendations of borderline content or videos that could misinform users in harmful ways, such as videos promoting a phony miracle cure for a serious illness, claiming the Earth is flat, or making blatantly false claims about historic events like 9/11. This will be a gradual change and will initially only affect recommendations of a very small set of videos in the United States. While it's still ramping up, a preliminary look shows that it is limiting the spread of borderline content and harmful misinformation on our platform. In fact, Flat Earth videos experienced an estimated 67% drop in clicks since the above launch. The Flat Earth community reacted like a beehive that has been struck with a bully wielding a big stick. And there was some overreaction. Why Google did this was apparent. Flat Earth was breaking their algorithms, and I had been tracking it since day one. The writing had been on the wall for a while. There is a great article buried underneath the Flat Earth parodies about a former Google developer who was asked why YouTube recommends what they do. Out of the thousands of YouTube videos he could have named, he says this: when the average person who starts viewing Flat Earth videos watches 20 in a row, what do you think we're going to recommend? That statement was powerful and matched up with what I'd been hearing in FE testimonies for years. It takes the average person about 2 weeks to convert from globalist to full Flat Earth member, and they often mention 20 to 30 videos during that time frame. That easily falls into the category of binge watching, where you sit down and watch multiple seasons of a television series in a single sitting. YouTube is a television network and wants you to binge watch. If they had their way, you would never watch anything else but YouTube. This, however, can be said of all networks. Any topic that can generate binge watching in any viewable media is a hit. Flat Earth is also a conspiracy that is controversial but currently non-destructive. If Flat Earth were not making money for YouTube, it would be gone already. We were on the auto-recommend list for 3 years and were tracking so well they had to change their programming to reduce this number. As I like to tell the FE community during my speeches, it's not that Google was hitting the brakes, they were just taking their foot off the gas. I understand the tactic completely, and it does not matter to me now because the fuse has been lit. We will go into that more in the next chapter. The other thing that YouTube did to curb our enthusiasm was to disrupt the content scoreboard. What scoreboard, you ask? Well, it's gone now, and that is part of my point. On top of YouTube being the largest television network in the world, it is also a search engine. There are so many lifetimes worth of video content on YouTube that they had to build a multi-filter internal search engine that rivals anything out there today. It was also a natural fit that Google, the world's largest generic search engine, would acquire them. There is a feature that every search engine, internal or external, has, which most people gloss over, that being the search results number. They all have it. Search for tractor maintenance, get a search results number that tells you how many different references there are to that topic. Search for potato salad, get the same thing. In 2015, when you searched for Flat Earth on YouTube, you got maybe 50,000 relevant search results. This did not mean that there were 50,000 videos dedicated to the Flat Earth topic, only that there were that many references in descriptions, etc. By the summer of 2018, that number had climbed to 20.9 million. I would like to give you more recent numbers, but that is where they end. I know this because when FE hit 20.9, I was so excited, we had just passed Trump at 20.8, that I called up David Weiss at DITRH and then made a Strange World episode called Flat Earth Catches the President of the United States. This video apparently was noticed by someone higher up in the Google food chain because there were no more scores listed after that. I received a call a few weeks later by a regular listener who said bluntly that the scoreboard was down. I did not understand until he pointed me to the YouTube search results, which were gone. I do not mean that the search results equaled 0 or equaled blank. I mean that the entire line was gone, removed as though it was never there. The most basic search engine output had been permanently pulled to keep enthusiastic Flat Earth members from turning it into a scoreboard that confirmed us trending and winning. To the tech nerds at Google, well played. If the Flat Earth problem is going to be attacked directly, I would expect that our opponents will eventually take the same track as the director of Behind the Curve. Kill Flat Earth and keep science alive for the children. To anyone who uses that argument against us in the future, I say this: you're too late. Flat Earth already has the children. How is that for a mainstream quote? I am not kidding. The U.gov survey was from 2017, when we already had a third of the people 18 to 24 and even more of the kids in high school. Do a search for Flat Earth in high school and watch the fun. There are Flat Earth clubs that meet during lunch. There are kids who ask the questions during recess and film the discussions. We do not recruit them, but they email us. We do not do direct marketing to the younger ages, but we are so easy to find now. Most importantly, we are easy to understand. Flat Earth does not care about race or religion or sexual preference, and it certainly does not care about age. What do some of the board game boxes say? Ages 8 to 80, fun for the whole family? I would imagine that science advocates would look at the last few paragraphs in sober horror. Not to worry. It is not the end of the world. Probably.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe it.
Chapter 13. End of the World. Flat Earth is a virus. I say that with love and admiration because it seems like it has a life of its own, which it does. The FE virus spreads by direct contact in either audio or visual form. When the host is infected, he or she starts to exhibit symptoms. Common symptoms include increased open-mindedness, elevated enthusiasm, clarity of purpose, and an overall sense of community. Sounds like fun, right? Sign me up. Not so fast. Flat Earth is also a drug. Common side effects include periodic claustrophobia, caused by the removal of an expanding universe, diminished trust in mainstream media sources, and a steadfast belief in a concept that could alienate you from friends, family, and coworkers. Flat Earth also has been shown to incite ridicule from total strangers, both online and in person. Do not take Flat Earth if you are part of a close-knit social group, as serious side effects may occur. I know the last paragraph sounds a bit tongue-in-cheek, but it is not. Any FE member will verify this. The first part is also true. Flat Earth is spreading exactly like a virus. It does not matter if you love or hate the topic. If you are talking about Flat Earth, Amy Adams, then you are spreading the word. This is just one of the reasons why Flat Earth can't be stopped. All the articles and videos and people ranting against the FE concept are just shooting wooden arrows into a bonfire. From a distance, it looks like there is a lot of activity and you are accomplishing something. In reality, you are just adding wood to the flames. To all the trolls out there dedicating content against Flat Earth, I hope your ranks grow as well. When I initially came up with the title for this book, I considered that the end of the world line was a slightly clever play on words, since many science-based critics have asked for proof of the edge or end of the world. It is not a play on words. Flat Earth has the potential to change everything, to change the physical shape of the world itself, to change what you think you know. You think right now that it's the present, and that you are sitting comfortably reading a book about Flat Earth. What makes you think it is the present? Is the Earth that old? Of course not, but you already know that. Is our civilization 2,000 years old? The Chinese and Hebrew calendars are over twice that age, and yet your watch, your phone, and every colorful calendar you buy at the drugstore all show the modern calendar you grew up with. The year is meaningless. The year that you acknowledge as truth is not what you know. It is what you've been told. We believe the world that is presented to us. Many times we assume the truth without confirming or even researching it for ourselves. If I said that an event happened in 450 BC, then you would recognize it as before Christ. However, if I said that an event happened in 900 AD, many of you would say after death. It is not after death. It is Anno Domini, Latin for in the year of our Lord. After death was just a term that caught on and was passed down from generation to generation, just like the globe model we were shown as children. You have been conditioned to see the globe almost every day since you were old enough to comprehend images. In my Flat Earth Clues series, I focused on the globe being in every classroom since you were in first grade, but that is just the tip of the Antarctic iceberg. The iconic image of the globe has been inserted into just about every piece of media that you are currently watching, and once you have been exposed to the FE virus, you will start seeing Earth globes everywhere, especially in television and movies. It seems innocent enough at first, globes in educational shows, globes in offices of fictional scientists, but then you start noticing them in every office. Business executives, crime labs, lawyers, retired people in a home office, and what the hell are globes doing on top of a filing cabinet in a detective's office? Think of the films and television shows over the last 20 years, subtle reinforcement built into The Truman Show, The Island, Under the Dome, and even the ice wall in Game of Thrones. I wish this was some sort of flat earth paranoia. I really do. I wish it was not a globalist conspiracy, but I have a keen sense of empathy. I can put myself onto the other side of the chessboard. Subtle globe reinforcement through media is a movie I would make. If I was at the highest level of human authority, I would release space stories at an ever-increasing rate and never follow through on them. I would put a globe in every classroom. They almost never wear out and have a long shelf life. I would encourage corporations to use a variation of the globe or curve Earth whenever possible, and if they do not use those, then push for the sun because it still promotes the solar system in space. I would hire a small group of silent producers that could work behind the scenes, placing space reinforcement props in the background of television and film productions. It's subliminal, and it works. It doesn't matter if the viewer is actively engaged in the program as long as the prop is seen for even a few seconds. Everything helps. And the powers that be did not need to do this. All the space reinforcement placed in our business and entertainment worlds are just forms of insurance for a civilization that is already prone to believing an illusion. It's almost like we were genetically designed to be vulnerable to everything from simple television broadcasts to virtual reality. You, the reader, have fallen victim to this in one form or another. Some people get ill watching a roller coaster video. Some people get disoriented in traffic because they can't tell if their car or the car next to them is moving. And everyone has had an emotional moment at the movies. Why? At the movies or at home, you are sitting in a room full of people and know full well that you are watching a piece of fiction. You recognize some of the actors in the film and could probably name other films they have been in. You also know that the movie was created by hundreds, if not thousands, of people over the course of the previous year. Not only is what you are watching an illusion in terms of facts, but also in time. It is a complete deception from intro to credits, and yet you swell with pride when the hero wins, or are brought to tears for any number of reasons. You do this because of something called suspension of disbelief, or in layman's terms, you want to believe. The human mind, when engaged in fictional entertainment, abandons the lie and tries to embrace the deception. It's a fascinating piece of human engineering. We love the illusions and can't get enough of them. We used to have only 3 television networks in the United States. Once our technology started advancing in the 1980s, our desire for more programming became insatiable. Now I challenge anyone here to even rattle off a tenth of the channels available. Even the term channel has become irrelevant with the help of corporations building networks and media that can be watched on any device with a screen. The old idea of television is long gone. Long live the interactive device. Sadly, though, even all these wonderful and diverse channels are not enough. The media corporations are not stopping there. I'm not even sure they know how to stop, or if we really want them to. If they are not creating programming for every target demographic that exists, they are building an ever more complex series of purely interactive media, which you know of as video games. The suspension of disbelief that comes with television and movies is not very strong in computer-based games, but the corporations are diligently working on it, and it is their ultimate goal. The end game, as it were, is to create an interactive simulation that you can't tell from the real thing. Maybe they have built it already. Maybe we are already in one. I'm going to say a few things here that some in the FE community are not going to like. If the world is flat and enclosed, then it is most likely a simulation. I will give examples of this, but first I must address the question. Doesn't this statement fly into the face of religion? No, it doesn't. God is a programmer, the greatest developer in existence. I know that many developers who read that last sentence will cringe, their arrogance blinding them. Human beings are the only life forms advanced enough to combine language and technology into reality-creating machines. You are not the only ones. You were not the best, and you were not even the first. Your civilization is only one of many that have developed and moved on from this enclosed system. Scientists know this. They have seen the sunken cities off of Japan, the sunken cities off of India. They have seen Bimini Road and the Bosnian pyramids and many others, and because they do not have explanations for them, the older civilizations never officially existed. What exclusive arrogance. The only thing your civilization can take credit for is that you are the most recent. Congratulations, you have just won a participation trophy. And if science does not want to acknowledge advanced civilizations that existed before us, they should at least take a look at the clues and breadcrumbs found in the very building blocks of our reality. And when we build simulations and games, we do it efficiently to save computer resources. If a game character will never go past a mountain in the distance, we do not build the other side of the mountain or anything that lies beyond it. Makes sense, yes? It answers the age-old question. If a tree falls in the forest and there is no one there to hear it, does it make a sound? In a virtual world, we now have the answer. No, it does not make a sound because the tree is not there. Why would you draw a tree or anything for that matter if there is no player to witness it? It is just a waste of programming and computer power. This is where I need to introduce you to the double slit experiment. Almost everyone in science knows about it, but no one wants to spend time in the philosophical aspects of the topic because it raises too many questions that are simply beyond scientific understanding. The modern double slit experiment was perfected about 15 years ago. It used a single electron gun, firing electrons through a series of metal slits at a target downrange. The electrons are, of course, too small to see with the human eye, but can be registered by the target. The electrons are fired one at a time through either one slit or the other. When a human being is viewing the experiment through electronic means, the particles hit the target as expected. When a human is not viewing the experiment, the particles change into a wave and hit both slits and the target is struck differently. Read that last part again because it is important. This means something to any simulation theory because this is what we do when building our own worlds with current technology. We do not draw something if the character is not looking at it. So why is this exact same process also happening in our world? If that sounds like a science fiction movie plot, then you are right, is the general theme of the 1999 movie The 13th Floor. There is nothing new under the sun. If you're into science, then there is a paradox here. On one hand, you embrace the double-slit experiment results under the banner of science because it is repeatable, but at the same time, do not want to speculate on exactly what it means because it raises too many questions about reality that you can't answer. The paradox is not new in the science world. You build the hydrogen bomb because you can, even though you do not know if you should. The double-slit experiment is not an isolated case that leans towards simulation theory. The very nature of quantum entanglement says there is no maximum speed of light. That is just an illusion unique to the known universe and/or dimension. Funny that should be the case because in the virtual worlds that we build, everything about light is an illusion and there are no speeds at all. My favorite science breadcrumb is something they stumbled on some years ago called neuroscience and free will. The title gives it all away. It was only a matter of time before scientists hooked up probes to our heads and then to a computer system sensitive enough to measure basic thought processes. The test they devised was simple. Have the subjects choose a number from a keyboard while watching the screen and also note the time that they made the decision to choose that number. What the scientists did not expect was that the machine registered the decision 8 seconds before the subject made the choice. You heard that right. You just chose the number 3 in your head, and the computer knew that choice 8 seconds ago. It is impossible, and yet it happens. Science does not know what to do with the results because it screams predestination, known in religious circles as the grand plan. Free will is an illusion to those living inside the reality, which implies that there is something or someone living outside of it. To avoid some confusion, the computers are not sensitive enough to say that you chose the number 3, only that you made the choice. It does not change the outcome, which appears to be fixed. The implications of the experiment are massive in scope. If you have already made the decision, then this world may not be interactive at all. You may be living in a virtual movie, one where every choice in the chain of your life was predetermined. This concept, discovered by advancements in science, bothers them a great deal. They deny it exists, but they still continue with the experiments. Imagine the possibilities. You are the director of a film and have complete creative control. You make the movie exactly the way you want with no interference from studio producers. Just before the premiere of the movie, you bump your head on your steering wheel and get amnesia, forgetting everything you have done in the last 6 months, including the making of the movie. Then you see it on screen. To you, it becomes the greatest, most perfect film ever made. Every plot point, acting choice, music choice, every subtle nuance of the film is exactly what you expect, and by the time you see the end credits roll, you think you have witnessed something profound, maybe even divine, because the movie was exactly what you wanted it to be. This, of course, is an illusion made real with a simple bump on the head, but what if it could be done deliberately? Wouldn't that be far more efficient than a random, live, virtual reality where things are left to chance? When media reaches a certain stage, they strive for individual perfection, a perfect reality that gives 100% customer satisfaction every time. All these things scare the hell out of mainstream science that had been trying to stay ahead of civilization for the last 500 years. The problem now is that the general public has access to incredible informational tools, and now we are getting bored, all at the same time. Face it, our civilization has jumped the shark. That is the Hollywood term for we've run out of ideas. There is nothing new under the sun. There are 5 forms of art: pictures, sculptures, music, dance, and literature. All of them are tapped out. From a content standpoint, the modern film industry peaked in 1999. I challenge anyone to look at the list from that year and claim differently. Films, television, music, everything is a remake of a remake now. Our world as we know it has run out of ideas and time. Flat Earth is the beginning of the end. Don't feel bad. It's a good thing. We have had a hell of a run over the last 5,000 years. We have created a complex and incredible tapestry of history, an amazing series of stories that will be remembered for thousands of millennia. But the grand plan is moving into its last phase, known in theater as Act 3. I said that Flat Earth is the beginning of the end, not the end in itself. In any great media production, there are 3 acts. In the first, the characters are established. In the second, they are given a challenge. In the third, for better or worse, the challenge is resolved. Flat Earth is the transition, announcing the final act of our civilization. It opens minds to everything that is impossible and everything that is not. If our history is a giant painting, then Flat Earth is the frame that builds the border for the canvas we have not seen yet. Without FE, there is no perspective or understanding of what is to come. It may sound a little culty when I say things like that. I assure you, I do not mean it to be. It is not my plan, and Flat Earth is not my idea. On that note, I have a message to science. You can't stop this. Flat Earth has created a simple model of the world that is easier to understand than the solar system model. It is logical, it makes sense regardless of education, and the basic concept can be explained to someone in just a few minutes. Maybe not enough to push a person into street activism, but more than enough time to plant a new seed. Will these Flat Earth seeds planted into the minds of people end the world? No. But they will change the face of it and make a forgotten truth new again. If you are a hardcore science enthusiast, professional or not, trying to defend the globe, then good luck. We have been running around your flanks since 2015, and your model cannot be explained by most of the population because they never got past algebra. Keep trying, though. Remember what I said about the arrows and the bonfire. My prediction is that if Flat Earth is the frame for the canvas, then the canvas event is yet to be revealed. Make no mistake, however, it is going to be big. To use a boxing reference, Flat Earth is the left jab before the right cross. That right cross will be an outside force in something larger than the FE community. To be clear, the outside event will have more impact than Flat Earth. To me, it feels like Flat Earth is just the preface, something that prepares the mind, prepares everyone for what is to come. If I had to write the movie plot on this, the event in question would either be a super celestial revelation involving a public admission of another civilization, or a massive terrorist attack that cascades into a multinational war. Again, I try to look at things with a glass half full attitude, so I am rooting for a peaceful resolution. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst. If you are flat curious or flat agnostic, I will circle back to the beginning and tell you to look away. Move along, there is nothing to see here. All the stories you have seen in articles, videos, and television were just a fluke. Flat Earth is not real, it cannot be. If you just don't look at it, the topic will probably just go away. Let your friends or family or coworkers look at it. Flat Earth is not worth your time, you have better things to do, right? Or you could ignore all my warnings and look inside Pandora's box, which is a really bad idea because as exciting as it sounds, there is a downside to going down the FE rabbit hole. The side effect of the Flat Earth that annoys me the most is how quickly the enthusiasm makes you forget the most difficult parts of the journey. For those of you about to head down our path, please remember what led you to the finish line. For some reason, just about every new Flat Earther gets so excited by the revelation that they want to rush out and tell everyone about their new discovery, breaking the first rule of Flat Club, which is, do not talk about Flat Club. If you do not follow this rule and be discreet, then you are going to be criticized by people who you thought you could trust. Then you are going to get depressed and email me asking why this is happening to you. Don't be that person. To the pastors who are now afraid of the questions about Flat Earth being brought to them from their congregation, you do not have to worry. We already have your congregation. FE members sit patiently in your rows, waiting for the opportunity to speak to others about the Flat Earth book in their hands, which you call the Bible. If you choose not to endorse our theory, that is fine, but you better not condemn it while holding on to that one verse like it has veto power. If you choose to wait until the peer pressure has lessened and the topic has become cool enough to work into a sermon, you will be forgiven. And lastly, if you are already one of the great and brave people into Flat Earth, if you have asked the questions and done the research, you already have my sincere respect. The Flat Earth Army has done an amazing job so far. We still have a ways to go, but the war to date has been an unqualified success. We have been taking the fight to them on all fronts and been met with token resistance. The field experiments have been clever and creative. The street activism has been relentless. The meetups have shown that we can peacefully coexist in any environment. And the conferences have given us great opportunities to set examples to others under the light of the media. It is because of this I can confidently say that I love Flat Earth and all the people in it. You are powerful and wonderful and fearless and stand defiant in the face of conformity. Conformity may build empires, but creativity builds worlds. Your creativity helped rediscover something beautiful that was once lost. We live in a world that was absolutely and positively built. It was created just for you, and you have a place here and an important role to play. In the near future, people will come to you with questions. They will be nervous and unsure of their surroundings, so help them as best you can. People who embrace the false religion that has become scientism will point fingers at you and demand that you desist. Remind them of what you know. FE members will stand next to you and challenge the status quo. Lift your heads up and stand with them, for you are the Legion of Truth and will not be denied. Be proud, Flat Earthers, and sleep well knowing that you have the grand plan on your side. It was blueprinted a long time ago, and it is flawless. I believe in everything for a reason, and after watching closely since 2015, I can tell you that this great awakening was inevitable. It was always going to happen this way. It does not matter if the corporations or social media or even the governments themselves crack down on the Flat Earth content, because we have spread beyond the internet to the most common tongue. For the second time in our history, the concept of Flat Earth has become a campfire story, and once that transformation takes place, there is no stopping it. In my final statements, I would like to remind people of my mission. My name is Mark Sargent. I am the freshman recruiter for a wonderful university/academy called Flat Earth. It is everywhere, just waiting for you to discover it. The people involved are kind, sincere, and most importantly, open-minded. I am hoping that you will find what I found: knowledge, truth, and love for each other. The way this world was always supposed to be. If you have made it all the way to the end of this Flat Earth overview, then you have layers of questions that remain. If you want to know more, if you want to take part in the growing movement that will change our world, then please research some of the links in the reference guide and never ever stop asking questions.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
You have been listening to Flat Earth Clues, End of the World. Written by Mark Sargent. Narrated by Mark Sargent. The end.